This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 70. The Skiff Lightning. D'Artagnan had judged correctly. Mordaunt felt that he had no time to lose, and he lost none. He knew the rapidity of decision and action that characterized his enemies, and resolved to act with reference to that. This time the Musketeers had an adversary who was worthy of them. After closing the door carefully behind him, Mordaunt glided into the subterranean passage, sheathing on his way his now useless sword, and thus reached the neighboring house, where he paused to examine himself and to take breath. "Good," he said. "Nothing, almost nothing. Scratches, nothing more. 2 in the arm and 1 in the breast. The wounds that I make are better than that. Witness the executioner of Bethune, my uncle and King Charles. Now, not a second to lose, for a second loss will perhaps save them. They must die all together, killed at one stroke by the thunder of men in default of gods. They must disappear, broken, scattered, annihilated. I will run, then, till my legs no longer serve, till my heart bursts in my bosom, but I will arrive before they do." Mordaunt proceeded at a rapid pace to the nearest cavalry barracks, about a quarter of a league distant. He made that quarter of a league in 4 or 5 minutes. Arrived at the barracks, he made himself known, took the best horse in the stables, mounted, and gained the high road. A quarter of an hour later he was at Greenwich. "There is the port," he murmured. "That dark point yonder is the Isle of Dogs. Good! I am a half an hour in advance of them. An hour, perhaps. Fool that I was! I have almost killed myself by my needless haste. Now," he added, rising in the stirrups and looking about him, "which, I wonder, is the lightning?" At this moment, as if in reply to his words, a man lying on a coil of cables rose and advanced a few steps towards him. Mordaunt drew a handkerchief from his pocket, and tying a knot at each corner, the signal agreed upon, waved it in the air, and the man came up to him. He was wrapped in a large rough cape, which concealed his form and partly his face. "Do you wish to go in the water, sir?" said the sailor. "Yes, just so, along the Isle of Dogs." "And perhaps you have a preference for one boat more than another? You would like one that sails as rapidly as—" "Lightning," interrupted Mordaunt. "Then mine is the boat you want, sir. I'm your man." "I begin to think so, particularly if you have not forgotten a certain signal." "Here it is, sir." The sailor took from his coat a handkerchief tied at each corner. "Good, quite right," cried Mordaunt, springing off his horse. "There's not a moment to lose. Now take my horse to the nearest inn and conduct me to your vessel." "But," asked the sailor, "where are your companions? I thought there were 4 of you." "Listen to me, sir. I'm not the man you take me for. You are in Captain Rogers's post, are you not? Under orders from General Cromwell? Mine are also from him." "Indeed, sir, I recognized you. You are Captain Mordaunt." Mordaunt was startled. "Oh, fear nothing," said the skipper, showing his face. "I am a friend." "Captain Groslow!" cried Mordaunt. "Himself. The general remembered that I had formerly been a naval officer, and he gave me the command of this expedition. Is there anything new in the wind?" "Nothing." "I thought, perhaps, the king's death has only hastened their flight. In 10 minutes they will perhaps be here." "What have you come for, then?" "To embark with you." Ah, the general doubted my fidelity?" "No, but I wish to have a share in my revenge. Haven't you someone who will relieve me of my horse?" Groslow whistled and a sailor appeared. "Patrick," said Groslow, "take this horse to the stables of the nearest inn. If anyone asks you whose it is, you can say that it belongs to an Irish gentleman." The sailor departed without reply. "Now," said Mordaunt, "are you not afraid they will recognize you?" "There is no danger, dressed as I am in this pilot coat, on a night as dark as this. Besides, even you didn't recognize me. They will be much less likely to." "That is true," said Mordaunt, "and they will be far from thinking of you. Everything is ready, is it not?" "Yes." "The cargo on board?" "Yes." 5 full casks." "And 50 empty ones." "Good." "We are carrying port wine to Anvers." "Excellent. Now take me aboard and return to your post, for they will soon be here." I am ready. It is important that none of your crew should see me. I had but one man on board, and I am as sure of him as I am of myself. Besides, he doesn't know you. Like his mates, he is ready to obey our orders, knowing nothing of our plan. Very well, let us go. They then went down to the Thames. A boat was fastened to the shore by a chain fixed to a stake. Groslow jumped in, followed by Mordaunt, and in 5 minutes they were quite away from that world of houses which then crowded the outskirts of London, and Mordaunt could discern the little vessel riding at anchor near the Isle of Dogs. When they reached the side of this felucca, Mordaunt, dexterous in his eagerness for vengeance, seized a rope and climbed up the side of the vessel with a coolness and agility very rare among landsmen. He went with Groslow to the captain's berth, a sort of temporary cabin of planks, for the chief apartment had been given up by Captain Rogers to the passengers, who were to be accommodated at the other end of the boat. "They will have nothing to do, then, on this end?" said Mordaunt. "Nothing at all." "That's a capital arrangement. Return to Greenwich and bring them here. I shall hide myself in your cabin. You have a longboat?" "That in which we came." It appeared light and well constructed. "Quite a canoe. Fasten it to the poop with a rope. Put the oars into it, so that it may follow in the track, and there will be nothing to do except to cut the cord. Put a good supply of rum and biscuit in it for the seamen. Should the night happen to be stormy, they will not be sorry to find something to console themselves with. Consider all this done. Do you wish to see the powder room?" "No. When you return I will set the fuse myself, but be careful to conceal your face so that you cannot be recognized by them." "Never fear." "There's 10 o'clock striking at Greenwich." Groslow then, having given the sailor on duty an order to be on the watch with more than usual vigilance, went down into the longboat and soon reached Greenwich. The wind was chilly and the jetty was deserted as he approached it, but he had no sooner landed than he heard a noise of horses galloping upon the paved road. These horsemen were our friends, or rather an avant-garde, composed of D'Artagnan and Athos. As soon as they arrived at the spot where Groslow stood, they stopped, as if guessing that he was the man they wanted. Athos alighted and calmly opened the handkerchief tied at each corner, whilst D'Artagnan, ever cautious, remained on horseback, one hand upon his pistol, leaning forward watchfully. On seeing the appointed signal, Groslow, who had at first crept behind one of the cannon planted on that spot, walked straight up to the gentleman. He was so well wrapped up in his cloak that it would have been impossible to see his face, even if the night had not been so dark as to render precaution superfluous. Nevertheless, the keen glance of Athos perceived at once it was not Rogers who stood before them. "What do you want with us?" he asked Groslow. "I wish to inform you, my lord," replied Groslow with an Irish accent, feigned, of course, "that if you are looking for Captain Rogers you will not find him. He fell down this morning and broke his leg, but I am his cousin. He told me everything and desired me to watch instead of him, and in his place to conduct wherever they wished to go the gentleman who should bring me a handkerchief tied at each corner, like that one in which you hold, and one in which I have in my pocket." He drew out the handkerchief. "Was that all he said?" inquired Athos. "No, my lord. He said you had engaged to pay 70 pounds if I landed you safe and sound at Boulogne, or any other port you choose in France." "What do you think of all this?" said Athos in a low tone to D'Artagnan, after explaining to him in French what the sailor had said in English. "It seems a likely story to me." "And to me, too." "Besides, we can but blow out his brains if he proves false," said the Gascon. "And you, Athos, you know something of everything and could be our captain. I dare say you know how to navigate should he fail us." "My dear friend, you guess well. My father meant me for the navy, and I have some vague notions about navigation." "You see," cried D'Artagnan. They then summoned their friends, who with Blaisois, Mousqueton, and Grimaud promptly joined them, leaving Parry behind, who was to take back to London the horses of the gentlemen and of their lackeys, which had been sold to the host in settlement of their account with him. Thanks to this stroke of business, the four friends were able to take away with them a sum of money which, if not large, was sufficient as a provision against delays and accidents. Parry parted from his friends regretfully. They had proposed his going with them to France, but he had straightway declined. "It is very simple," Mousqueton had said. He is thinking of Groslow. It was Captain Groslow, the reader will remember, who had broken Parry's head. D'Artagnan resumed immediately the attitude of distrust that was habitual with him. He found the wharf too completely deserted and the night too dark, the captain too accommodating. He had reported to Aramis what had taken place, and Aramis, not less distrustful than he, had increased his suspicions. A slight click of the tongue against his teeth informed Athos of the Gascon's uneasiness. "We have no time now for suspicions," said Athos. "The boat is waiting for us. Come." "Besides," said Aramis, "what prevents our being distrustful and going aboard at the same time? We can watch the skipper." "And if he doesn't go straight, I will crush him, that's all." "Well said, Porthos," replied D'Artagnan. "Let us go, then. You first, Mousqueton." And he stopped his friends, directing the valets to go first, in order to test the plank leading from the pier to the boat. The three valets passed without accident. Athos followed them, then Porthos, then Aramis. D'Artagnan went last, still shaking his head. "What in the devil is the matter with you, my friend?" said Porthos. "Upon my word, you would make Caesar afraid." "The matter is," replied D'Artagnan, "that I can see upon this pier neither inspector, nor sentinel, nor exciseman." "And you complain of that?" said Porthos. "Everything goes as if in flowery paths." "Everything goes too well, Porthos, but no matter. We must trust in God." As soon as the plank was withdrawn, the captain took his place at the tiller and made a sign to one of the sailors, who, boat hook in hand, began to push out from the labyrinth of boats in which they were involved. The other sailor had already seated himself on the port side and was ready to row. As soon as there was room for rowing, his companion rejoined him and the boat began to move more rapidly. "At last we are off!" exclaimed Porthos. "Alas," said Athos, "we depart alone." "Yes, but all four together and without a scratch, which is a consolation." "We are not yet at our destination," observed the prudent D'Artagnan. "Beware of misadventure." "Ah, my friend," cried Porthos, "like the crows, you always bring bad omens. Who could intercept us on such a night as this? Pitch dark, when one does not see more than 20 yards before one?" "Yes, but tomorrow morning." "Tomorrow we shall be at Boulogne." "I hope so, with all my heart," said the Gascon, "and I confess my weakness. Yes, Athos, you may laugh, but as long as we were within gunshot of the pier or of the vessels lying by it, I was looking for a frightful discharge of musketry which would crush us." "But," said Porthos with great wisdom, "that was impossible, for they would have killed the captain and the sailors." "Bah! Much Monsieur Mordaunt would care. You don't imagine he would consider a little thing like that?" "At any rate," said Porthos, "I am glad to hear D'Artagnan admit that he is afraid. I not only confess it, but am proud of it," returned the Gascon. "I'm not such a rhinoceros as you are. Oho, what's that?" "The Lightning," answered the captain, "our felucca." "So far, so good," laughed Athos. They went on board and the captain instantly conducted them to the berth prepared for them, a cabin which was to serve for all purposes and for the whole party. He then tried to slip away under pretext of giving orders to someone. "Stop a moment," cried D'Artagnan. "Pray, how many men have you on board, captain?" "I don't understand," was the reply. "Explain it, Athos." Groslow, on the question being interpreted, answered, "Three, without counting myself." D'Artagnan understood, for while replying the captain had raised three fingers. "Oh!" he exclaimed, "I begin to be more at ease. However, whilst you settle yourselves, I shall make the round of the boat." "As for me," said Porthos, "I will see to supper." "A very good idea, Porthos," said the Gascon. "Athos, lend me Grimaud, who in the society of his friend Parry has perhaps picked up a little English and can act as my interpreter." "Go, Grimaud," said Athos. D'Artagnan, finding a lantern on the deck, took it up and with a pistol in his hand he said to the captain in English, "Come," being, with the classic English oath, the only English words he knew. And so saying, he descended to the lower deck. This was divided into three compartments. one which was covered by the floor of that room in which Athos, Porthos, and Aramis were to pass the night. The second was to serve as the sleeping room for the servants. The third, under the prow of the ship, was under the temporary cabin in which Mordaunt was concealed. "Aho!" cried D'Artagnan as he went down the steps to the hatchway, preceded by the lantern. "What a number of barrels! One would think one was in the cave of Ali Baba. What is there in them?" he added, putting his lantern on one of the casks. The captain seemed inclined to go upon deck again, but controlling himself, he answered, "Port wine." "Ah, port wine! 'Tis a comfort," said the Gascon, "since we shall not die of thirst. Are they all full?" Grimaud translated the question, and Groslow, who was wiping the perspiration from off his forehead, answered, "Some full, others empty." D'Artagnan struck the barrels with his hand, and having ascertained that he spoke the truth, pushed his lantern, greatly to the captain's alarm, into the interstices between the barrels, and finding that there was nothing concealed in them, "Come along," he said, and he went toward the door of the second compartment. "Stop," said the Englishman, "I have the key to that door." And he opened the door with a trembling hand into the second compartment, where Mousqueton and Blaisois were preparing supper. Here there was evidently nothing to seek or to apprehend, and they passed rapidly to examine the third compartment. This was the room appropriated to the sailors. 2 or 3 hammocks hung upon the ceiling, a table and 2 benches composed the entire furniture. D'Artagnan picked up 2 or 3 old sails hung on the walls, and meeting nothing to suspect, regained by the hatchway the deck of the vessel. "And this room?" he asked, pointing to the captain's cabin. "That's my room," replied Groslow. "Open the door." The captain obeyed. D'Artagnan stretched out his arm, in which he held the lantern, put his head in at the half-opened door, and seeing that the cabin was nothing better than a shed, "Good," he said. "If there is an army on board, it is not here that it is hidden. Let us see what Porthos has found for supper." And thanking the captain, he regained the state cabin, where his friends were. Porthos had found nothing, and with him fatigue had prevailed over hunger. He had fallen asleep and was in a profound slumber when D'Artagnan returned. Athos and Aramis were beginning to close their eyes, which they half opened when their companion came in again. "Well," said Aramis, "all is well. We may sleep tranquilly." On this assurance the 2 friends fell asleep, and D'Artagnan, who was very weary, bade good night to Grimaud and laid himself down in his cloak, with naked sword at his side, in such a manner that his body barricaded the passage, and it should be impossible to enter the room without upsetting him. Chapter 70. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 71. Port wine. In 10 minutes the masters slept. Not so the servants, hungry and more thirsty than hungry. Blaisois and Mousqueton set themselves to preparing their bed, which consisted of a plank and a valise. On a hanging table, which swung to and fro with the rolling of the vessel, were a pot of beer and 3 glasses. "This cursed rolling," said Blaisois. "I know it will serve me as it did when we came over." "And to think," said Mousqueton, "that we have nothing to fight seasickness with but barley bread and hot beer. Pah!" "But where is your wicker flask, Monsieur Mousqueton? Have you lost it?" asked Blaisois. "No," replied Mousqueton, "Parry kept it. Those devilish Scotchmen are always thirsty. And you, Grimaud," he said to his companion, who had just come in after his round with D'Artagnan, "are you thirsty?" "As thirsty as a Scotchman," was Grimaud's laconic reply. And he sat down and began to cast up the accounts of his party whose money he managed. "Oh, lackadaisy, I'm beginning to feel queer," cried Blaisois. "If that's the case," said Mousqueton with a learned air, "take some nourishment." "Do you call that nourishment?" said Blaisois, pointing to the barley bread and pot of beer upon the table. "Blaisois," replied Mousqueton, "remember that bread is the true nourishment of a Frenchman, who is not always able to get bread. Ask Grimaud." "Yes, but beer?" asked Blaisois sharply. "Is that their true drink?" "As to that," answered Mousqueton, puzzled how to get out of the difficulty. "I must confess that to me beer is as disagreeable as wine is to the English." "What? Monsieur Mousqueton, the English, do they dislike wine?" "They hate it, but I have seen them drink it as a punishment. For example, an English prince died one day because they had put him into a butt of Malmsey. I heard the Cavalier des Oubliettes say so." "The fool!" cried Blaisois. "I wish I had been in his place." "Thou canst be," said Grimaud, writing down his figures. "How?" asked Blaisois. "I can. Explain yourself." Grimaud went on with his sum and cast up the whole. "Port," he said, extending his hand in the direction of the first compartment examined by D'Artagnan and himself. Ah? Those barrels I saw through the door?" "Port," replied Grimaud, beginning a fresh sum. "I have heard," said Blaisois, "that port is a very good wine." "Excellent!" exclaimed Mousqueton, smacking his lips. "Excellent! There is port wine in the cellar of Monsieur le Baron de Bracieux." "Suppose we ask these Englishmen to sell us a bottle," said the honest Blaisois. "Sell!" cried Mousqueton, about whom there was a remnant of his ancient marauding character left. "One may well perceive, young man, that you are inexperienced." "Why buy what one can take?" "Take?" said Blaisois. "Covet the goods of your neighbor? That is forbidden, it seems to me." "Where forbidden?" asked Mousqueton. "In the commandments of God, or of the church, I don't know which. I only know it says, 'Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's goods, nor yet his wife.'" "That is a child's reason, Monsieur Blaisois," said Mousqueton in his most patronizing manner. "Yes, you talk like a child. I repeat the word. Where have you read in the Scriptures, I ask you, that the English are your neighbors?" "Where that is true," said Blaisois, "at least I can't now recall it." "A child's reason, I repeat it," continued Mousqueton. "If you had been 10 years engaged in war, as Grimaud and I have been, my dear Blaisois, you would know the difference there is between the goods of others and the goods of enemies. Now, an Englishman is an enemy. This port wine belongs to the English, therefore it belongs to us." "And our masters?" asked Blaisois, stupefied by this harangue, delivered with an air of profound sagacity. "Will they be of your opinion?" Mousqueton smiled disdainfully. "I suppose that you think it is necessary that I should disturb the repose of these illustrious lords to say, 'Gentlemen, your servant Mousqueton is thirsty.' What does Monsieur Bracieux care, think you, whether I am thirsty or not?" "'Tis a very expensive wine," said Blaisois, shaking his head. "Were it liquid gold, Monsieur Blaisois, our masters would not deny themselves this wine. I know that Monsieur de Bracieux is rich enough to drink a ton of port wine, even if obliged to pay a pistole for every drop." His manner became more and more lofty every instant. Then he arose. After finishing off the beer at one draught, he advanced majestically to the door of the compartment where the wine was. "Ah, locked!" he exclaimed. "These devils of English, how suspicious they are!" "Locked!" said Blaisois. "Ah, the deuce it is unlucky, for my stomach is getting more and more upset." "Locked!" repeated Mousqueton. "But," Blaisois ventured to say, "I have heard you relate, Monsieur Mousqueton, that once on a time, at Chantilly, you fed your master and yourself by taking partridges in a snare, carp with a line, and bottles with a slip noose." "Perfectly true." "But there was an air hole in the cellar and the wine was in bottles. I cannot throw the loop through this partition, nor move with a pack thread a cask of wine which may perhaps weigh 200 pounds." "No, but you could take out 2 or 3 boards of the partition," answered Blaisois, "and make a hole in the cask with a gimlet." Mousqueton opened his great round eyes to the utmost, astonished to find in Blaisois qualities for which he did not give him credit. "'Tis true," he said, "but where can I get a chisel to take the planks out, a gimlet to pierce the cask?" "Trousers," said Grimaud, still squaring his accounts. "Ah, yes," said Mousqueton. Grimaud, in fact, was not only the accountant, but the armorer of the party. And as he was a man full of forethought, these trousers, carefully rolled up in his valise, contained every sort of tool for immediate use. Mousqueton, therefore, was soon provided with tools, and he began his task. In a few minutes he had extracted 3 boards. He tried to pass his body through the aperture, but not being like the frog in the fable, who thought he was larger than he really was, he found he must take out 3 or 4 more before he could get through. He sighed and set to work again. Grimaud had now finished his accounts. He arose and stood near Mousqueton. He said. "What?" said Mousqueton. "I can pass." "That is true," said Mousqueton, glancing at his friend's long and thin body. "You will pass easily." "And he knows the full casks," said Blaisois, "for he has already been in the hold with Monsieur le Cavalier d'Artagnan. Let Monsieur Grimaud go in, Monsieur Mousqueton." "I could go in as well as Grimaud," said Mousqueton, a little piqued. "Yes, but that would take too much time, and I am thirsty. I am getting more and more seasick." "Go in, then, Grimaud," said Mousqueton, handing him the beer pot and gimlet. "Rinse the glasses," said Grimaud. Then, with a friendly gesture toward Mousqueton, that he might forgive him for finishing an enterprise so brilliantly begun by another, he glided like a serpent through the opening and disappeared. Blaisois was in a state of great excitement. He was in ecstasies. Of all the exploits performed since their arrival in England by the extraordinary men with whom he had had the honor to be associated, this seemed without question to be the most wonderful. "You are about to see," said Mousqueton, looking at Blaisois with an expression of superiority which the latter did not even think of questioning. "You are about to see, Blaisois, how we old soldiers drink when we are thirsty." "My cloak," said Grimaud, from the bottom of the hold. "What do you want?" asked Blaisois. "My cloak. Stop up the aperture with it." "Why?" asked Blaisois. "Simpleton!" exclaimed Mousqueton. "Suppose anyone came into the room?" "Ah, true," cried Blaisois, with evident admiration; "but it will be dark in the cellar." "Grimaud always sees, dark or light, night as well as day," answered Mousqueton. "That is lucky," said Blaisois. "As for me, when I have no candle I can't take 2 steps without knocking against something." "That's because you haven't served," said Mousqueton. "Had you been in the army you would have been able to pick up a needle on the floor of a closed oven. But hark! I think someone is coming." Mousqueton made with a low whistling sound the sign of alarm well known to the lackeys in the days of their youth, resumed his place at the table and made a sign to Blaisois to follow his example. Blaisois obeyed. The door of their cabin was opened. 2 men wrapped in their cloaks appeared. "Aho!" said they. "Not in bed at 11:15. That's against all rules. In a quarter of an hour let everyone be in bed and snoring." These 2 men then went toward the compartment in which Grimaud was secreted, opened the door, entered and shut it after them. "Ah!" said Blaisois, "he is lost." "Grimaud's a cunning fellow," murmured Mousqueton. They waited for 10 minutes, during which time no noise was heard that might indicate that Grimaud was discovered, and at the expiration of that anxious interval the 2 men returned, closed the door after them, and repeating their orders that the servants should go to bed and extinguish their lights, disappeared. "Shall we obey?" asked Blaisois. "All this looks suspicious." "They said a quarter of an hour. We still have 5 minutes," replied Mousqueton. "Suppose we warn the masters?" "Let's wait for Grimaud." "But perhaps they have killed him." Grimaud would have cried out. "You know he is almost dumb." "We should have heard the blow then." "But if he doesn't return?" "Here he is." At that very moment Grimaud drew back the cloak which hid the aperture and came in with his face livid, his eyes staring wide open with terror, so that the pupils were contracted almost to nothing, with a large circle of white around them. He held in his hand a tankard full of a dark substance, and approaching the gleam of light shed by the lamp he uttered this single monosyllable, "Oh!" with such an expression of extreme terror that Mousqueton started, alarmed, and Blaisois was near fainting from fright. Both, however, cast an inquisitive glance into the tankard. It was full of gunpowder. Convinced that the ship was full of powder instead of having a cargo of wine, Grimaud hastened to awake D'Artagnan, who had no sooner beheld him than he perceived that something extraordinary had taken place. Imposing silence, Grimaud put out the little night lamp, then knelt down and poured into the lieutenant's ear a recital melodramatic enough not to require play of feature to give it pith. This was the gist of his strange story. The first barrel that Grimaud had found on passing into the compartment he struck. It was empty. He passed on to another. It also was empty. But the third which he tried was, from the dull sound it gave out, evidently full. At this point Grimaud stopped and was preparing to make a hole with his gimlet when he found a spigot. He therefore placed his tankard under it and turned the spout. Something, whatever it was the cask contained, fell silently into the tankard. Whilst he was thinking that he should first taste the liquor which the tankard contained before taking it to his companions, the door of the cellar opened, and a man with a lantern in his hands, enveloped in a cloak, came and stood just before the hogshead, behind which Grimaud, on hearing him come in, instantly crept. This was Groslow. He was accompanied by another man, who carried in his hand something long and flexible, rolled up, resembling a washing line. His face was hidden under the wide brim of his hat. Grimaud, thinking that they had come, as he had, to try the port wine, effaced himself behind his cask and consoled himself with the reflection that if he were discovered, the crime was not a great one. "Have you the wick?" asked the one who carried the lantern. "Here it is," answered the other. At the voice of this last speaker, Grimaud started and felt a shudder creeping through his very marrow. He rose gently so that his head was just above the round of the barrel, and under the large hat he recognized the pale face of Mordaunt. "How long will this fuse burn?" asked this person. "About 5 minutes," replied the captain. That voice also was known to Grimaud. He looked from one to the other, and after Mordaunt he recognized Groslow. "Then tell the men to be in readiness. Don't tell them why now. When the clock strikes a quarter after midnight, collect your men. Get down into the longboat. That is, when I have lighted the match. I will undertake that. I wish to be sure of my revenge. Are the oars in the boat?" "Everything is ready." "'Tis well." Mordaunt knelt down and fastened one end of the train to the spigot, in order that he might have nothing to do but to set it on fire at the opposite end with the match. He then arose. "You hear me. At a quarter past midnight. In fact, in 20 minutes." "I understand all perfectly, sir," replied Groslow, "but allow me to say there is great danger in what you undertake. Would it not be better to entrust one of the men to set fire to the train?" "My dear Groslow," answered Mordaunt, "you know the French proverb, 'Nothing one does not do one's self is ever well done.' I shall abide by that rule." Grimaud had heard all this, if he had not understood it, but what he saw made good what he lacked in perfect comprehension of the language. He had seen the two mortal enemies of the musketeers, had seen Mordaunt adjust the fuse. He had heard the proverb, which Mordaunt had given in French. Then he felt and felt again the contents of the tankard he held in his hand, and instead of the lively liquor expected by Blaisois and Mousqueton, he found beneath his fingers the grains of some coarse powder. Mordaunt went away with the captain. At the door he stopped to listen. "Do you hear how they sleep?" he asked. In fact, Porthos could be heard snoring through the partition. "'Tis God who gives them into our hands," answered Groslow. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 72. End of the Port Wine Mystery. Grimaud waited till he heard the bolt grind in the lock, and when he was satisfied that he was alone, he slowly rose from his recumbent posture. "Ah," he said, wiping with his sleeve large drops of sweat from his forehead, "how lucky it was that Mousqueton was thirsty. He made haste to pass out by the opening, still thinking himself in a dream, but the sight of the gunpowder in the tankard proved to him that his dream was a fatal nightmare. It may be imagined that D'Artagnan listened to these details with increasing interest. Before Grimaud had finished, he rose without noise and putting his mouth to Aramis's ear, and at the same time touching him on the shoulder to prevent a sudden movement. "Cavalier," he said, "get up and don't make the least noise." Aramis awoke. D'Artagnan, pressing his hand, repeated his call. Aramis obeyed. "Athos is near you," said D'Artagnan. "Warn him as I have warned you." Aramis easily aroused Athos, whose sleep was light, like that of all persons of a finely organized constitution. But there was more difficulty in arousing Porthos. He was beginning to ask full explanation of that breaking in on his sleep, which was very annoying to him, when D'Artagnan, instead of explaining, closed his mouth with his hand. Then our Gascon extended his arms, drew to him the heads of his three friends till they almost touched one another. "Friends," he said, "we must leave this craft at once or we are dead men." "Bah!" said Athos, "are you still afraid? Do you know who is captain of this vessel?" "No." "Captain Groslow." The shudder of the three Musketeers showed to D'Artagnan that his words began to make some impression on them. "Groslow!" said Aramis. "The devil!" "Who is this Groslow?" asked Porthos. "I don't remember him." "Groslow is the man who broke Parry's head and is now getting ready to break ours." "Oh, oh! And do you know who is his lieutenant?" "His lieutenant? There is none," said Athos. "They don't have lieutenants in a felucca manned by a crew of 4. "Yes, but Monsieur Groslow is not a captain of the ordinary kind. He has a lieutenant, and that lieutenant is Monsieur Mordaunt." This time the Musketeers did more than shudder; they almost cried out. Those invincible men were subject to a mysterious and fatal influence which that name had over them. The mere sound of it filled them with terror. "What shall we do?" said Athos. "We must seize the felucca," said Aramis. "And kill him," said Porthos. "The felucca is mine," said D'Artagnan. "Those casks, which I took for casks of port wine, are filled with powder. When Mordaunt finds himself discovered he will destroy all, friends and foes, and on my word he would be bad company in going either to heaven or to hell." "You have some plan, then?" asked Athos. "Yes." "What is it?" "Have you confidence in me?" "Give your orders," said the three Musketeers. "Very well, come this way." D'Artagnan went toward a very small, low window, just large enough to let a man through. He turned it gently on its hinges. "There," he said, "is our road." "The deuce! It is a very cold one, my dear friend," said Aramis. "Stay here if you like, but I warn you, 'twill be rather too warm presently." "But we cannot swim to the shore." "The longboat is yonder, lashed to the felucca. We will take possession of it and cut the cable. Come, my friends." "A moment's delay," said Athos. "Our servants——" "Here we are!" they cried. Meantime the three friends were standing motionless before the awful sight which D'Artagnan, in raising the shutters, had disclosed to them through the narrow opening of the window. Those who have once beheld such a spectacle know that there is nothing more solemn or striking than the raging sea rolling with its deafening roar its dark billows beneath the pale light of a wintry moon. "Gracious heaven, we are hesitating!" cried D'Artagnan. "If we hesitate, what will the servants do?" "I do not hesitate, you know," said Grimaud. "Sir," interposed Blaisois, "I warn you that I can only swim in rivers." "And I not at all," said Mousqueton. But D'Artagnan had now slipped through the window. "You have decided, friend?" said Athos. "Yes," the Gascon answered. "Athos, you, who are a perfect being, bid spirit triumph over body. Do you, Aramis, order the servants. Porthos, kill everyone who stands in your way." And after pressing the hand of Athos, D'Artagnan chose a moment when the ship rolled backward so that he had only to plunge into the water, which was already up to his waist. Athos followed him before the felucca rose again on the waves. The cable which tied the boat to the vessel was then seen plainly rising out of the sea. D'Artagnan swam to it and held it, suspending himself by this rope, his head alone out of the water. In 1 second Athos joined him. Then they saw, as the felucca turned, two other heads peeping, those of Aramis and Grimaud. "I am uneasy about Blaisois," said Athos. "He can, he says, only swim in rivers. When people can swim at all they can swim anywhere. To the boat, to the boat! But Porthos, I do not see him." "Porthos is coming. He swims like Leviathan." In fact, Porthos did not appear, for a scene, half tragedy and half comedy, had been performed by him with Mousqueton and Blaisois, who, frightened by the noise of the sea, by the whistling of the wind, by the sight of the dark water yawning like a gulf beneath them, shrank back instead of going forward. "Come, come," said Porthos, "jump in." "But, monsieur," said Mousqueton, "I can't swim. Let me stay here." "And me too, monsieur," said Blaisois. "I assure you I shall be very much in the way in that little boat," said Mousqueton. "And I know I shall drown before reaching it," continued Blaisois. "Come along. I shall strangle you both if you don't get out," said Porthos at last, seizing Mousqueton by the throat. "Forward, Blaisois." A groan stifled by the grasp of Porthos was all the reply of poor Blaisois, for the giant, taking him neck and heels, plunged him into the water head foremost, pushing him out of the window as if he had been a plank. "Now, Mousqueton," he said, "I hope you don't mean to desert your master." "Ah, sir," replied Mousqueton, his eyes filling with tears, "why did you re-enter the army? We were all so happy in the Chateau de Pierrefonds." And without any other complaint, passive and obedient, either from true devotion to his master or from the example set by Blaisois, Mousqueton leaped into the sea head foremost. A sublime action, at all events, for Mousqueton looked upon himself as dead. But Porthos was not a man to abandon an old servant, and when Mousqueton rose above the water, blind as a newborn puppy, he found he was supported by the large hand of Porthos, and that he was thus enabled, without having occasion even to move, to advance toward the cable with the dignity of a very Triton. In a few minutes Porthos had rejoined his companions, who were already in the boat, but when, after they had all got in, it came to his turn, there was great danger that in putting his huge leg over the edge of the boat he would upset the little vessel. Athos was the last to enter. "Are you all here?" he asked. "Ah, have you your sword, Athos?" cried D'Artagnan. "Yes." "Cut the cable, then." Athos drew a sharp poniard from his belt and cut the cord. The felucca went on. The boat continued stationary, rocked only by the swashing waves. "Come, Athos," said D'Artagnan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 73. Fatality. Scarcely had D'Artagnan uttered these words when a ringing and sudden noise was heard resounding through the felucca, which had now become dim in the obscurity of the night. "That, you may be sure," said the Gascon, "means something." They then at the same instant perceived a large lantern carried on a pole appear on the deck, defining the forms of shadows behind it. Suddenly a terrible cry, a cry of despair, was wafted through space, and as if the shrieks of anguish had driven away the clouds, the veil which hid the moon was cleated away, and the gray sails and dark shrouds of the felucca were plainly visible beneath the silvery light. Shadows ran, as if bewildered, to and fro on the vessel, and mournful cries accompanied these delirious walkers. In the midst of these screams they saw Mordaunt upon the poop with a torch in hand. The agitated figures, apparently wild with terror, consisted of Groslow, who at the hour fixed by Mordaunt had collected his men and the sailors. Mordaunt, after having listened at the door of the cabin to hear if the Musketeers were still asleep, had gone down into the cellar, convinced by their silence that they were all in a deep slumber. Then he had run to the train, impetuous as a man who is excited by revenge and full of confidence, as are those whom God blinds. He had set fire to the wick of nitre. All this while Groslow and his men were assembled on deck. "Haul up the cable and draw the boat to us," said Groslow. One of the sailors got down the side of the ship, seized the cable, and drew it. It came without the least resistance. "The cable is cut," he cried. "No boat." "How, no boat?" exclaimed Groslow. "It is impossible." "'Tis true, however," answered the sailor. "There's nothing in the wake of the ship. Besides, here's the end of the cable." "What's the matter?" cried Mordaunt, who, coming up out of the hatchway, rushed to the stern, waving his torch. "Only that our enemies have escaped. They have cut the cord and gone off with the boat." Mordaunt bounded with one step to the cabin and kicked open the door. "Empty!" he exclaimed. "The infernal demons!" "We must pursue them," said Groslow. "They can't be gone far, and we will sink them, passing over them." "Yes, but the fire!" ejaculated Mordaunt. "I have lighted it." "10,000 devils!" cried Groslow, rushing to the hatchway. "Perhaps there is still time to save us." Mordaunt answered only by a terrible laugh, threw his torch into the sea and plunged in after it. The instant Groslow put his foot upon the hatchway steps the ship opened like the crater of a volcano. A burst of flame rose toward the skies with an explosion like that of 100 cannon. The air burned, ignited by flaming embers. Then the frightful lightning disappeared. The brands sank, one after another, into the abyss, where they were extinguished, and save for a slight vibration in the air, after a few minutes had elapsed, one would have thought that nothing had happened. Only the felucca had disappeared from the surface of the sea, and Groslow and his 3 sailors were consumed. The 4 friends saw all this. Not a single detail of this fearful scene escaped them. At one moment, bathed as they were in a flood of brilliant light, which illumined the sea for the space of a league, they might each be seen, each by his own peculiar attitude and manner expressing the awe which, in their hearts of bronze, they could not help experiencing. Soon a torrent of vivid sparks fell around them. Then, at last, the volcano was extinguished. Then all was dark and still. The floating bark and heaving ocean. They sat silent and dejected. "By heaven!" at last said Athos, the first to speak. "By this time, I think, all must be over." "Here, my lords, save me! Help!" cried a voice, whose mournful accents, reaching the 4 friends, seemed to proceed from some phantom of the ocean. All looked around. Athos himself stared. "'Tis he! It is his voice!" All still remained silent. The eyes of all were turned in the direction where the vessel had disappeared, endeavoring in vain to penetrate the darkness. After a minute or two they were able to distinguish a man who approached them, swimming vigorously. Athos extended his arm toward him, pointing him out to his companions. "Yes, yes, I see him well enough," said D'Artagnan. "He again!" cried Porthos, who was breathing like a blacksmith's bellows. "Why, is he made of iron?" "Oh, my God!" muttered Athos. Aramis and D'Artagnan whispered to each other. Mordaunt made several strokes more, and raising his arm in sign of distress above the waves, "Pity, pity on me, gentlemen, in Heaven's name! My strength is failing me. I am dying." The voice that implored aid was so piteous that it awakened pity in the heart of Athos. "Poor fellow!" he exclaimed. "Indeed," said D'Artagnan, "monsters have only to complain to gain your sympathy. I believe he's swimming toward us. Does he think we are going to take him in? Row, Porthos, row." And setting the example, he plowed his oar into the sea. 2 strokes took the bark on 20 fathoms further. "Oh, you will not abandon me! You will not leave me to perish! You will not be pitiless!" cried Mordaunt. "Ah, ah!" said Porthos to Mordaunt. "I think we have you now, my hero, and there are no doors by which you can escape this time but those of hell." "Oh, Porthos!" murmured the Comte de la Fère. "Oh, pray, for mercy's sake, don't fly from me! For pity's sake!" cried the young man, whose agony-drawn breath, at times, when his head went under water, under the wave, exhaled and made the icy waters bubble. D'Artagnan, however, who had consulted with Aramis, spoke to the poor wretch. "Go away," he said. "Your repentance is too recent to inspire confidence. See, the vessel in which you wish to fry us is still smoking, and the situation in which you are is a bed of roses compared to that in which you wish to place us, and in which you have placed Monsieur Groslow and his companions." "Sir," replied Mordaunt, in a tone of deep despair, "my penitence is sincere. Gentlemen, I am young, scarcely 23 years old. I was drawn on by a very natural resentment to avenge my mother. You would have done what I did." Mordaunt wanted now only 2 or 3 fathoms to reach the boat, for the approach of death seemed to give him supernatural strength. "Alas!" he said, "I am then to die. You are going to kill the son, as you killed the mother. Surely, if I am culpable and I ask for pardon, I ought to be forgiven." Then, as if his strength failed him, he seemed unable to sustain himself above the water, and a wave passed over his head, which drowned his voice. "Oh, this is torture to me!" cried Athos. Mordaunt reappeared. "For my part," said D'Artagnan, "I say this must come to an end. Murderer, as you were, of your uncle, executioner, as you were, of King Charles, incendiary, I recommend you to sink forthwith to the bottom of the sea, and if you come another fathom nearer, I'll stave your wicked head in with this oar." "D'Artagnan, D'Artagnan!" cried Athos. "My son, I entreat you. The wretch is dying. It is horrible to let a man die without extending a hand to save him. I cannot resist doing so. He must live." "Zounds!" replied D'Artagnan. "Why don't you give yourself up directly, feet and hands bound, to that wretch? Ah, Comte de la Fère, you wish to perish by his hands. I, your son, as you call me, I will not let you." 'Twas the first time D'Artagnan had ever refused a request from Athos. Aramis calmly drew his sword, which he had carried between his teeth as he swam. "If he lays his hand on this boat's edge I will cut it off, regicide that he is." "And I," said Porthos. "Wait." "What are you going to do?" asked Aramis. "Throw myself in the water and strangle him." "Oh, gentlemen," cried Athos, "be men, be Christians. See, death is depicted on his face. Ah, do not bring on me the horrors of remorse. Grant me this poor wretch's life. I will bless you. I am dying," cried Mordaunt. "Come to me, come to me." D'Artagnan began to be touched. The boat at this moment turned around, and the dying man was by that turn brought nearer Athos. "Monsieur the Comte de la Fère," he cried, "I supplicate you. Pity me. I call on you. Where are you? I see you no longer. I am dying. Help me, help me." "Here I am, sir," said Athos, leaning and stretching out his arm to Mordaunt with the air of dignity and nobility of soul habitual to him. "Here I am. Take my hand and jump into our boat." Mordaunt made a last effort, rose, seized the hand thus extended to him, and grasped it with the vehemence of despair. "That's right," said Athos. "Put your other hand here." And he offered him his shoulder as another stay and support, so that his head almost touched that of Mordaunt. And these two mortal enemies were in as close an embrace as if they had been brothers. "Now, sir," said the count, "you are safe. Calm yourself." "Ah, my mother!" cried Mordaunt, with eyes on fire with a look of hate impossible to paint. "I can only offer thee one victim, but it shall at any rate be the one thou wouldst thyself have chosen." And whilst D'Artagnan uttered a cry, Porthos raised the oar, and Aramis sought a place to strike. A frightful shake given to the boat precipitated Athos into the sea, whilst Mordaunt, with a shout of triumph, grasped the neck of his victim, and in order to paralyze his movements, twined arms and legs around the Musketeer. For an instant, without an exclamation, without a cry for help, Athos tried to sustain himself on the surface of the waters, but the weight dragged him down. He disappeared by degrees. Soon nothing was to be seen except his long, floating hair. Then both men disappeared in the bubbling of the water, which, in its turn, was soon effaced. Alone indicated the spot where these two had sunk. Mute with horror, the three friends had remained open-mouthed, their eyes dilated, their arms extended like statues, and motionless as they were, the beating of their hearts was audible. Porthos was the first who came to himself. He tore his hair. "Oh!" he cried, "Athos, Athos! Thou man of noble heart, woe is me! I have let thee perish." At this instant, in the midst of the silver circle illumined by the light of the moon, the same whirlpool which had been made by the sinking men was again obvious, and first were seen, rising above the waves, a wisp of hair, then a pale face with open eyes, yet nevertheless the eyes of death, then a body, which after rising of itself even to the waist above the sea, turned gently on its back, according to the caprice of the waves, and floated. In the bosom of this corpse was plunged a poniard, the gold hilt of which shone in the moonbeams. "Mordaunt, Mordaunt!" cried the three friends. "'Tis Mordaunt!" "But Athos!" exclaimed D'Artagnan. Suddenly the boat leaned on one side beneath a new and unexpected weight, and Grimaud uttered a shout of joy. Everyone turned around and beheld Athos, livid, his eyes dim, and his hands trembling, supporting himself on the edge of the boat. 8 vigorous arms lifted him up immediately and laid him in the boat, where directly Athos was warmed and reanimated, reviving with the caresses and cares of his friends, who were intoxicated with joy. "You are not hurt?" asked D'Artagnan. "No," replied Athos. "And he—" "Oh, he! Now we may say at last, thank Heaven! He is really dead. Look!" And D'Artagnan, obliging Athos to look in the direction he pointed, showed him the body of Mordaunt floating on its back, which, sometimes submerged, sometimes rising, seemed still to pursue the four friends with looks of insult and mortal hatred. At last he sank. Athos had followed him with a glance in which the deepest melancholy and pity were expressed. "Bravo, Athos!" cried Aramis, with an emotion very rare in him. "A capital blow you gave!" cried Porthos. "I have a son. I wish to live," said Athos. "In short," said D'Artagnan, "this has been the will of God." It
Chapter 74 of 20 Years After. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 74. How Mousqueton, after being very nearly roasted, had a narrow escape of being eaten. A deep silence reigned for a long time in the boat after the fearful scene described. The moon, which had shone for a short time, disappeared behind the clouds. Every object was again plunged in the obscurity that is so awful in the deserts, and still more so in that liquid desert, the ocean, and nothing was heard save the whistling of the west wind driving along the tops of the crested billows. Porthos was the first to speak. "I have seen," he said, "many dreadful things, but nothing that ever agitated me so much as what I have just witnessed. Nevertheless, even in my present state of perturbation, I protest that I feel happy. I have 100 pounds weight less upon my chest. I breathe more freely. In fact, Porthos breathed so loud as to do credit to the free play of his powerful lungs. "For my part," observed Aramis, "I cannot say the same as you do, Porthos. I am still terrified to such a degree that I scarcely believe my eyes. I look around the boat, expecting every moment to see that poor wretch holding between his hands the poniard plunged into his heart." "Oh, I feel easy," replied Porthos. "The poniard was pointed at the 6th rib and buried up to the hilt in his body. I do not reproach you, Athos, for what you have done. On the contrary, when one aims a blow, that is the regulation way to strike. So now I breathe again. I am happy." "Don't be in haste to celebrate a victory, Porthos," interposed D'Artagnan. "Never have we incurred a greater danger than we are now encountering. Men may subdue men; they cannot overcome the elements. We are now on the sea, at night, without any pilot, in a frail bark. Should a blast of wind upset the boat, we are lost." Mousqueton heaved a deep sigh. "You are ungrateful, D'Artagnan," said Athos. "Yes, ungrateful to Providence, to whom we owe our safety in the most miraculous manner. Let us sail before the wind, and unless it changes we shall be drifted either to Calais or Boulogne. Should our bark be upset, we are 5 of us good swimmers, able enough to turn it over again, or if not, to hold on by it. Now we are on the very road which all the vessels between Dover and Calais take. 'Tis impossible but that we should meet with a fisherman who will pick us up." "But should we not find any fisherman, and should the winds shift to the north?" "That," said Athos, "would be quite another thing, and we should never more see land until we were upon the other side of the Atlantic." "Which implies that we may die of hunger," said Aramis. "'Tis more than possible," answered the Comte de la Fère. Mousqueton sighed again, more deeply than before. "What's the matter? What ails you?" asked Porthos. "I am cold, sir," said Mousqueton. "Impossible! Your body is covered with a coating of fat which preserves it from the cold air." "Ah, sir, 'tis this very coating of fat that makes me shiver." "How is that, Mousqueton?" "Alas, your honor, in the library of the Chateau of Bracieux there are a lot of books of travels." "What then?" "Amongst them the voyages of Jacques Mouquet in the time of Henry IV." "Well?" "In these books, your honor, 'tis told how hungry voyagers, drifting out to sea, have a bad habit of eating each other, and beginning with—" "The fattest among them!" cried D'Artagnan, unable, in spite of the gravity of the occasion, to help laughing. "Yes, sir," answered Mousqueton, "but permit me to say I see nothing laughable in it. However," he added, turning to Porthos, "I should not regret dying, sir, were I sure that by doing so I might still be useful to you." "Mouston," replied Porthos, much affected, "should we ever see my castle of Pierrefonds again, you shall have as your own, and for your descendants, the vineyard that surrounds the farm." "And you should call it devotion," added Aramis, "the vineyard of self-sacrifice, to transmit to latest ages the recollection of your devotion to your master." "Chevalier," said D'Artagnan, laughing, "you could eat a piece of Mouston, couldn't you, especially after 2 or 3 days of fasting?" "Oh, no," replied Aramis, "I should much prefer Blaisois. We haven't known him so long." One may readily conceive that during these jokes, which were intended chiefly to divert Athos from the scene which had just taken place, the servants, with the exception of Grimaud, were not silent. Suddenly Mousqueton uttered a cry of delight, taking from beneath one of the benches a bottle of wine, and on looking more closely in the same place he discovered a dozen similar bottles, bread, and a monster junk of salted beef. "Oh, sir," he cried, passing the bottle to Porthos, "we are saved! The bark is supplied with provisions." This intelligence restored everyone save Athos to gaiety. "Zounds!" exclaimed Porthos, "'tis astonishing how empty violent agitation makes the stomach." And he drank off half a bottle at a draught and bit great mouthfuls of the bread and meat. "Now," said Athos, "sleep, or try to sleep, my friends, and I will watch." In a few moments, notwithstanding their wet clothes, the icy blast that blew, and the previous scene of terror, these hardy adventurers, with their iron frames, inured to every hardship, threw themselves down, intending to profit by the advice of Athos, who sat at the helm, pensively wakeful, guiding the little bark the way it was to go, his eyes fixed on the heavens, as if he sought to verify not only the road to France, but the benign aspect of protecting Providence. After some hours of repose, the sleepers were aroused by Athos. Dawn was shedding its pallid, placid glimmer on the purple ocean, when at the distance of a musket shot from them was seen a dark grey mass, above which gleamed a triangular sail. Then masters and servants joined in a fervent cry to the crew of that vessel to hear them and to save. "A bark!" all cried together. It was, in fact, a small craft from Dunkirk, bound for Boulogne. A quarter of an hour afterward the rowboat of this craft took them all aboard. Grimaud tendered 20 guineas to the captain, and at 9 o'clock in the morning, having a fair wind, our Frenchmen set foot on their native land. "Egad, how strong one feels here!" said Porthos, almost burying his large feet in the sands. "Zounds, I could defy a nation." "Be quiet, Porthos," said D'Artagnan. "We are observed." "We are admired, i'faith," answered Porthos. "These people who are looking at us are only merchants," said Athos, "and are looking more at the cargo than at us." "I shall not trust to that," said the lieutenant, "and I shall make for the dunes as soon as possible." The party followed him, and soon disappeared with him behind the hillocks of sand unobserved. Here, after a short conference, they proposed to separate. "And why separate?" asked Athos. "Because," answered the Gascon, "we were sent, Porthos and I, by Cardinal Mazarin to fight for Cromwell. Instead of fighting for Cromwell, we have served Charles I. Not the same thing by any means. In returning with the Comte de la Fère and Monsieur d'Herblay, our crime would be confirmed. We have circumvented Cromwell, Mordaunt, and the sea, but we shall find a certain difficulty in circumventing Mazarin." "You forget," replied Athos, "that we consider ourselves your prisoners and not free from the engagement we entered into." "Truly, Athos," interrupted D'Artagnan, "I am vexed that such a man as you are should talk nonsense which schoolboys would be ashamed of. Chevalier," he continued, addressing Aramis, who, leaning proudly on his sword, seemed to agree with his companion, "Chevalier, Porthos and I run no risk. Besides, should any ill luck happen to two of us, will it not be much better that the other two should be spared to assist those who may be apprehended? Besides, who knows whether, divided, we may not obtain a pardon, you from the queen, we from Mazarin, which, were we all fought together, would never be granted. Come, Athos and Aramis, go to the right. Porthos, come with me to the left. These gentlemen should file off into Normandy, whilst we, by the nearest road, reach Paris." He then gave his friends minute directions as to their route. "Ah, my dear friend," exclaimed Athos, "how I should admire the resources of your mind did I not stop to adore those of your heart!" And he gave him his hand. "Isn't this fox a genius, Athos?" asked the Gascon. "No, he knows how to crunch fowls, to dodge the huntsman, and to find his way home by day or by night, that's all. Well, is all said?" "All." "Then let's count our money and divide it. Ah, hurrah! There's the sun. A merry morning to you, Sunshine. 'Tis a long time since I saw thee." "Come, come, D'Artagnan," said Athos, "do not affect to be strong-minded. There are tears in your eyes. Let us be open with each other and sincere." "What?" cried the Gascon. "Do you think, Athos, we can take leave, calmly, of two friends at a time not free from danger to you and Aramis?" "No," answered Athos. "Embrace me, my son." "Zounds!" said Porthos, sobbing. "I believe I'm crying, but how foolish all this is." Then they embraced. At that moment their fraternal bond of union was closer than ever, and when they parted, each to take the route agreed on, they turned back to utter affectionate expressions which the echoes of the dunes repeated. At last they lost sight of each other. "Sacre bleu, D'Artagnan," said Porthos, "I must out with it at once, for I can't keep to myself anything I have against you. I haven't been able to recognize you in this matter." "Why not?" said D'Artagnan, with his wise smile. "Because if, as you say, Athos and Aramis are in real danger, this is not the time to abandon them. For my part, I confess to you that I was all ready to follow them, and am still ready to rejoin them, in spite of all the Mazarins in the world." "You would be right, Porthos, but for one thing, which may change the current of your ideas, and that is, that it is not those gentlemen who are in the greatest danger, it is ourselves. It is not to abandon them that we have separated, but to avoid compromising them." "Really?" said Porthos, opening his eyes in astonishment. "Yes, no doubt. If they are arrested, they will only be put in the Bastille. If we are arrested, it is a matter of the Place de Grève." "Oh," said Porthos, "there is quite a gap between that fate and the baronial coronet you promised me, D'Artagnan." "Bah! Perhaps not so great as you think, Porthos. You know the proverb, 'All roads lead to Rome.'" "But how is it that we are incurring greater risks than Athos and Aramis?" asked Porthos. "Because they have but fulfilled the mission confided to them by Queen Henrietta, and we have betrayed that confided to us by Mazarin. Because, going hence as emissaries to Cromwell, we became partisans of King Charles. Because, instead of helping cut off the royal head condemned by those fellows called Mazarin, Cromwell, Joyce, Bridge, Fairfax, etc., we very nearly succeeded in saving it." "Upon my word, that is true," said Porthos. "But how can you suppose, my dear friend, that in the midst of his great preoccupations, General Cromwell has had time to think—" "Cromwell thinks of everything. Cromwell has time for everything, and believe me, dear friend, we ought not to lose our time. It is precious. We shall not be safe till we have seen Mazarin, and then—" "The devil!" said Porthos. "What can we say to Mazarin?" "Leave that to me. I have my plan. He laughs best who laughs last. Cromwell is mighty, Mazarin is tricky, but I would rather have to do with them than with the late Monsieur Mordaunt." "Ah," said Porthos, "it is very pleasant to be able to say 'the late Monsieur Mordaunt.'" "My faith, yes," said D'Artagnan. "But we must be going." The two immediately started across country toward the road to Paris, followed by Mousqueton, who, after being too cold all night,
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Kivico. 20 Years After, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 75. The Return. During the 6 weeks that Athos and Aramis had been absent from France, the Parisians, finding themselves one morning without either queen or king, were greatly annoyed at being thus deserted, and the absence of Mazarin, a thing so long desired, did not compensate for that of the two august fugitives. The first feeling that pervaded Paris on hearing of the flight to Saint-Germain was that sort of affright which seizes children when they awake in the night and find themselves alone. A deputation was therefore sent to the queen to entreat her to return to Paris. But she not only declined to receive the deputies, but sent an intimation by Chancellor Seguier, implying that if the Parliament did not humble itself before Her Majesty by negativing all the questions that had been the cause of the quarrel, Paris would be besieged the very next day. This threatening answer, unluckily for the court, produced quite a different effect to that which was intended. It wounded the pride of the Parliament, which, supported by the citizens, replied by declaring that Cardinal Mazarin was the cause of all the discontent, denounced him as the enemy both of the king and the state, and ordered him to retire from the court that same day, and from France within a week afterward, enjoining, in case of disobedience on his part, all the subjects of the king to pursue and take him. Mazarin, being thus placed beyond the pale of the protection of the law, preparations on both sides were commenced, by the queen to attack Paris, by the citizens to defend it. The latter were occupied in breaking up the pavement and stretching chains across the streets, when, headed by the coadjutor, appeared the Prince de Conti, the brother of the Prince de Condé, and the Duc de Longueville, his brother-in-law. This unexpected band of auxiliaries arrived in Paris on the 10th of January, and the Prince of Conti was named, but not until after a stormy discussion, Generalissimo of the army of the king out of Paris. As for the Duc de Beaufort, he arrived from Vendôme, according to the annals of the day, bringing with him his high bearing and his long and beautiful hair, qualifications which gained him the sovereignty of the marketplaces. The Parisian army had organized with the promptness characteristic of the bourgeois whenever they are moved by any sentiment whatever to disguise themselves as soldiers. On the 19th, the impromptu army had attempted a sortie more to assure itself and others of its actual existence than with any more serious intention. They carried a banner on which could be read this strange device: "We are seeking our king." The next following days were occupied in trivial movements which resulted only in the carrying off of a few herds of cattle and the burning of 2 or 3 houses. That was still the situation of affairs up to the early days of February. On the first day of that month our 4 companions had landed at Boulogne, and in 2 parties had set out for Paris. Toward the end of the 4th day of the journey, Athos and Aramis reached Nanterre, which place they cautiously passed by on the outskirts, fearing that they might encounter some troop from the queen's army. It was against his will that Athos took these precautions, but Aramis had very judiciously reminded him that they had no right to be imprudent, that they had been charged by King Charles with a supreme and sacred mission, which, received at the foot of the scaffold, could be accomplished only at the feet of Queen Henrietta. Upon that, Athos yielded. On reaching the capital, Athos and Aramis found it in arms. The sentinel at the gate refused even to let them pass, and called his sergeant. The sergeant, with the air of importance which such people assume when they are clad with military dignity, said, "Who are you gentlemen?" "2 gentlemen." "And where do you come from?" "From London." "And what are you going to do in Paris?" "We are going with a mission to Her Majesty the Queen of England." "Ah, everyone seems to be going to see the Queen of England. We have already at the station 3 gentlemen whose passports are under examination, who are on their way to Her Majesty. Where are your passports?" "We have none. We left England, ignorant of the state of politics here, having left Paris before the departure of the king." "Ah," said the sergeant with a cunning smile, "you are Mazarinists, who are sent as spies." "My dear friend," here Athos spoke, "rest assured, if we were Mazarinists, we should come well prepared with every sort of passport. In your situation, distrust those who are well provided with every formality." "Enter the guard-room," said the sergeant. "We will lay your case before the commandant of the post." The guard-room was filled with citizens and common people, some playing, some drinking, some talking. In a corner, almost hidden from view, were 3 gentlemen, who had preceded Athos and Aramis, and an officer was examining their passports. The first impulse of these 3 and of those who last entered was to cast an inquiring glance at each other. The first arrivals wore long cloaks, in whose drapery they were carefully enveloped. One of them, shorter than the rest, remained pertinaciously in the background. When the sergeant, on entering the room, announced that in all probability he was bringing in 2 Mazarinists, it appeared to be the unanimous opinion of the officers on guard that they ought not to pass. "Be it so," said Athos, "yet it is probable, on the contrary, that we shall enter, because we seem to have to do with sensible people. There seems to be only one thing to do, which is to send our names to Her Majesty the Queen of England, and if she engages to answer for us, I presume we shall be allowed to enter." On hearing these words, the shortest of the other 3 men seemed more attentive than ever to what was going on, wrapping his cloak around him more carefully than before. "Merciful goodness!" whispered Aramis to Athos. "Did you see?" "What?" asked Athos. "The face of the shortest of those 3 gentlemen?" "No." He looked to me, but 'tis impossible." At this instant the sergeant, who had been for his orders, returned, and pointing to the 3 gentlemen in cloaks, said, "The passports are in order. Let these 3 gentlemen pass." The 3 gentlemen bowed and hastened to take advantage of this permission. Aramis looked after them, and as the last of them passed close to him, he pressed the hand of Athos. "What is the matter with you, my friend?" asked the latter. "Doubtless I am dreaming." "Tell me, sir," he said to the sergeant, "do you know those 3 gentlemen who are just gone out?" "Only by their passports they are 3 Frondists who are gone to join the Duc de Longueville." "'Tis strange," said Aramis, almost involuntarily. "I fancied that I recognized Mazarin himself." The sergeant burst into a fit of laughter. He cried, "He venture himself amongst us to be hung? Not so foolish as all that." "Ah," muttered Athos, "I may be mistaken. I haven't the unerring eye of D'Artagnan." "Who is speaking of Monsieur d'Artagnan?" asked an officer who appeared at that moment upon the threshold of the room. "What?" cried Aramis and Athos. "What? Planchet?" "Planchet," added Grimaud. "Planchet, with a gorget, indeed!" "Ah, gentlemen," cried Planchet, "so you are back again in Paris. Oh, how happy you make us! No doubt you come to join the princes." "As thou seest, Planchet," said Aramis, whilst Athos smiled on seeing what important rank was held in the city militia by the former comrade of Mousqueton, Bazin, and Grimaud. "And Monsieur d'Artagnan, of whom you spoke just now, Monsieur d'Herblay, may I ask if you have any news of him?" "We parted from him 4 days ago, and we have reason to believe that he has reached Paris before us." "No, sir. I am sure he hasn't yet arrived, but then he may have stopped at Saint-Germain." "I don't think so. We appointed to meet at La Chevrette." "I was there this very day." "And had the pretty Madeleine no news?" asked Aramis, smiling. "No, sir, and it must be admitted that she seemed very anxious." "In fact," said Aramis, "there is no time lost, and we made our journey quickly. Permit me, then, my dear Athos, without inquiring further about our friend, to pay my respects to Monsieur Planchet." "Ah, Monsieur de Chevalier," said Planchet, bowing. "Lieutenant?" asked Aramis. "Lieutenant, with the promise of becoming captain." "'Tis capital, and pray, how did you acquire all these honors?" "In the first place, gentlemen, you know that I was the means of Monsieur de Rochefort's escape. Well, I was very near being hung by Mazarin, and that made me more popular than ever. So, owing to your popularity— No, thanks to something better. You know, gentlemen, that I served the Piedmont regiment and had the honor of being a sergeant?" "Yes." "Well, one day, when no one could drill a mob of citizens who began to march, some with the right foot, others with the left, I succeeded, I did, in making them all begin with the same foot, and I was made lieutenant on the spot." "So I presume," said Athos, "that you have a large number of the nobles with you." "Certainly. There are the Prince de Conti, the Duc de Longueville, the Duc de Beaufort, the Duc de Bouillon, the Marechal de la Mothe, the Marquis de Sévigné, and I don't know who for my part." "And the Vicomte Raoul de Bragelonne?" inquired Athos in a tremulous voice. "D'Artagnan told me that he had recommended him to your care in parting." "Yes, Count, nor have I lost sight of him for a single instant since." "Then," said Athos, in a tone of delight, "he is well? No accident has happened to him?" "None, sir." "And he lives?" "Still at the hotel of the great Charlemagne." "And passes his time?" "Sometimes with the Queen of England, sometimes with Madame de Chevreuse. He and the Count de Guiche are like each other's shadows." "Thanks, Planchet, thanks!" cried Athos, extending his hand to the lieutenant. "Oh, sir!" Planchet only touched the tips of the Count's fingers. "Well, what are you doing, Count, to a former lackey?" "My friend," said Athos, "he has given me news of Raoul." "And now, gentlemen," said Planchet, who had not heard what they were saying, "what do you intend to do?" "Re-enter Paris, if you will let us, my good Planchet." "Let you, sir? Now as ever I am nothing but your servant." Then, turning to his men, "Allow these gentlemen to pass," he said. "They are friends of the Duc de Beaufort." "Long live the Duc de Beaufort!" cried the sentinels. The sergeant drew near to Planchet. "What, without passports?" he murmured. "Without passports," said Planchet. "Take notice, Captain," he continued, giving Planchet his expected title, "take notice that one of the 3 men who just now went out from here told me privately to distrust these gentlemen. And I," said Planchet with dignity, "I know them, and I answer for them." As he said this, he pressed Grimaud's hand, who seemed honored by the distinction. "Farewell, till we meet again," said Aramis, as they took leave of Planchet. "If anything happens to us, we shall blame you for it." "Sir," said Planchet, "I am in all things at your service." "That fellow is no fool," said Aramis, as he got on his horse. "How should he be?" replied This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Kivico. 20 Years After, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 76. The Ambassadors. The 2 friends rode rapidly down the declivity of the Faubourg, but on arriving at the bottom were surprised to find that the streets of Paris had become rivers, and the open places lakes. After the great rains which fell in January, the Seine had overflowed its banks, and the river inundated half the capital. The 2 gentlemen were obliged, therefore, to get off their horses and take a boat, and in that strange manner they approached the Louvre. Night had closed in, and Paris, seen thus by the light of the lanterns flickering on the pools of water, crowded with ferry-boats of every kind, including those that glittered with the armed patrols, with the watchword, passing from post to post. Paris presented such an aspect as to strongly seize the senses of Aramis, a man most susceptible to warlike impressions. They reached the Queen's apartments, but were compelled to stop in the antechamber, since Her Majesty was at that moment giving audience to gentlemen bringing her news from England. "We too," said Athos to the footman who had given him that answer, "not only bring news from England, but have just come from there." "What, then, are your names, gentlemen?" "The Comte de la Fère and the Chevalier d'Herblay," said Aramis. "Ah, in that case, gentlemen," said the footman, on hearing the names which the Queen had so often pronounced with hope, "in that case it is another thing, and I think Her Majesty will pardon me for not keeping you here a moment. Please follow me." And he went on before, followed by Athos and Aramis. On arriving at the door of the room where the Queen was receiving, he made a sign for them to wait, and, opening the door, "Madame," he said, "I hope your Majesty will forgive me for disobeying your orders when you learn that the gentlemen I have come to announce are the Comte de la Fère and the Chevalier d'Herblay." On hearing those 2 names, the Queen uttered a cry of joy, which the 2 gentlemen heard. "Poor Queen!" murmured Athos. "Oh, let them come in! Let them come in!" cried the young princess, bounding to the door. The poor child was constant in her attendance on her mother, and sought by her filial attentions to make her forget the absence of her 2 sons and her other daughter. "Come in, gentlemen," repeated the princess, opening the door herself. The Queen was seated on a fauteuil, and before her were standing 2 or 3 gentlemen, and among them the Duc de Châtillon, the brother of the nobleman killed 8 or 9 years previously in a duel on account of Madame de Longueville, on the Place Royale. All these gentlemen had been noticed by Athos and Aramis in the guardhouse, and when the 2 friends were announced, they started and exchanged some words in a low tone. "Well, sirs," cried the Queen on perceiving the 2 friends, "you have come, faithful friends, but the royal couriers have been more expeditious than you, and here are Monsieur de Flamarens and Monsieur de Chatillon, who bring me from Her Majesty the Queen Anne of Austria the very latest intelligence." Aramis and Athos were astounded by the calmness, even the gaiety of the Queen's manner. "Go on with your recital, sirs," said the Queen, turning to the Duc de Chatillon. "You said that His Majesty, King Charles, my august consort, had been condemned to death by a majority of his subjects?" "Yes, madame," Chatillon stammered out. Athos and Aramis were more and more astonished. "And that being conducted to the scaffold," resumed the queen, "oh, my lord, oh, my king! And that being led to the scaffold, he had been saved by an indignant people." "Just so, madame," replied Chatillon in so low a voice that, though the two friends were listening eagerly, they could hardly hear this affirmation. The queen clasped her hands in enthusiastic gratitude, whilst her daughter threw her arms around her mother's neck and kissed her, her own eyes streaming with tears. "Now, madame, nothing remains to me except to proffer my respectful homage," said Chatillon, who felt confused and ashamed beneath the stern gaze of Athos. "One moment, yes," answered the queen. "One moment, I beg, for here are the Chevalier d'Herblay and the Comte de la Fère, just arrived from London, and they can give you, as eyewitnesses, such details as you can convey to the queen, my royal sister. Speak, gentlemen, speak. I am listening. Conceal nothing. Gloss over nothing. Since his majesty still lives, since the honor of the throne is safe, everything else is a matter of indifference to me." Athos turned pale and laid his hand on his heart. "Well," exclaimed the queen, who remarked this movement and his paleness, "speak, sir. I beg you to do so." "I beg you to excuse me, madame. I wish to add nothing to the recital of these gentlemen until they perceive themselves that they have perhaps been mistaken." "Mistaken!" cried the queen, almost suffocated by emotion. "Mistaken! What has happened, then?" "Sir," interposed Monsieur de Flamarens to Athos, "if we are mistaken, the error has originated with the queen. I do not suppose you will have the presumption to set it to rights. That would be to accuse Her Majesty Queen Anne of falsehood." "With the queen, sir?" replied Athos in his calm, vibrating voice. "Yes," murmured Flamarens, lowering his eyes. Athos sighed deeply. "Or rather, sir," said Aramis with his peculiar irritating politeness, "the error of the person who was with you when we met you in the guard-room. For if the Comte de la Fère and I are not mistaken, we saw you in the company of a third gentleman." Chatillon and Flamarens started. "Explain yourself, Count," cried the queen, whose anxiety grew greater every moment. "On your brow I read despair. Your lips falter ere you announce some terrible tidings. Your hands tremble. Oh, my God, what has happened?" "Lord," ejaculated the young princess, falling on her knees, "have mercy on us." "Sir," said Chatillon, "if you bring bad tidings, it will be cruel in you to announce them to the queen." Aramis went so close to Chatillon as almost to touch him. "Sir," said he, with compressed lips and flashing eyes, "you have not the presumption to instruct the Comte de la Fère and myself what we ought to say here." During this brief altercation, Athos, with his hands on his heart, his head bent low, approached the queen, and in a voice of deepest sorrow said, "Madame, princess, who by nature are above other men, receive from heaven courage to support greater misfortunes than those of lower rank, for their hearts are elevated as their fortunes. We ought not, therefore, I think, to act toward a queen so illustrious as your majesty as we should act toward a woman of our lowlier condition. Queen, destined as you are to endure every sorrow on this earth, hear the result of our unhappy mission." Athos, kneeling down before the queen, trembling and very cold, drew from his bosom, enclosed in the same case, the order set in diamonds which the queen had given to Lord de Winter, and the wedding ring which Charles I, before his death, had placed in the hands of Aramis. Since the moment he had first received these two mementos, Athos had never parted with them. He opened the case and offered them to the queen with deep and silent anguish. The queen stretched out her hand, seized the ring, pressed it convulsively to her lips, and without being able to breathe a sigh, to give vent to a sob, she extended her arms, became deadly pale, and fell senseless in the arms of her attendants and her daughter. Athos kissed the hem of the robe of the widowed queen, and rising with a dignity that made a deep impression on those around. "I, the Comte de la Fère, a gentleman who has never deceived any human being, swear before God and before this unhappy queen that all that was possible to save the King of England was done whilst we were on English ground. Now, Chevalier," he added, turning to Aramis, "let us go. Our duty is fulfilled." "Not yet," said Aramis. "We still have a word to say to these gentlemen." And turning to Chatillon, "Sir, be so good as not to go away without giving me an opportunity to tell you something I cannot say before the queen." Chatillon bowed in token of assent, and they all went out, stopping at the window of a gallery on the ground floor. "Sir," said Aramis, "you allowed yourself just now to treat us in a most extraordinary manner. That would not be endurable in any case, and is still less so on the part of those who came to bring the queen the message of a liar." "Sir," cried de Chatillon, "what have you done with Monsieur de Brouy? Has he, by any possibility, gone to change his face, which was too like that of Monsieur de Mazarin? There is an abundance of Italian masks at the Palais Royal, from Harlequin even to Pantaloon." "Chevalier, Chevalier!" said Athos. "Leave me alone," said Aramis impatiently. "You know well that I don't like to leave things half finished." "Conclude, then, sir," answered de Chatillon with as much hauteur as Aramis. "Gentlemen," resumed Aramis, "any one but the Comte de la Fère and myself would have had you arrested, for we have friends in Paris. But we are contented with another course. Come and converse with us for just 5 minutes, sword in hand, upon this deserted terrace." "One moment, gentlemen," cried Flamarun. "I know well that the proposition is tempting, but at present it is impossible to accept it." "And why not?" said Aramis in his tone of raillery. "Is it Mazarin's proximity that makes you so prudent?" "Oh, you hear that, Flamarun?" said Chatillon. "Not to reply would be a blot on my name and my honor." "That is my opinion," said Aramis. "You will not reply, however, and these gentlemen, I am sure, will presently be of my opinion." Aramis shook his head with a motion of indescribable insolence. Chatillon saw the motion and put his hand to his sword. "Willingly," replied de Chatillon. "Duke," said Flamarun, "you forget that tomorrow you are to command an expedition of the greatest importance, projected by the prince, assented to by the queen. Until tomorrow evening you are not at your own disposal." "Let it be, then, the day after tomorrow," said Aramis. "Tomorrow, rather," said de Chatillon, "if you will take the trouble of coming so far as the gates of Charenton." "How can you doubt it, sir? For the pleasure of a meeting with you, I would go to the end of the world." "Very well, tomorrow, sir. I shall rely on it. Are you going to rejoin your cardinal?" "Swear first, on your honor, not to inform him of our return." "Conditions?" "Why not? Because it is for victors to make conditions, and you are not yet victors, gentlemen. Let us draw on the spot. It is all one to us who do not command tomorrow's expedition." Chatillon and Flamarun looked at each other. There was such irony in the words and in the bearing of Aramis that the duke had great difficulty in bridling his anger. But at a word from Flamarun, he restrained himself and contented himself with saying, "You promise, sir, that's agreed, that I shall find you tomorrow at Charenton?" "Oh, don't be afraid, sir," replied Aramis, and the two gentlemen shortly afterward left the Louvre. "For what reason is all this fume and fury?" asked Athos. "What have they done to you?" "They? Did you not see what they did?" "No." "They laughed when we swore that we had done our duty in England. Now, if they believed us, they laughed in order to insult us. If they did not believe it, they insulted us all the more. However, I'm glad not to fight them until tomorrow. I hope we shall have something better to do tonight than to draw the sword." "What have we to do?" "Egad, to take Mazarin." Athos curled his lip with disdain. "These underlings do not suit me, as you know, Aramis." "Why?" "Because it is taking people unawares." "Really, Athos, you would make a singular general. You would fight only by broad daylight, warn your foe before an attack, and never attempt anything by night, lest you should be accused of taking advantage of the darkness." Athos smiled. "You know one cannot change his nature," he said. "Besides, do you know what is our situation, and whether Mazarin's arrest wouldn't be rather an encumbrance than an advantage? Say at once you disapprove of my proposal. I think you ought to do nothing, since you exacted a promise from these gentlemen not to let Mazarin know that we were in France. I have entered into no engagement, and consider myself quite free. Come, come. Where? Either to seek the Duc de Beaufort or the Duc de Bouillon, and to tell them about this. Yes, but on one condition, that we begin by the coadjutor. He is a priest, learned in cases of conscience, and we will tell him ours." It was then agreed that they were to go first to Monsieur de Bouillon, as his house came first. But first of all Athos begged that he might go to the Hôtel du Grand Charlemagne to see Raoul. They re-entered the boat which had brought them to the Louvre, and thence proceeded to the Halles. And taking up Grimaud and Blaisois, they went on foot to the Rue Guénégaud. But Raoul was not at the Hôtel du Grand Charlemagne. He had received a message from the prince. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Kivico. 20 Years After, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 77. The Three Lieutenants of the Generalissimo. The night was dark, but still the town resounded with those noises that disclose a city in a state of siege. Athos and Aramis did not proceed 100 steps without being stopped by sentinels placed before the barricades, who demanded the watchword, and on their saying that they were going to Monsieur de Bouillon on a mission of importance, a guide was given them under pretext of conducting them, but in fact as a spy over their movements. On arriving at the Hôtel de Bouillon, they came across a little troop of 3 cavaliers, who seemed to know every possible password, for they walked without either guide or escort, and on arriving at the barricades had nothing to do but to speak to those who guarded them, who instantly let them pass with evident deference, due probably to their high birth. On seeing them, Athos and Aramis stood still. "Oh," cried Aramis, "do you see, Count?" "Yes," said Athos. "Who do these 3 cavaliers appear to you to be?" "What do you think, Aramis?" "Why, they are our men. You are not mistaken. I recognize Monsieur de Flamarens, and I, Monsieur de Chatillon. As to the cavalier in the brown cloak, it is the Cardinal, in person. How the devil do they venture so near the Hôtel de Bouillon?" Athos smiled, but did not reply. 5 minutes afterward they knocked at the prince's door. This door was guarded by a sentinel, and there was also a guard placed in the courtyard ready to obey the orders of the Prince de Conti's lieutenant. Monsieur de Bouillon had the gout, but notwithstanding his illness, which had prevented his mounting on horseback for the last month, that is, since Paris had been besieged, he was ready to receive the Comte de la Fère and the Chevalier d'Herblay. He was in bed, but surrounded with all the paraphernalia of war. Everywhere were swords, pistols, cuirasses, and arquebuses, and it was plain that as soon as his gout was better, Monsieur de Bouillon would give a pretty tangle to the enemies of the Parliament to unravel. Meanwhile, to his great regret, as he said, he was obliged to keep his bed. "Ah, gentlemen," he cried as the 2 friends entered, "you are very happy. You can ride. You can go and come and fight for the cause of the people. But I, as you see, am nailed to my bed. Ah, this demon gout, this demon gout! "My lord," said Athos, "we are just arrived from England, and our first concern is to inquire after your health." "Thanks, gentlemen, thanks. As you see, my health is but indifferent. But you come from England, and King Charles is well, as I have just heard?" "He is dead, my lord," said Aramis. "Pooh!" said the duke, too much astonished to believe it true. "Dead on the scaffold, condemned by Parliament." "Impossible!" "And executed in our presence." "What, then, has Monsieur de Flamarun been telling me?" "Monsieur de Flamarun? Yes, he has just gone out." Athos smiled. "With 2 companions?" he said. "With 2 companions, yes," replied the duke. Then he added with a certain uneasiness, "Did you meet them?" "Why, yes, I think so, in the street," said Athos. And he looked smilingly at Aramis, who looked at him with an expression of surprise. "The devil take this gout!" cried Monsieur de Bouillon, evidently ill at ease. "My lord," said Athos, "we admire your devotion to the cause you have espoused in remaining at the head of the army whilst so ill, in so much pain." "One must," replied Monsieur de Bouillon, "sacrifice one's comfort to the public good. But I confess to you, I am now almost exhausted. My spirit is willing, my head is clear, but this demon, the gout, o'ercrows me. I confess, if the court would do justice to my claims and give the head of my house the title of prince, and if my brother, de Turenne, were reinstated in his command, I would return to my estates and leave the court and Parliament to settle things between themselves as they might. You are perfectly right, my lord." "You think so?" "At this very moment the court is making overtures to me. Hitherto I have repulsed them, but since such men as you assure me that I am wrong in doing so, I have a good mind to follow your advice and to accept a proposition made to me by the Duc de Chatillon just now." "Accept it, my lord, accept it," said Aramis. "Faith, yes. I am even sorry that this evening I almost repulsed. But there will be a conference tomorrow, and we shall see." The 2 friends saluted the duke. "Go, gentlemen," he said. "You must be much fatigued after your voyage. Poor King Charles! But after all, he was somewhat to blame in all that business, and we may console ourselves with the reflection that France has no cause of reproach in the matter, and did all she could to serve him." "Oh, as to that," said Aramis, "we are witnesses. Mazarin especially." "Yes. Do you know, I am very glad to hear you give that testimony. The cardinal has some good in him, and if he were not a foreigner, well, he would be more justly estimated. Oh, the devil take this gout!" Athos and Aramis took their leave, but even in the antechamber they could still hear the duke's cries. He was evidently suffering the tortures of the damned. When they reached the street, Aramis said, "Well, Athos, what do you think?" "Of whom?" "Pardieu, of Monsieur de Bouillon, my friend. I think that he is much troubled with gout. You noticed that I didn't breathe a word as to the purpose of our visit? You did well. You would have caused him an access of his disease. Let us go to Monsieur de Beaufort." The 2 friends went to the Hôtel de Vendôme. It was 10 o'clock when they arrived. The Hôtel de Vendôme was not less guarded than the Hôtel de Bouillon, and presented as warlike an appearance. There were sentinels, a guard in the court, stacks of arms, and horses saddled. 2 horsemen going out as Athos and Aramis entered were obliged to give place to them. Ah, gentlemen," said Aramis, "decidedly it is a night for meetings. We shall be very unfortunate if, after meeting so often this evening, we should not succeed in meeting tomorrow." "Oh, as to that, sir," replied Chatillon, for it was he who, with Flamarun, was leaving the Duc de Beaufort, "you may be assured, for if we meet by night without seeking each other, much more shall we meet by day when wishing it." "I hope that is true," said Aramis. "As for me, I am sure of it," said the duke. De Flamarun and de Chatillon continued on their way, and Athos and Aramis dismounted. Hardly had they given the bridles of their horses to their lackeys and rid themselves of their cloaks when a man approached them, and after looking at them for an instant by the doubtful light of the lantern hung in the center of the courtyard, he uttered an exclamation of joy and ran to embrace them. "Comte de la Fère!" the man cried out. "Chevalier d'Herblay! How does it happen that you are in Paris?" "Rochefort!" cried the 2 friends. "Yes, We arrived 4 or 5 days ago from the Vendomois, as you know, and we are going to give Mazarin something to do. You are still with us, I presume, more than ever, and the Duke furious against the Cardinal. You know his success, our dear Duke. He is really King of Paris. He can't go out without being mobbed by his admirers." "Ah, so much the better. Can we have the honor of seeing his Highness?" "I shall be proud to present you." And Rochefort walked on. Every door was opened to him. Monsieur de Beaufort was at supper, but he rose quickly on hearing the two friends announced. "Ah," he cried, "by Jove, you're welcome, sirs. You are coming to sup with me, are you not? Boisgoli, tell Noirmont that I have 2 guests. You know Noirmont, do you not? The successor of Father Marteau, who makes the excellent pies you know of. Boisgoli, let him send one of his best, but not such a one as he made for La Ramee. Thank God, we don't want either rope ladders or gag pears now." "My lord," said Athos, "do not let us disturb you. We came merely to inquire after your health and to take your orders." "As to my health, since it has stood 5 years of prison, with Monsieur de Chavagny to boot, 'tis excellent. As to my orders, since every one gives his own commands in our party, I shall end, if this goes on, by giving none at all." "In short, my lord," said Athos, glancing at Aramis, "your Highness is discontented with your party." "Discontented, sir? Say my Highness is furious. To such a degree, I assure you, though I would not say so to others, that if the Queen, acknowledging the injury she has done me, would recall my mother and give me the reversion of the Admiralty which belonged to my father and was promised me at his death, well, it would not be long before I should be training dogs to say that there were greater traitors in France than the Cardinal Mazarin." At this, Athos and Aramis could not help exchanging not only a look, but a smile. And had they not known it for a fact, this would have told them that de Chatillon and de Flamarens had been there. "My lord," said Athos, "we are satisfied. We came here only to express our loyalty, and to say that we are at your lordship's service, and his most faithful servants." "My most faithful friends, gentlemen, my most faithful friends. You have proved it, and if ever I am reconciled with the court, I shall prove to you, I hope, that I remain your friend, as well as that of what the devil are their names? D'Artagnan and Porthos?" "D'Artagnan and Porthos." "Ah, yes, you understand then, Comte de la Fère, you understand, Chevalier d'Herblay, that I am altogether and always at your service." Athos and Aramis bowed and went out. "My dear Athos," cried Aramis, "I think you consented to accompany me only to give me a lesson. God forgive me. Wait a little, Aramis. It will be time for you to perceive my motive when we have paid our visit to the coadjutor." "Let us then go to the archiepiscopal palace," said Aramis. They directed their horses to the city. On arriving at the cradle from which Paris sprang, they found it inundated with water, and it was again necessary to take a boat. The palace rose from the bosom of the water, and to see the number of boats around it, one would have fancied oneself not in Paris, but in Venice. Some of these boats were dark and mysterious, others noisy and lighted up with torches. The friends slid in through this congestion of embarkation and landed in their turn. The palace was surrounded with water, but a kind of staircase had been fixed to the lower walls, and the only difference was that instead of entering by the doors, people entered by the windows. Thus did Athos and Aramis make their appearance in the antechamber, where about a dozen noblemen were collected in waiting. "Good heavens!" said Aramis to Athos. "Does the coadjutor intend to indulge himself in the pleasure of making us cool our hearts off in his antechamber? My dear friend, we must take people as we find them. The coadjutor is at this moment one of the 7 kings of Paris, and has a court. Let us send in our names, and if he does not send us a suitable message, we will leave him to his own affairs or those of France. Let us call one of these lackeys, with a demi-pistole in the left hand." "Exactly so," cried Aramis. Ah, if I'm not mistaken, here's Bazin. Come here, fellow." Bazin, who was crossing the antechamber majestically in his clerical dress, turned round to see who the impertinent gentleman was who thus addressed him. But seeing his friends, he went up to them quickly and expressed delight at seeing them. "A truce to compliments," said Aramis. "We want to see the coadjutor, and instantly, as we are in haste." "Certainly, sir. It is not such lords as you who are allowed to wait in the antechamber. Only just now he has a secret conference with Monsieur de Bruy." "De Bruy!" cried the friends. "'Tis then useless our seeing Monsieur the coadjutor this evening," said Aramis. "So we give it up." And they hastened to quit the palace, followed by Bazin, who was lavish of bows and compliments. "Well," said Athos, when Aramis and he were in the boat again, "are you beginning to be convinced that we should have done a bad turn to all these people in arresting Mazarin?" "You are wisdom incarnate, Athos," Aramis replied. What had especially been observed by the two friends was the little interest taken by the court of France in the terrible events which had occurred in England, which they thought should have arrested the attention of all Europe. In fact, aside from a poor widow and a royal orphan who wept in the corner of the Louvre, no one appeared to be aware that Charles I had ever lived, and that he had perished on the scaffold. The two friends made an appointment for 10 o'clock on the following day, for though the night was well advanced when they reached the door of the hotel, Aramis said that he had certain important visits to make and left Athos to enter alone. At 10 o'clock the next day they met again. Athos had been out since 6 o'clock. "Well, have you any news?" Athos asked. "Nothing. No one has seen D'Artagnan, and Porthos has not yet appeared. Have you anything?" "Nothing." "The devil!" said Aramis. "In fact," said Athos, "this delay is not natural. They took the shortest route, and should have arrived before we did. Add to that D'Artagnan's rapidity in action, and that he is not the man to lose an hour, knowing that we were expecting him. He expected, you will remember, to be here on the 5th, and here we are at the 9th. This evening the margin of possible delay expires." "What do you think should be done," asked Athos, "if we have no news of them tonight?" "Pardieu, we must go and look for them." "All right," said Athos. "But Raoul?" said Aramis. A light cloud passed over the count's face. "Raoul gives me much uneasiness," he said. "He received yesterday a message from the Prince de Condé, and he went to meet him at St. Cloud and has not returned. Have you seen Madame de Chevreuse? She was not at home. And you, Aramis, you were going, I think, to visit Madame de Longueville." "I did go there." "Well, she was no longer there, but she had left her new address." "Where was she?" "Guess. I give you 1,000 chances." "How should I know where the most beautiful and active of the Frondists was at midnight? For I presume it was when you left me that you went to visit her." "At the Hôtel de Ville, my dear fellow." "What? At the Hôtel de Ville? Has she, then, been appointed provost of the merchants?" "No, but she has become Queen of Paris ad interim. And since she could not venture at once to establish herself in the Palais Royal or the Tuileries, she is installed at the Hôtel de Ville, where she is on the point of giving an heir or an heiress to that dear duke." "You didn't tell me of that, Aramis." "Really? It was my forgetfulness, then. Pardon me." "Now," asked Athos, "what are we to do with ourselves till evening? Here we are without occupation, it seems to me." "You forget, my friend, that we have work cut out for us in the direction of Charenton. I hope to see Monsieur de Chatillon, whom I've hated for a long time, there." "Why have you hated him?" "Because he is the brother of Coligny." "Ah, true. He who presumed to be a rival of yours, for which he was severely punished. That ought to satisfy you." "Yes, but it does not. I am rancorous, the only stigma that proves me to be a churchman. Do you understand? You understand that you are in no way obliged to go with me?" "Come now," said Athos, "you are joking." "In that case, my dear friend, if you are resolved to accompany me, there is no time to lose. The drum beats. I observed cannon on the road. I saw the citizens in order of battle on the place of the Hôtel de Ville. Certainly the fight will be in the direction of Charenton, as the Duc de Chatillon said. "I supposed," said Athos, "that last night's conferences would modify those warlike arrangements." "No doubt, but they will fight none the less, if only to mask the conferences. Poor creatures," said Athos, "who are going to be killed in order that Monsieur de Bouillon may have his estate at Sedan restored to him, that the reversion of the Admiralty may be given to the Duc de Beaufort, and that the coadjutor may be made a cardinal. Come, come, dear Athos, confess that you would not be so philosophical if your Raoul were to be involved in this affair." "Perhaps you speak the truth, Aramis. Well, let us go, then, where the fighting is, for that is the most likely place to meet with D'Artagnan, Porthos, and possibly even Raoul. Stop, there are a fine body of citizens passing, quite attractive, by Jupiter, and their captain. See, he has the true military style." "What ho!" said Grimaud. "What?" asked Athos. "Planchet, sir. Lieutenant yesterday," said Aramis. "Captain today, colonel doubtless tomorrow. In a fortnight the fellow will be Marshal of France." "Question him about the fight," said Athos. Planchet, prouder than ever of his new duties, deigned to explain to the two gentlemen that he was ordered to take up his position on the Place Royale with 200 men forming the rear of the army of Paris, and to march on Charenton when necessary. "This day will be a warm one," said Planchet in a warlike tone. "No doubt," said Aramis, "but it is far from here to the enemy." "Sir, the distance will be diminished," said a subordinate. Aramis saluted, then turned toward Athos. "I don't care to camp on the Place Royale with all these people," he said. "Shall we go forward? We shall see better what is going on, and then Monsieur de Chatillon will not come to the Place Royale to look for you. Come then, my friend, we will go forward. Haven't you something to say to Monsieur de Flamarun on your own account?" "My friend," said Athos, "I have made a resolution never to draw my sword save when it is absolutely necessary." "And how long ago was that?" "When I last drew my poniard." "Ah, good! Another souvenir of Monsieur Mordaunt. Well, my friend, nothing now is lacking except that you should feel remorse for having killed that fellow." "Hush!" said Athos, putting a finger on his lips, with the sad smile peculiar to him. "Let us talk no more of Mordaunt. It will bring bad luck." This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Kivico. 20 Years After, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 78. The Battle of Charenton. As Athos and Aramis proceeded, and passed different companies on the road, they became aware that they were arriving near the field of battle. "Ah, my friend," cried Athos suddenly, "where have you brought us? I fancy I perceive around us faces of different officers in the royal army. Is not that the Duc de Chatillon himself coming toward us with his brigadiers?" "Good day, sirs," said the duke, advancing. "You are puzzled by what you see here, but one word will explain everything. There is now a truce and a conference. The prince, Monsieur de Retz, the Duc de Beaufort, and the Duc de Bouillon are talking over public affairs. Now one of two things must happen. Either matters will not be arranged, or they will be arranged, in which last case I shall be relieved of my command, and we shall still meet again." "Sir," said Aramis, "you speak to the point. Allow me to ask you a question. Where are the plenipotentiaries?" "At Charenton, in the second house on the right on entering from the direction of Paris." "And was this conference arranged beforehand?" "No, gentlemen. It seems to be the result of certain propositions which Mazarin made last night to the Parisians." Athos and Aramis exchanged smiles, for they well knew what those propositions were, to whom they had been made, and who had made them. "And that house in which the plenipotentiaries are," asked Athos, "belongs to Monsieur de Chanleu, who commands your troops at Charenton. I say your troops, for I presume that you gentlemen are Frondeurs? Yes, almost, said Aramis. We are for the king and the princes, added Athos. We must understand each other, said the duke. The king is with us, and his generals are the Duke of Orleans and the Prince de Condé. Although I must add, 'tis almost impossible now to know to which party anyone belongs. Yes, answered Athos, but his right place is in our ranks, with the Prince de Conti, de Beaufort, d'Elbeuf, and de Bouillon. But, sir, supposing that the conference is broken off, are you going to try to take Charenton? Such are my orders. Sir, since you command the cavalry, pardon me, I am commander-in-chief. So much the better. You must know all your officers, I mean those more distinguished. Why, yes, very nearly. Will you then kindly tell me if you have in your command the Chevalier d'Artagnan, lieutenant in the Musketeers? No, sir, he is not with us. He left Paris more than 6 weeks ago and is believed to have gone on a mission to England. I knew that, but I supposed he had returned. No, sir, no one has seen him. I can answer positively on that front, for the Musketeers belong to our forces, and Monsieur de Cambon, the substitute for Monsieur d'Artagnan, still holds his place. The two friends looked at each other. You see, said Athos. It is strange, said Aramis. It is absolutely certain that some misfortune has happened to them on the way. If we have no news of them this evening, tomorrow we must start. Athos nodded affirmatively, then turning. And Monsieur de Bragelonne, a young man 15 years of age, attached to the Prince de Condé, has he the honor of being known to you? Diffident in allowing the sarcastic Aramis to perceive how strong were his parental feelings. Yes, surely, he came with the prince. A charming young man. He is one of your friends, then, Monsieur le Comte? Yes, sir, answered Athos, agitated, so much so that I wish to see him if possible. Quite possible, sir. Do me the favor to accompany me, and I will conduct you to headquarters. Hello there! Cried Aramis, turning round. What a noise behind us! A body of cavaliers is coming toward us, said Chatillon. I recognize the coadjutor by his frondist hat, and I the Duc de Beaufort by his white plume of ostrich feathers. They are coming full gallop. The prince is with them. Ah, he is leaving them. They are beating the rappel, cried Chatillon. We must discover what is going on. In fact, they saw the soldiers running to their arms, the trumpets sounded, the drums beat, the Duc de Beaufort drew his sword. On his side the prince sounded a rappel, and all the officers of the royalist army, mingling momentarily with the Parisian troops, ran to him. Gentlemen, cried Chatillon, the truce is broken, that is evident. They are going to fight. Go, then, into Charenton, for I shall begin in a short time. There's a signal from the prince. The cornet of a troop had, in fact, just raised the standard of the prince. Farewell, till the next time we meet, cried Chatillon, and he set off, full gallop. Athos and Aramis turned also and went to salute the coadjutor and the Duc de Beaufort. As to the Duc de Bouillon, he had such a fit of gout as obliged him to return to Paris in a litter, but his place was well filled by the Duc d'Elbeuf and his 4 sons, ranged round him like a staff. Meantime, between Charenton and the royal army was left a space which looked ready to serve as a last resting place for the dead. Gentlemen, cried the coadjutor, tightening his sash, which he wore after the fashion of the ancient military prelates, over his archiepiscopal simar, there's the enemy approaching. Let us save them half their journey. And without caring whether he were followed or not, he set off. His regiment, which bore the name of the regiment of Corinth, from the name of his archbishopric, darted after him and began the fight. Monsieur de Beaufort sent his cavalry toward Étampes, and Monsieur de Chanleu, who defended the place, was ready to resist an assault, or, if the enemy were repulsed, to attempt a sortie. The battle soon became general, and the coadjutor performed miracles of valor. His proper vocation had always been the sword, and he was delighted whenever he could draw it from the scabbard, no matter for whom or against whom. Chanleu, whose fire at one time repulsed the royal regiment, thought that the moment was come to pursue it, but it was reformed and led again to the charge by the Duc de Chatillon in person. This charge was so fierce, so skillfully conducted, that Chanleu was almost surrounded. He commanded a retreat, which began step by step, foot by foot. Unhappily, in an instant he fell, mortally wounded. De Chatillon saw him fall, and announced it in a loud voice to his men, which raised their spirits and completely disheartened their enemies, so that every man thought only of his own safety and tried to gain the trenches where the coadjutor was trying to reform his disorganized regiment. Suddenly a squadron of cavalry galloped up to encounter the royal troops who were entering pell-mell the entrenchments with the fugitives. Athos and Aramis charged at the head of their squadrons, Aramis with sword and pistol in his hands, Athos with his sword in his scabbard, his pistol in his saddlebags, calm and cool, as if on the parade. Except that his noble and beautiful countenance became sad as he saw slaughtered so many men who were sacrificed on the one side to the obstinacy of royalty, and on the other to the personal rancor of the princes. Aramis, on the contrary, struck right and left, and was almost delirious with excitement. His bright eyes kindled, and his mouth, so finely formed, assumed a wicked smile. Every blow he aimed was sure, and his pistol finished the deed, annihilated the wounded wretch who tried to rise again. On the opposite side, two cavaliers, one covered with a gilt cuirass, the other wearing simply a buff doublet, from which fell the sleeves of a vest of blue velvet, charged in front. The cavalier in the gilt cuirass fell upon Aramis, and struck a blow that Aramis parried with his wonted skill. "Ah, 'tis you, Monsieur de Chatillon," cried the chevalier. "Welcome to you. I expected you." "I hope I have not made you wait too long, sir," said the duke. "At all events, here I am." "Monsieur de Chatillon," cried Aramis, taking from his saddlebags a second pistol, "I think if your pistols have been discharged, you are a dead man." "Thank God, sir, they are not." And the duke, pointing his pistol at Aramis, fired. But Aramis bent his head the instant he saw the duke's finger press the trigger, and the ball passed without touching him. "Oh, you've missed me!" cried Aramis, "but I swear to heaven I will not miss you." "If I give you time," cried the duke, spurring on his horse and rushing upon him with his drawn sword. Aramis awaited him with that terrible smile which was peculiar to him on such occasions, and Athos, who saw the duke advancing toward Aramis with the rapidity of lightning, was just going to cry out, "Fire! Fire, then!" when the shot was fired. De Chatillon opened his arms and fell back on the crupper of his horse. The ball had entered his breast through a notch in the cuirass. "I am a dead man," he said, and fell from his horse to the ground. "I told you this. I am now grieved I have kept my word. Can I be of any use to you?" Chatillon made a sign with his hand, and Aramis was about to dismount when he received a violent shock. 'Twas a thrust from a sword, but his cuirass turned aside the blow. He turned around and seized his new antagonist by the wrist, when he started back, exclaiming, "Raoul!" "Raoul?" cried Athos. The young man recognized at the same instant the voices of his father and the Chevalier d'Herblay. Two officers in the Parisian forces rushed at that instant on Raoul, but Aramis protected him with his sword. "My prisoner!" he cried. Athos took his son's horse by the bridle and led him forth out of the melee. At this crisis of the battle, the prince, who had been seconding de Chatillon in the second line, appeared in the midst of the fight. His eagle eye made him known, and his blows proclaimed the hero. On seeing him, the regiment of Corinth, which the coadjutor had not been able to reorganize in spite of all his efforts, threw itself into the midst of the Parisian forces, put them into confusion, and re-entered Charenton flying. The coadjutor, dragged along with his fugitive forces, passed near the group formed by Athos, Raoul, and Aramis. Aramis could not in his jealousy avoid being pleased at the coadjutor's misfortune, and was about to utter some bon mot more witty than correct, when Athos stopped him. On, he cried. "This is no moment for compliments, or rather, back, for the battle seems to be lost by the Frondeurs." "It is a matter of indifference to me," said Aramis. "I came here only to meet de Chatillon. I have met him. I am contented." "'Tis something to have met de Chatillon in a duel." "And besides, we have a prisoner," said Athos, pointing to Raoul. The three cavaliers continued their road on full gallop. "What were you doing in the battle, my friend?" inquired Athos of the youth. "'Twas not your right place, I think, as you were not equipped for an engagement." "I had no intention of fighting today, sir. I was charged, indeed, with a mission to the cardinal, and had set out for Rueil, when, seeing Monsieur de Chatillon charge, an invincible desire possessed me to charge at his side. It was then that he told me two cavaliers of the Parisian army were seeking me, and named the Comte de la Fère." "What? You knew we were there, and yet wished to kill your friend the Chevalier?" "I did not recognize the Chevalier in armor, sir," said Raoul, blushing, "though I might have known him by his skill and coolness in danger." "Thank you for the compliment, my young friend," replied Aramis. "We can see from whom you learned courtesy. Then you were going to Rueil?" "Yes, I have a dispatch from the prince to his eminence." "You must still deliver it," said Athos. "No false generosity, Count. The fate of our friends, to say nothing of our own, is perhaps in that very dispatch." "This young man must not, however, fail in his duty," said Athos. "In the first place, Count, this youth is our prisoner. You seem to forget that. What I propose to do is fair in war. The vanquished must not be dainty in the choice of means. Give me the dispatch, Raoul." The young man hesitated and looked at Athos as if seeking to read in his eyes a rule of conduct. "Give him the dispatch, Raoul. You are the Chevalier's prisoner." Raoul gave it up reluctantly. Aramis instantly seized it and read it. "You," he said, "you who are so trusting, read and reflect that there is something in this letter important for us to see." Athos took the letter, frowning, but an idea that he should find something in this letter about D'Artagnan conquered his unwillingness to read it. "My lord, I send this evening to your eminence in order to reinforce the troop of Monsieur de Comminges, the 10 men you demand. They are good soldiers, fit to confront the two violent adversaries whose address and resolution your eminence is fearful of." "Oh!" cried Athos. "Well," said Aramis, "what think you about these two enemies whom it requires, besides Comminges' troops, 10 good soldiers to confront? Are they not as like as 2 drops of water to D'Artagnan and Porthos?" "We'll search Paris all day long," said Athos, "and if we have no news this evening, we will return to the road to Picardy, and I feel no doubt that, thanks to D'Artagnan's ready invention, we shall then find some clue which will solve our doubts. Yes, let us search Paris, and especially inquire of Planchet if he has yet heard from his former master. That poor Planchet! You speak of him very much at your ease, Aramis. He has probably been killed. All those fighting citizens went out to battle, and they have been massacred." It was, then, with a sentiment of uneasiness whether Planchet, who alone could give them information, was alive or dead, that the friends returned to the Place Royale. To their great surprise, they found the citizens still encamped there, drinking and bantering each other, although doubtless mourned by their families, who thought they were at Charenton in the thickest of the fighting. Athos and Aramis again questioned Planchet, but he had seen nothing of D'Artagnan. They wished to take Planchet with them, but he could not leave his troop, who at 5 o'clock returned home, saying that they were returning from the battle, whereas This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Kivico. 20 Years After, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 79. The Road to Picardy. On leaving Paris, Athos and Aramis well knew that they would be encountering great danger. But we know that for men like these there could be no question of danger. Besides, they felt that the denouement of this second Odyssey was at hand, and that there remained but a single effort to make. Besides, there was no tranquillity in Paris itself. Provisions began to fail, and whenever one of the Prince de Conti's generals wished to gain more influence, he got up a little popular tumult, which he put down again. and thus, for the moment, gained a superiority over his colleagues. In one of these risings, the Duc de Beaufort pillaged the house and library of Mazarin, in order to give the populace, as he put it, something to gnaw at. Athos and Aramis left Paris after this coup d'etat, which took place on the very evening of the day in which the Parisians had been beaten at Charenton. They quitted Paris, beholding it abandoned to extreme want, bordering on famine, agitated by fear, torn by faction. Parisians and Frondeurs as they were, the two friends expected to find the same misery, the same fears, the same intrigue in the enemy's camp. But what was their surprise, after passing Saint-Denis, to hear that at Saint-Germain people were singing and laughing, and leading generally cheerful lives. The two gentlemen traveled by byways, in order not to encounter the Mazarinists scattered about the Isle of France, and also to escape the Frondeurs, who were in possession of Normandy, and who never failed to conduct captives to the Duc de Longueville, in order that he might ascertain whether they were friends or foes. Having escaped these dangers, they returned by the main road to Boulogne at Abbeville, and followed it step by step, examining every track. Nevertheless, they were still in a state of uncertainty. Several inns were visited by them, several innkeepers questioned, without a single clue being given to guide their inquiries. When at Montreuil, Athos felt upon the table that something rough was touching his delicate fingers. He turned up the cloth, and found these hieroglyphics carved upon the wood with a knife. Port, Dart, 2nd February. "This is capital," said Athos to Aramis. "We were to have slept here, but we cannot. We must push on." They rode forward and reached Abbeville. There the great number of inns puzzled them. They could not go to all. How could they guess in which those whom they were seeking had stayed? "Trust me," said Aramis. "Do not expect to find anything in Abbeville. If we had only been looking for Porthos, Porthos would have stationed himself in one of the finest hotels, and we could easily have traced him. But D'Artagnan is devoid of such weaknesses. Porthos would have found it very difficult even to make him see that he was dying of hunger. He has gone on his road as inexorable as fate, and we must seek him somewhere else." They continued their route. It had now become a weary and almost hopeless task, and had it not been for the threefold motives of honor, friendship, and gratitude implanted in their hearts, our two travelers would have given up many a time their rides over the sand, their interrogatories of the peasantry, and their close inspection of faces. They proceeded thus to Péronne. Athos began to despair. His noble nature felt that their ignorance was a sort of reflection upon them. They had not looked carefully enough for their lost friends. They had not shown sufficient pertinacity in their inquiries. They were willing and ready to retrace their steps when, in crossing the suburb which leads to the gates of the town, upon a white wall which was at the corner of a street turning around the rampart, Athos cast his eyes upon a drawing in black chalk which represented, with the awkwardness of a first attempt, two cavaliers riding furiously. One of them carried a roll of paper on which were written these words: "They are following us." "Oh!" exclaimed Athos, "here it is, as clear as day. Pursued as he was, D'Artagnan would not have tarried here 5 minutes had he been pressed very closely, which gives us hope that he may have succeeded in escaping." Aramis shook his head. "Had he escaped, we should either have seen him or heard him spoken of." "You are right, Aramis. Let us travel on." To describe the impatience and anxiety of these two friends would be impossible. Uneasiness took possession of the tender, constant heart of Athos, and fearful forecasts were the torment of the impulsive Aramis. They galloped on for 2 or 3 hours as furiously as the cavaliers on the wall. All at once, in a narrow pass, they perceived that the road was partially barricaded by an enormous stone. It had evidently been rolled across the pass by some arm of giant strength. Aramis stopped. "Oh," he said, looking at the stone, "this is the work of either Hercules or Porthos. Let us get down, Count, and examine this rock." They both alighted. The stone had been brought with the evident intention of barricading the road, but someone, having perceived the obstacle, had partially turned it aside. With the assistance of Blaisois and Grimaud, the friends succeeded in turning the stone over. Upon the side next the ground were scratched the following words: 8 of the light dragoons are pursuing us. If we reach Compiègne, we shall stop at the Peacock. It is kept by a friend of ours. At last we have something definite, said Athos. Let us go to the Peacock. Yes, answered Aramis, but if we are to get there we must rest our horses, for they are almost broken-winded. Aramis was right. They stopped at the first tavern and made each horse swallow a double quantity of corn steeped in wine. They gave them 3 hours' rest and then set off again. The men themselves were almost dead with fatigue, but hope supported them. In 6 hours they reached Compiègne and alighted at the Peacock. The host proved to be a worthy man, as bald as a Chinaman. They asked him if some time ago he had not received in his house 2 gentlemen who were pursued by dragoons. Without answering, he went out and brought in the blade of a rapier. "Do you know that?" he asked. Athos merely glanced at it. "'Tis D'Artagnan's sword," he said. "Does it belong to the smaller or to the larger of the 2? asked the host. "To the smaller." "I see that you are the friends of these gentlemen. Well, what has happened to them?" "They were pursued by 8 of the light dragoons, who rode into the courtyard before they had time to close the gate." "8!" said Aramis. "It surprises me that 2 such heroes as Porthos and D'Artagnan should have allowed themselves to be arrested by 8 men." "The 8 men would doubtless have failed had they not been assisted by 20 soldiers of the regiment of Italians in the king's service, who are in garrison in this town, so that your friends were overpowered by numbers." "Arrested, were they?" inquired Athos. "Is it known why?" "No, sir. They were carried off instantly, and had not even time to tell me why. But as soon as they were gone, I found this broken sword blade as I was helping to raise 2 dead men and 5 or 6 wounded ones." "'Tis still a consolation that they were not wounded," said Aramis. "Where were they taken?" asked Athos. "Toward the town of Louvre," was the reply. The 2 friends, having agreed to leave Blaisois and Grimaud at Compiègne with the horses, resolved to take post horses, and having snatched a hasty dinner, they continued their journey to Louvre. Here they found only one inn in which was consumed a liqueur which preserves its reputation to our time, and which is still made in that town. "Let us alight here," said Athos. "D'Artagnan will not have let slip an opportunity of drinking a glass of this liqueur, and at the same time leaving some trace of himself." They went into the town and asked for 2 glasses of liqueur at the counter, as their friends must have done before them. The counter was covered with a plate of pewter. Upon this plate was written with the point of a large pin, "Rueil, D." "They went to Rueil!" cried Aramis. "Let us go to Rueil," said Athos. "It is to throw ourselves into the wolves' jaws," said Aramis. "Had I been as great a friend of Jonah as I am of D'Artagnan, I should have followed him even into the inside of the whale itself." "And you would have done the same, Aramis." "Certainly, but you make me out better than I am, dear Count. Had I been alone, I should scarcely have gone to Rueil without great caution. But where you go, I go." They then set off for Rueil. Here the deputies of the Parliament had just arrived in order to enter upon those famous conferences which were to last 3 weeks, and produced eventually that shameful peace, at the conclusion of which the prince was arrested. Rueil was crowded with advocates, presidents, and councillors who came from the Parisians, and on the other side of the court with officers and guards. It was therefore easy, in the midst of this confusion, to remain as unobserved as any one might wish. Besides, the conferences implied a truce, and to arrest 2 gentlemen, even Frondeurs, at this time, would have been an attack on the rights of the people. The 2 friends mingled with the crowd and fancied that everyone was occupied with the same thought that tormented them. They expected to hear some mention made of D'Artagnan or of Porthos, but everyone was engrossed by articles and reforms. It was the advice of Athos to go straight to the minister. "My friend," said Aramis, "take care. Our safety lies in our obscurity. If we were to make ourselves known, we should be sent to rejoin our friends in some deep ditch from which the devil himself could not take us out. Let us try not to find them out by accident, but from our notions. Arrested at Compiègne, they have been carried to Rueil. At Rueil they have been questioned by the Cardinal, who has either kept them near him or sent them to Saint-Germain. As to the Bastille, they are not there, though the Bastille is especially for the Frondeurs. They are not dead, for the death of D'Artagnan would make a sensation. As for Porthos, I believe him to be eternal, like God, although less patient. Do not let us despond, but wait at Rueil, for my conviction is that they are at Rueil. But what ails you? You are pale." "It is this," answered Athos, with a trembling voice. "I remember that at the castle of Rueil the Cardinal Richelieu had some horrible oubliettes constructed." "Oh, never fear," said Aramis. "Richelieu was a gentleman, our equal in birth, our superior in position. He could, like the king, touch the greatest of us on the head, and touching them make such heads shake on their shoulders. But Mazarin is a low-born rogue, who can at the most take us by the collar like an archer. Be calm, for I am sure that D'Artagnan and Porthos are at Rueil, alive and well." "But," resumed Athos, "I recur to my first proposal. I know no better means than to act with candor. I shall seek not Mazarin but the queen, and say to her, 'Madame, restore to us your 2 servants and our 2 friends.'" Aramis shook his head. "'Tis a last resource, but let us not employ it till it is imperatively called for. Let us rather persevere in our researches." They continued their inquiries, and at last met with a light dragoon who had formed one of the guard which had escorted D'Artagnan to Rueil. Athos, however, perpetually recurred to his proposed interview with the queen. "In order to see the queen," said Aramis, "we must first see the cardinal. And when we have seen the cardinal, remember what I tell you, Athos, we shall be reunited to our friends, but not in the way you wish. Now that way of joining them is not very attractive to me, I confess. Let us act in freedom, that we may act well and quickly." "I shall go," he said, "to the queen." "Well, then," answered Aramis, "pray tell me a day or 2 beforehand, that I may take that opportunity of going to Paris." "To whom?" "Zounds, how do I know? Perhaps to Madame de Longueville. She is all-powerful yonder. She will help me. But send me word should you be arrested, for then I will return directly." "Why do you not take your chance and be arrested with me?" "No, I thank you. Should we, by being arrested, be all 4 together again, we should not, I am not sure, be 24 hours in prison without getting free. My friend, since I killed Chatillon, adored of the ladies of Saint-Germain, I am too great a celebrity not to fear a prison doubly. The queen is likely to follow Mazarin's counsels and to have me tried. Do you think she loves this Italian so much as they say she does? Did she not love an Englishman? My friend, she is a woman. No, no, you are deceived. She is a queen. Dear friend, I shall sacrifice myself and go and see Anne of Austria. Adieu, Athos. I am going to raise an army." "For what purpose?" "To come back and besiege Rueil." "Where shall we meet again?" "At the foot of the cardinal's gallows." The 2 friends departed. Aramis to return to Paris.
Section 80 of 20 Years After. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 80. The Gratitude of Anne of Austria. Athos found much less difficulty than he had expected in obtaining an audience of Anne of Austria. It was granted, and was to take place after her morning's levee, at which, in accordance with his rights of birth, he was entitled to be present. A vast crowd filled the apartments of Saint-Germain. Anne had never at the Louvre had so large a court, but this crowd represented chiefly the second class of nobility, while the Prince de Conti, the Duc de Beaufort, and the coadjutor assembled around them the first nobility of France. The greatest possible gaiety prevailed at court. The particular characteristic of this was that more songs were made than cannons fired during its continuance. The court made songs on the Parisians, and the Parisians on the court. And the casualties, though not mortal, were painful, as are all wounds inflicted by the weapon of ridicule. In the midst of this seeming hilarity, nevertheless, people's minds were uneasy. Was Mazarin to remain the favourite and minister of the Queen? Was he to be carried back by the wind which had blown him there? Everyone hoped so that the minister felt that all around him, beneath the homage of the courtiers, lay a fund of hatred ill disguised by fear and interest. He felt ill at ease and at a loss what to do. Condé himself, while fighting for him, lost no opportunity of ridiculing, of humbling him. The Queen, on whom he threw himself as sole support, seemed to me now not much to be relied upon. When the hour appointed for the audience arrived, Athos was obliged to stay until the Queen, who was waited upon by a new deputation from Paris, had consulted with her minister as to the propriety and manner of receiving them. All were fully engrossed with the affairs of the day. Athos therefore could not have chosen a more inauspicious moment to speak of his friends, poor atoms lost in that raging whirlwind. But Athos was a man of inflexible determination. He firmly adhered to a purpose once formed, when it seemed to him to spring from conscience and to be prompted by a sense of duty. He insisted on being introduced, saying that, although he was not a deputy from Monsieur de Conti, or Monsieur de Beaufort, or Monsieur de Bouillon, or Monsieur de Boeuf, or the coadjutor, or Madame de Longueville, or Broussel, or the Parliament, and although he had come on his own private account, he nevertheless had things to say to Her Majesty of the utmost importance. The conference being finished, the Queen summoned him to her cabinet. Athos was introduced and announced by name. It was a name that too often resounded in Her Majesty's ears and too often vibrated in her heart for Anne of Austria not to recognize it. Yet she remained impassive, looking at him with that fixed stare which is tolerated only in women who are queens, either by the power of beauty or by the right of birth. "Is it then a service which you propose to render us, Count?" asked Anne of Austria, after a moment's silence. "Yes, madame, another service," said Athos, shocked that the queen did not seem to recognize him. Athos had a noble heart, and made therefore but a poor courtier. Anne frowned. Mazarin, who was sitting at a table folding up papers as if he had only been a secretary of state, looked up. "Speak," said the queen. Mazarin turned again to his papers. "Madame, Monsieur Athos, two of my friends, named D'Artagnan and Monsieur de Vallon, sent to England by the cardinal, suddenly disappeared when they set foot on the shores of France. No one knows what has become of them." "Well?" said the queen. "I address myself, therefore, first to the benevolence of your majesty, that I may know what has become of my friends, reserving to myself, if necessary, the right of appealing hereafter to your justice." "Sir," replied Anne, with a degree of haughtiness which to certain persons became impertinence, "this is the reason that you trouble me in the midst of so many absorbing concerns. An affair for the police? Well, sir, you ought to know that we no longer have a police, since we are no longer at Paris." "I think your majesty will have no need to apply to the police to know where my friends are, but that if you will deign to interrogate the cardinal, he can reply without any further inquiry than into his own recollections." "But God forgive me," cried Anne, with that disdainful curl of the lips peculiar to her. "I believe that you are yourself interrogating." "Yes, madame, here I have a right to do so, for it concerns Monsieur d'Artagnan. D'Artagnan," he repeated in such a manner as to bow the regal brow with recollections of the weak and erring woman. The cardinal saw that it was now time to come to the assistance of Anne. "Sir," he said, "I can tell you what is at present unknown to her Majesty. These individuals are under arrest. They disobeyed orders." "I beg of your Majesty, then," said Athos, calmly and not replying to Mazarin, "to quash these arrests of Messieurs d'Artagnan and du Vallon." "What you ask is merely an affair of discipline and does not concern me," said the queen. "Monsieur d'Artagnan never made such an answer as that when the service of your Majesty was concerned," said Athos, bowing with great dignity. He was going towards the door when Mazarin stopped him. "You too have been in England, sir?" he said, making a sign to the queen, who was evidently going to issue a severe order. "I was a witness of the last hours of Charles I. Poor king, culpable at the most of weakness, how cruelly punished by his subjects! Thrones are at this time shaken, and it is to little purpose for devoted hearts to serve the interests of princes. This is the second time that Monsieur d'Artagnan has been in England. He went the first time to save the honor of a great queen, the second to avert the death of a great king." "Sir," said Anne to Mazarin, with an accent from which daily habits of dissimulation could not entirely chase the real expression, "see if we can do something for these gentlemen." "I do wish to do, madame, all that your Majesty pleases." "Do what Monsieur de la Fère requests. That is your name, is it not, sir?" "I have another name, madame. I am called Athos." "Madame," said Mazarin with a smile, "you may rest easy, your wishes shall be fulfilled." "You hear, sir?" said the queen. "Yes, madame. I expected nothing less from the justice of your Majesty. May I not go and see my friends?" "Yes, sir, you shall see them. But apropos, you belong to the Fronde, do you not?" "Madame, I serve the king." "Yes, in your own way." "My way is the way of all gentlemen, and I know only one way," answered Athos haughtily. "Go, sire, then," said the queen. "You have obtained what you wish, and we know all we desire to know." Scarcely, however, had the tapestry closed behind Athos when she turned to Mazarin. "Cardinal, desire them to arrest that insolent fellow before he leaves the court." "Your Majesty," answered Mazarin, "desires me to do only what I was going to ask you to let me do. These bravos who resuscitate in our epoch the traditions of another reign are troublesome. Since there are two of them already there, let us add a third." Athos was not altogether the queen's dupe, but he was not a man to run away on suspicion, above all when distinctly told that he should see his friends again. He waited then in the antechamber with impatience till he should be conducted to them. He walked to the window and looked into the court. He saw the deputation from the Parisians enter it. They were coming to assign the definitive place for the conference and to make their bow to the queen. A very imposing escort awaited them without the gates. Athos was looking on attentively when someone touched him softly on the shoulder. "Ah, Monsieur de Comminges," he said. "Yes, Count, and charged with a commission for which I beg of you to accept my excuses." "What is it?" "Be so good as to give me up your sword, Count." Athos smiled and opened the window. "Aramis!" he cried. A gentleman turned round. Athos fancied he had seen him among the crowd. It was Aramis. He bowed with great friendship to the count. "Aramis," cried Athos, "I am arrested." "Good," replied Aramis, calmly. "Sir," said Athos, turning to Comminges and giving him politely his sword by the hilt. Here is my sword. Have the kindness to keep it safely for me till I quit my prison. I prize it. It was given to my ancestor by King Francis I. In his time they armed gentlemen, not disarmed them. Now, whither do you conduct me?" "Into my room first," replied Comminges. "The queen will ultimately—"
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. 20 Years After, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 81. Cardinal Mazarin as King. The arrest produced no sensation, indeed was almost unknown, and scarcely interrupted the course of events. To the deputation it was formally announced that the Queen would receive it. Accordingly, it was admitted to the presence of Anne, who, silent and lofty as ever, listened to the speeches and complaints of the deputies. But when they had finished their harangues, not one of them could say, so calm remained her face, whether or not she had heard them. On the other hand, Mazarin, present at that audience, heard very well what those deputies demanded. It was purely and simply his removal, in terms clear and precise. The discourse being finished, the Queen remained silent. "Gentlemen," said Mazarin, "I join with you in supplicating the Queen to put an end to the miseries of her subjects. I have done all in my power to ameliorate them, and yet the belief of the public, you say, is that they proceed from me, an unhappy foreigner, who has been unable to please the French. Alas, I have never been understood, and no wonder. I succeeded a man of the most sublime genius that ever upheld the sceptre of France. The memory of Richelieu annihilates me. In vain, were I an ambitious man, should I struggle against such remembrances as he has left. But that I am not ambitious I am going to prove to you. I own myself conquered. I shall obey the wishes of the people. If Paris has injuries to complain of, who has not some wrongs to be redressed? Paris has been sufficiently punished. Enough blood has flowed, enough misery has humbled a town deprived of its king and of justice. 'Tis not for me, a private individual, to disunite a queen from her kingdom. Since you demand my resignation, I retire." "Then," said Aramis in his neighbor's ear, "the conferences are over. There is nothing to do but to send Monsieur Mazarin to the most distant frontier, and to take care that he does not return even by that, nor any other entrance into France." "One instant, sir," said the man in a gown whom he addressed. "A plague on't! How fast you go! One may soon see that you're a soldier. There's the article of remunerations and indemnifications to be discussed and set to rights." "Chancellor," said the Queen, turning to Séguier, our old acquaintance, "you will open the conferences. They can take place at Rueil. The Cardinal has said several things which have agitated me, therefore I will not speak more fully now. As to his going or staying, I feel too much gratitude to the Cardinal not to leave him free in all his actions. He shall do what he wishes to do." A transient pallor overspread the speaking countenance of the Prime Minister. He looked at the Queen with anxiety. Her face was so passionless that he, as everyone else present, was incapable of reading her thoughts. "But," added the Queen, "in awaiting the Cardinal's decision, let there be, if you please, a reference to the king only." The deputies bowed and left the room.
"What!" exclaimed the queen, when the last of them had quitted the apartment. "You would yield to these limbs of the law, these advocates?" "To promote your Majesty's welfare, madame," replied Mazarin, fixing his penetrating eyes on the queen. "There is no sacrifice that I would not make." Anne dropped her head and fell into one of those reveries so habitual with her. A recollection of Athos came into her mind. His fearless deportment, his words so firm yet dignified, the shades which by one word he had evoked, recalled her to the past in all its intoxication of poetry and romance, youth, beauty, the éclat of love at 20 years of age, the bloody death of Buckingham, the only man whom she had ever really loved, and the heroism of those obscure champions who had saved her from the double hatred of Richelieu and the king. Mazarin looked at her, and whilst she deemed herself alone and freed from the world of enemies who sought to spy into her secret thoughts, he read her thoughts in her countenance, as one sees in a transparent lake clouds pass, reflections, like thoughts, of the heavens. "Must we, then," asked Anne of Austria, "yield to the storm, buy peace, and patiently and piously await better times?" Mazarin smiled sarcastically at this speech, which showed that she had taken the minister's proposal seriously. Anne's head was bent down. She had not seen the Italian's smile, but finding that her question elicited no reply, she looked up. "Well, you do not answer, Cardinal. What do you think about it?" "I am thinking, madame, of the allusion made by that insolent gentleman whom you have caused to be arrested to the Duke of Buckingham, to him whom you allowed to be assassinated, to the Duchess de Chevreuse, whom you suffered to be exiled, to the Duc de Beaufort, whom you imprisoned. But if he made allusion to me, it was because he is ignorant of the relation in which I stand to you." Anne drew up, as she always did when anything touched her pride. She blushed, and that she might not answer, clasped her beautiful hands till her sharp nails almost pierced them. "That man has sagacity, honor, and wit, not to mention likewise that he is a man of undoubted resolution. You know something about him, do you not, madame? I shall tell him, therefore, and in doing so I shall confer a personal favor on him, how he is mistaken in regard to me. What is proposed to me would be, in fact, almost an abdication, and an abdication requires reflection." "An abdication?" repeated Anne. "I thought, sir, that it was kings alone who abdicated." "Well," replied Mazarin, "and am I not almost a king? King, indeed, of France? Thrown over the foot of the royal bed, my simmer, madame, looks not unlike the mantle worn by kings." This was one of the humiliations which Mazarin made Anne undergo more frequently than any other, and one that bowed her head with shame. Queen Elizabeth and Catherine II. of Russia are the only two monarchs of their set on record who were at once sovereigns and lovers. Anne of Austria looked with a sort of terror at the threatening aspect of the cardinal. His physiognomy in such moments was not destitute of a certain grandeur. "Sir," she replied, "did I not say, and did you not hear me say to those people, that you should do as you pleased?" "In that case," said Mazarin, "I think it must please me best to remain, not only on account of my own interest, but for your safety." "Remain then, sir. Nothing can be more agreeable to me, only do not allow me to be insulted." "You are referring to the demands of the rebels, and to the tone in which they stated them. Patience. They have selected a field of battle on which I am an abler general than they, that of a conference. No, we shall beat them by merely temporizing. They want food already. They will be 10 times worse off in a week. Ah, yes, good heavens! I know it will end in that way, but it is not they who taunt me with the most wounding reproaches, but— I understand. You mean to allude to the recollections perpetually revived by these 3 gentlemen. However, we have them safe in prison, and they are just sufficiently culpable for us to keep them in prison as long as we find it convenient. One only is still not in our power and braves us. But, devil take him, we shall soon succeed in sending him to join his boon companions. We have accomplished more difficult things than that. In the first place, I have as a precaution shut up at Rueil, near me, under my own eyes, within reach of my hand, the 2 most intractable ones. Today the 3rd will be there also. As long as they are in prison all will be well, said Anne, but one of these days they will get out. Yes, if your Majesty releases them. Ah, exclaimed Anne, following the train of her own thoughts on such occasions, one regrets Paris. Why so? On account of the Bastille, sir, which is so strong and so secure. Madame, these conferences will bring us peace. When we have peace, we shall regain Paris, with Paris the Bastille, and our 4 bullies shall rot therein. Anne frowned slightly when Mazarin, in taking leave, kissed her hand. Mazarin, after this half-humble, half-gallant attention, went away. Anne followed him with her eyes, and as he withdrew, at every step he took, a disdainful smile was seen playing, then gradually burst upon her lips. I once, she said, despised the love of a cardinal who never said, I shall do, but I have done so and so. That man knew of retreats more secure than Rueil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gesine. 20 Years After, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 82. Precautions. After quitting Anne, Mazarin took the road to Rueil, where he usually resided. In those times of disturbance he went about with numerous followers, and often disguised himself. In military dress he was, indeed, as we have stated, a very handsome man. In the court of the old Château of Saint-Germain he entered his coach, and reached the Seine at Chatou. The prince had supplied him with 50 light horse, not so much by way of guard, as to show the deputies how readily the Queen's generals dispersed their troops, and to prove that they might be safely scattered at pleasure. Athos, on horseback, without his sword, and kept in sight by Comminges, followed the cardinal in silence. Grimaud, finding that his master had been arrested, fell back into the ranks near Aramis, without saying a word, and as if nothing had happened. Grimaud had, indeed, during 22 years of service, seen his master extricate himself from so many difficulties that nothing less than Athos's imminent death was likely to make him uneasy. At the branching off of the road toward Paris, Aramis, who had followed in the cardinal's suite, turned back. Mazarin went to the right hand, and Aramis could see the prisoner disappear at the turning of the avenue. Athos, at the same moment, moved by a similar impulse, looked back also. The 2 friends exchanged a simple inclination of the head, and Aramis put a finger to his hat, as if to bow. Athos alone comprehending by that signal that he had some project in his head. 10 minutes afterward, Mazarin entered the court of that chateau which his predecessor had built for him at Rueil. As he alighted, Comminges approached him. "My lord," he asked, "where does your Eminence wish Monsieur Comte de la Fère to be lodged?" "In the pavilion of the Orangery, of course. In front of the pavilion where the guard is. I wish every respect to be shown to the Count, although he is the prisoner of Her Majesty the Queen." "My lord," answered Comminges, "he begs to be taken to the place where Monsieur d'Artagnan is confined, that is, in the hunting lodge, opposite the Orangery." Mazarin thought for an instant. Comminges saw that he was undecided. "'Tis a very strong post," he resumed, "and we have 40 good men, tried soldiers, having no connection with Frondeurs or any interest in the Fronde." "If we put these 3 men together, Monsieur Comminges," said Mazarin, "we must double the guard, and we are not rich enough in fighting men to commit such acts of prodigality." Comminges smiled. Mazarin read and construed that smile. "You do not know these men, Monsieur Comminges, but I know them, first personally, also by hearsay. I sent them to carry aid to King Charles, and they performed prodigies to save him. Had it not been for an adverse destiny, that beloved monarch would this day have been among us." "But since they serve your Eminence so well, why are they, my Lord Cardinal, in prison?" "In prison?" said Mazarin. "And when has Rueil been a prison?" "Ever since there were prisoners in it," answered Comminges. "These gentlemen, Comminges, are not prisoners," returned Mazarin, with his ironical smile, "only guests, but guests so precious that I have to put a grating before each of their windows and bolts to their doors, that they may not refuse to continue my visitors. So much do I esteem them that I am going to make the Comte de la Fère a visit, that I may converse with him tête-à-tête, and that we may not be disturbed at our interview. You must conduct him, as I said before, to the pavilion of the Orangery. That, you know, is my daily promenade. Well, while taking my walk, I will call on him, and we will talk. Although he professes to be my enemy, I have sympathy for him, and if he is reasonable, perhaps we shall arrange matters." Comminges bowed, and returned to Athos, who was awaiting with apparent calmness, but with real anxiety, the result of the interview. "Well?" he said to the lieutenant. "Sir," replied Comminges, "it seems that it is impossible." "Monsieur de Comminges," said Athos, "I have been a soldier all my life, and I know the force of orders. But outside your orders there is a service you can render me." "I will do it with all my heart," said Comminges, "for I know who you are and what service you once performed for Her Majesty. I know, too, how dear to you is the young man who came so valiantly to my aid when that old rogue of a Broussel was arrested. I am entirely at your service, except only for my orders." "Thank you, sir. What I am about to ask will not compromise you in any degree." "If it should even compromise me a little," said Monsieur de Comminges with a smile, "still make your demand. I don't like Mazarin any better than you do. I serve the queen, and that draws me naturally into the service of the cardinal, but I serve the one with joy and the other against my will. Speak then, I beg of you. I wait and listen." "Since there is no harm," said Athos, "in my knowing that D'Artagnan is here, I presume there will be none in his knowing that I am here." "I have received no orders on that point." "Well, then, do me the kindness to give him my regards, and tell him that I am his neighbor. Tell him also what you have just told me, that Mazarin has placed me in the pavilion of the Orangery in order to make me a visit, and assure him that I shall take advantage of this honor he proposes to accord to me to obtain from him some amelioration of our captivity." "Which cannot last," interrupted Comminges. "The cardinal said so. There is no prison here." "But there are oubliettes," replied Athos, smiling. "Oh, that's a different thing. Yes, I know there are traditions of that sort," said Comminges. "It was in the time of the other cardinal, who was a great nobleman, but our Mazarin, impossible. An Italian adventurer would not dare to go such lengths with such men as yourselves. Oubliettes are employed as a means of kingly vengeance, and a low-born fellow such as he is would have no recourse to them. Your arrest is known, that of your friends will soon be known, and all the nobility of France would demand an explanation of your disappearance. No, be easy on that score. I will, however, inform Monsieur d'Artagnan of your arrival here." Comminges then led the count to a room on the ground floor of a pavilion at the end of the orangery. They passed through a courtyard as they went, full of soldiers and courtiers. In the centre of this court, in the form of a horseshoe, were the buildings occupied by Mazarin, and at each wing the pavilion, or smaller building, where D'Artagnan was confined, and that, level with the orangery, where Athos was to be. From the ends of these two wings extended the park. Athos, when he reached his appointed room, observed, through the gratings of his window, walls and roofs, and was told, on inquiry, by Comminges, that he was looking on the back of the pavilion where D'Artagnan was confined. "Yes, 'tis true," said Comminges, "'tis almost a prison, but what a singular fancy this is of yours, Count, you, who are the very flower of our nobility, to squander your valor and loyalty amongst these upstarts, the Frondists. Really, Count, if ever I thought I had a friend in the ranks of the royal army, it was you, a Frondeur, you, the Comte de la Fère, on the side of Broussel, Blancmesnil, and Viole. For shame, you, a Frondeur!" "On my word of honor," said Athos, "one must be either a Mazarinist or a Frondeur. For a long time I had these words whispered in my ears, and I chose the latter. At any rate, it is a French word. And now I am a Frondeur, not of Broussel's party, nor of Blancmesnil's, nor am I with Viole, but with the Duc de Beaufort, the Duc de Bouillon and d'Elbeuf, with princes, not with presidents, councillors, and low-born lawyers. Besides, what a charming outlook it would have been to serve the cardinal. Look at that wall, without a single window, which tells you fine things about Mazarin's gratitude." "Yes," replied de Comminges, "more especially if it could reveal how Monsieur d'Artagnan for this last week has been anathematizing him." "Poor D'Artagnan," said Athos, with the charming melancholy that was one of the traits of his character. "So brave, so good, so terrible to the enemies of those he loves. You have two unruly prisoners there, sir." "Unruly?" Comminges smiled. "You wish to terrify me, I suppose. When he came here, Monsieur d'Artagnan provoked and braved the soldiers and inferior officers, in order, I suppose, to have his sword back. That mood lasted some time, but now he's as gentle as a lamb, and sings Gascon songs, which make one die of laughing." "And Du Vallon?" asked Athos. "Oh, he's quite another sort of person, a formidable gentleman indeed. The first day he broke all the doors in with a single push of his shoulder, and I expected to see him leave Rueil in the same way as Samson left Gaza. But his temper cooled down, like his friends. He not only gets used to his captivity, but jokes about it." "So much the better," said Athos. "Do you think anything else was to be expected of them?" asked Comminges, who, putting together what Mazarin had said of his prisoners and what the Comte de la Fère had said, began to feel a degree of uneasiness. Athos, on the other hand, reflected that this recent gentleness of his friends most certainly arose from some plan formed by D'Artagnan. Unwilling to injure them by praising them too highly, he replied, They are two hotheads, the one a Gascon, the other from Picardy. Both are easily excited, but they quiet down immediately. You have had a proof of that in what you have just related to me." This, too, was the opinion of Comminges, who withdrew somewhat reassured. Athos remained alone in the vast chamber, where, according to the cardinal's directions, he was treated with all the courtesy due to a nobleman.
Chapter 83 of 20 Years After. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 83. Strength and Sagacity. Now let us pass the orangerie to the hunting lodge. At the extremity of the courtyard, where, close to a portico formed of Ionic columns, were the dog kennels, rose an oblong building, the pavilion of the orangerie, a half-circle enclosing the court of honor. It was in this pavilion, on the ground floor, that D'Artagnan and Porthos were confined, suffering interminable hours of imprisonment in a manner suitable to each different temperament. D'Artagnan was pacing to and fro like a caged tiger, with dilated eyes, growling as he paced along by the bars of a window looking upon the yard of servants' offices. Porthos was ruminating over an excellent dinner he had just demolished. The one seemed to be deprived of reason, yet he was meditating. The other seemed to meditate, yet he was more than half asleep. But his sleep was a nightmare, which might be guessed by the incoherent manner in which he sometimes snored and sometimes snorted. "Look," said D'Artagnan, "day is declining, it must be nearly 4 o'clock. We've been in this place nearly 83 hours." Muttered Porthos, with a kind of pretence of answering. "Did you hear, eternal sleeper?" cried D'Artagnan, irritated that anyone could doze during the day when he had the greatest difficulty in sleeping during the night. "What?" said Porthos. "I say we have been here 83 hours." "'Tis your fault," answered Porthos. "How my fault?" "Yes, I offered you escape." "By pulling out a bar and pushing down a door?" "Certainly." "Porthos, men like us can't go out from here purely and simply." "Faith," said Porthos, "as for me, I could go out with that purity and that simplicity which it seems to me you despise too much." D'Artagnan shrugged his shoulders. "And besides," he said, "going out of this chamber isn't all." "Dear friend," said Porthos, "you appear to be in a somewhat better humor today than you were yesterday. Explain to me why going out of this chamber isn't everything." "Because, having neither arms nor password, we shouldn't take 50 steps in the court without knocking against a sentinel." "Very well," said Porthos, "we will kill the sentinel and we shall have his arms." "Yes, but before we can kill him, and he will be hard to kill, that Swiss, he will shriek out and the whole picket will come, and we shall be taken like foxes, we who are lions, and thrown into some dungeon, where we shall not even have the consolation of seeing this frightful grey sky of Rueil, which no more resembles the sky of Tarbes than the moon is like the sun. Lack-a-day! If we only had someone to instruct us about the physical and moral topography of this castle! Ah, when one thinks that for 20 years, during which time I did not know what to do with myself, it never occurred to me to come to study Rueil." "What difference does that make?" said Porthos. "We shall go out all the same." "Do you know, my dear fellow, why master pastry-cooks never work with their hands?" "No," said Porthos, "but I should be glad to be informed." "It is because in the presence of their pupils they fear that some of their tarts or creams may turn out badly cooked." "What then?" "Why, then they would be laughed at, and a master pastry-cook must never be laughed at." "And what have master pastry-cooks to do with us?" "We ought, in our adventures, never to be defeated, or give anyone a chance to laugh at us. In England lately we failed, we were beaten, and that is a blemish on our reputation." "By whom, then, were we beaten?" asked Porthos. "By Mordaunt." "Yes, but we have drowned Monsieur Mordaunt." "That is true, and that will redeem us a little in the eyes of posterity, if posterity ever looks at us. But listen, Porthos, though Monsieur Mordaunt was a man not to be despised, Mazarin is not less strong than he, and we shall not easily succeed in drowning him. We must therefore watch and play a close game, for," he added with a sigh, "we two are equal, perhaps, to 8 others, but we are not equal to the 4 that you know of." "That is true," said Porthos, echoing D'Artagnan's sigh. "Well, Porthos, follow my examples. Walk back and forth till some news of our friends reaches us, or till we are visited by a good idea. But don't sleep as you do all the time. Nothing dulls the intellect like sleep. As to what may lie before us, it is perhaps less serious than we at first thought. I don't believe that Monsieur de Mazarin thinks of cutting off our heads, for heads are not taken off without previous trial. A trial would make a noise, and a noise would get the attention of our friends, who would check the operations of Monsieur de Mazarin." "How well you reason," said Porthos admiringly. "Well, yes, pretty well," replied D'Artagnan. "And besides, you see, if they put us on trial, if they cut off our heads, they must meanwhile either keep us here or transfer us elsewhere." "Yes, that is inevitable," said Porthos. "Well, it is impossible but that Master Aramis, that keen-scented bloodhound, and Athos, that wise and prudent nobleman, will discover our retreat. Then, believe me, it will be time to act. Yes, we will wait. We can wait the more contentedly that it is not absolutely bad here, but for one thing at least." "What is that?" "Did you observe, D'Artagnan, that 3 days running they have brought us braised mutton?" "No, but if it occurs a 4th time I shall complain of it, so never mind." "And then I feel the loss of my house. 'Tis a long time since I visited my castles." "Forget them for a time. We shall return to them, unless Mazarin razes them to the ground." "Do you think that likely?" "No, the other cardinal would have done so, but this one is too mean a fellow to risk it." "You reconcile me, D'Artagnan." "Well then, assume a cheerful manner, as I do. You must joke with the guards, we must gain the goodwill of the soldiers, since we can't corrupt them. Try, Porthos, to please them more than you are wont to do when they are under our windows. Thus far you have done nothing but show them your fist, and the more respectable your fist is, Porthos, the less attractive it is. Ah, I would give much to have 500 louis only." "So would I," said Porthos, unwilling to be behind D'Artagnan in generosity. "I would give as much as 100 pistoles." The 2 prisoners were at this point of their conversation when Comminges entered, preceded by a sergeant and 2 men, who brought supper in a basket with 2 handles, filled with basins and plates. "What!" exclaimed Porthos, "mutton again?" "My dear Monsieur de Comminges," said D'Artagnan, "you will find that my friend, Monsieur du Vallon, will go to the most fatal lengths if Cardinal Mazarin continues to provide us with this sort of meat, mutton every day." "I declare," said Porthos, "I shall eat nothing if they do not take it away." "Remove the mutton," cried Comminges. "I wish Monsieur du Vallon to sup well, more especially as I have news to give him that will improve his appetite." "Is Mazarin dead?" asked Porthos. "No, I am sorry to tell you he is perfectly well." "So much the worse," said Porthos. "What is that news?" asked D'Artagnan. "News in prison is a fruit so rare that I trust, Monsieur de Comminges, you will excuse my impatience, the more eager since you have given us to understand that the news is good." "Should you be glad to hear that the Comte de la Fère is well?" asked de Comminges. D'Artagnan's penetrating gray eyes were opened to the utmost. "Glad!" he cried. "I should be more than glad. Happy beyond measure. Well, I am desired by him to give you his compliments and to say that he is in good health." D'Artagnan almost leaped with joy. A quick glance conveyed his thought to Porthos, If Athos knows where we are, if he opens communication with us, before long Athos will act." Porthos was not very quick to understand the language of glances, but now, since the name of Athos had suggested to him the same idea, he understood. "Do you say," asked the Gascon, timidly, "that the Comte de la Fère has commissioned you to give his compliments to Monsieur du Vallon and myself?" "Yes, sir." "Then you have seen him?" "Certainly I have." "Where, if I may ask, without indiscretion?" "Near here," replied the Comminges, smiling. "So near that if the windows which look on the orangery were not stopped up, you could see him from where you are." "He's wandering about the environs of the castle," thought D'Artagnan. Then he said aloud, "You met him, I dare say, in the park, hunting, perhaps?" "No, nearer still. Look, behind this wall," said the Comminges, knocking against the wall. "Behind this wall? What is there, then, behind this wall? I was brought here by night, so devil take me if I know where I am." "Well," said Comminges, "suppose one thing." "I will suppose anything you please." "Suppose there were a window in this wall." "Well?" "From that window you would see Monsieur de la Fère at his." "The Count, then, is in the chateau?" "Yes." "For what reason?" "The same as yourself." "Athos, a prisoner?" "You know well," replied the Comminges, "that there are no prisoners at Rueil, because there is no prison." "Don't let us play upon words, sir. Athos has been arrested." "Yesterday, at Saint-Germain, as he came out from the presence of the queen." The arms of D'Artagnan fell powerless by his side. One might have supposed him thunderstruck. A paleness ran like a cloud over his dark sky, but disappeared immediately. "A prisoner," he reiterated. "A prisoner," repeated Porthos, quite dejected. Suddenly D'Artagnan looked up, and in his eyes there was a gleam which scarcely even Porthos observed, but it died away, and he appeared more sorrowful than before. "Come, come," said Comminges, who, since D'Artagnan, on the day of Broussel's arrest, had saved him from the hands of the Parisians, had entertained a real affection for him. "Don't be unhappy. I never thought of bringing you bad news. Laugh at the chance which has brought your friend near to you and Monsieur de Vallon, instead of being in the depths of despair about it." But D'Artagnan was still in a desponding mood. "And how did he look?" asked Porthos, who, perceiving that D'Artagnan had allowed the conversation to drop, profited by it to put in a word or two. "Very well indeed, sir," replied Comminges. "At first, like you, he seemed distressed, but when he heard that the cardinal was going to pay him a visit this very evening—" "Ah!" cried D'Artagnan, "the cardinal is about to visit the Comte de la Fère?" "Yes, and the count desired me to tell you that he should take advantage of this visit to plead for you and for himself." "Ah, our dear count!" said D'Artagnan. "A fine thing indeed," grunted Porthos. "A great favor. Zounds! Monsieur the Comte de la Fère, whose family is allied to the Montmorency and the Rohans, is easily the equal of Monsieur de Mazarin." "No matter," said D'Artagnan, in his most wheedling tone. "On reflection, my dear Du Vallon, it is a great honor for the Comte de la Fère, and gives good reason to hope. In fact, it seems to me so great an honor for a prisoner that I think Monsieur de Comminges must be mistaken." "What, I am mistaken?" "Monsieur de Mazarin will not come to visit the Comte de la Fère, but the Comte de la Fère will be sent for to visit him." "No, no, no," said Comminges, who made a point of having the facts appear exactly as they were. "I clearly understood what the cardinal said to me. He will come and visit the Comte de la Fère." D'Artagnan tried to gather from the expression of his eyes whether Porthos understood the importance of that visit, but Porthos did not even look toward him. "It is then the cardinal's custom to walk in his orangery?" asked D'Artagnan. "Every evening he shuts himself in there. That, it seems, is where he meditates on state affairs." "In that case," said D'Artagnan, "I begin to believe that Monsieur de la Fère will receive the visit of his eminence. He will, of course, have an escort." "Yes, 2 soldiers." "And will he talk thus of affairs in presence of 2 strangers?" The soldiers are Swiss, who understand only German. Besides, according to all probability, they will wait at the door." D'Artagnan made a violent effort over himself to keep his face from being too expressive. "Let the cardinal take care of going alone to visit the Comte de la Fère," said D'Artagnan, "for the count must be furious." Comminges began to laugh. "Oh, why, really, one would say that you four were anthropophagi. The count's an affable man. Besides, he is unarmed. At the first word from his eminence, the 2 soldiers about him would run to his assistance." "2 soldiers," said D'Artagnan, seeming to remember something. "2 soldiers, yes. That, then, is why I hear 2 men called every evening, and see them walking sometimes for half an hour under my window." "That's it. They are waiting for the cardinal, or rather for Bernouin, who comes to call them when the cardinal goes out." "Fine-looking men, upon my word," said D'Artagnan. "They belong to the regiment that was at Lens, which the prince assigned to the cardinal." "Ah, monsieur," said D'Artagnan, as if to sum up in a word all that conversation, "if only his eminence would relent and grant to Monsieur de la Fère our liberty." "I wish it with all my heart," said Comminges. "Then, if he should forget that visit, you would find no inconvenience in reminding him of it?" "Not at all." "Ah, that gives me more confidence." This skillful turn of the conversation would have seemed a sublime maneuver to anyone who could have read the Gascon's soul. "Now," said D'Artagnan, "I have one last favor to ask of you, Monsieur de Comminges." "At your service, sir." "You will see the count again?" "Tomorrow morning." "Will you remember us to him, and ask him to solicit for me the same favor that he will have obtained?" "You want the cardinal to come here?" "No, I know my place and am not so presumptuous. Let his eminence do me the honor to give me a hearing, that is all I want." "Ah," muttered Porthos, shaking his head, "never should I have thought this of him. How misfortune humbles a man!" "I promise you it shall be done," answered de Comminges. "Tell the count that I am well, that you found me sad but resigned." "I am pleased, sir, to hear that." "And the same also for Monsieur du Vallon." "Not for me," cried Porthos. "I am not by any means resigned." "But you will be resigned, my friend." "Never." "He will become so, monsieur. I know him better than he knows himself. Be silent, dear Du Vallon, and resign yourself." "Adieu, gentlemen," said de Comminges. "Sleep well." "We will try." De Comminges went away, D'Artagnan remaining apparently in the same attitude of humble resignation, but scarcely had he departed when he turned and clasped Porthos in his arms with an expression not to be doubted. "Ah!" cried Porthos, "what is the matter now? Have you gone mad, my dear friend?" "What is the matter?" returned D'Artagnan. "We are saved." "I don't see that at all," answered Porthos. "I think we're all taken prisoners, except Aramis, and that our chances of getting out are lessened since one more of us is caught in Mazarin's mousetrap." "Which is far too strong for 2 of us, but not strong enough for 3 of us," returned D'Artagnan. "I don't understand," said Porthos. "Never mind, let's sit down to table and take something to strengthen us for the night." "What are we to do then, tonight?" "To travel, perhaps." "But—" "Sit down, dear friend, to table. When one is eating, ideas flow easily. After supper, when they are perfected, I will communicate my plans to you." So Porthos sat down to table without another word, and ate with an appetite that did honor Chapter 84 of 20 Years After. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 84. Strength and Sagacity continued. Supper was eaten in silence, but not in sadness. for from time to time one of those sweet smiles which were habitual to him in moments of good humour illumined the face of D'Artagnan. Not a scintilla of these was lost on Porthos, and at every one he uttered an exclamation which betrayed to his friend that he had not lost sight of the idea which possessed his brain. At dessert, D'Artagnan reposed in his chair, crossed one leg over the other, and lounged about like a man perfectly at his ease. Porthos rested his chin on his hands, placed his elbows on the table, and looked at D'Artagnan with an expression of confidence which imparted to that colossus an admirable appearance of good fellowship. "Well?" said D'Artagnan at last. "Well?" repeated Porthos. "You were saying, my dear friend—" "No, I said nothing." "Yes, you were saying you wished to leave this place." "Ah, indeed, the will was never wanting." "To get away you would not mind, you added, knocking down a door or a wall." "'Tis true, I said so, and I say it again." "And I answered you, Porthos, that it was not a good plan, that we couldn't go 100 steps without being recaptured, because we were without clothes to disguise ourselves and arms to defend ourselves." "That is true, we should need clothes and arms." "Well," said D'Artagnan, rising, "we have them, friend Porthos, and even something better." "Bah!" said Porthos, looking round. "Useless to look, everything will come to us when wanted. At about what time did we see the 2 Swiss guards walking yesterday?" "An hour after sunset." "If they go out today as they did yesterday, we shall have the honor then of seeing them in half an hour." "In a quarter of an hour at most." "Your arm is still strong enough, is it not, Porthos?" Porthos unbuttoned his sleeve, raised his shirt, and looked complacently on his strong arm, as large as the leg of any ordinary man. "Yes, indeed," said he, "I believe so." "So that you could without trouble convert these tongs into a hoop and yonder shovel into a corkscrew?" "Certainly." And the giant took up these 2 articles, and without any apparent effort produced in them the metamorphoses suggested by his companion. "There!" he cried. "Capital!" exclaimed the Gascon. "Really, Porthos, you are a gifted individual." "I have heard speak," said Porthos, "of a certain Milo of Crotona, who performed wonderful feats, such as binding his forehead with a cord and bursting it, of killing an ox with a blow of his fist, and carrying it home on his shoulders, etc. I used to learn all these feats by heart yonder, down at Pierrefonds, and I have done all that he did, except breaking a cord by the corrugation of my temples." "Because your strength is not in your head, Porthos," said his friend. "No, it is in my arms and shoulders," answered Porthos with gratified naivete. "Well, my dear friend, let us approach the window, and there you can match your strength against that of an iron bar." Porthos went to the window, took a bar in his hands, clung to it and bent it like a bow, so that the 2 ends came out of the sockets of stone in which for 30 years they had been fixed. "Well, friend, the cardinal, although such a genius, could never have done that." "Shall I take out any more of them?" asked Porthos. "No, that is sufficient. A man can pass through that." Porthos tried, and passed the upper portion of his body through. "Yes," he said. "Now pass your arm through this opening." "Why?" "You will know presently. Pass it." Porthos obeyed with military promptness, and passed his arm through the opening. "Admirable!" said D'Artagnan. "The scheme goes forward, it seems." "On wheels, dear friend." "Good. What shall I do now?" "Nothing." "It is finished, then?" "No, not yet." "I should like to understand," said Porthos. "Listen, my dear friend. In 2 words you will know all. The door of the guardhouse opens, as you see." "Yes, I see." "They are about to send into our court, which Monsieur de Mazarin crosses on his way to the orangery, the 2 guards who attend him." "There they are, coming out." If only they close the guardhouse door! Good, they close it. What then? Silence, they may hear us. I don't understand it at all. As you execute you will understand. And yet I should have preferred... You will have the pleasure of the surprise. Ah, that is true. Hush! Porthos remained silent and motionless. In fact, the two soldiers advanced on the side where the window was, rubbing their hands, for it was cold, it being the month of February. At this moment the door of the guardhouse was opened, and one of the soldiers was summoned away. "Now," said D'Artagnan, "I am going to call this soldier and talk to him. Don't lose a word of what I am going to say to you, Porthos. Everything lies in the execution." "Good. The execution of plots is my forte." "I know it well. I depend on you. Look, I shall turn to the left, so that the soldier will be at your right, as soon as he mounts on the bench to talk to us." "But supposing he doesn't mount?" "He will, rely upon it. As soon as you see him get up, stretch out your arm and seize him by the neck. Then, raising him up as Tobit raised the fish by the gills, you must pull him into the room, taking care to squeeze him so tight that he can't cry out." "Oh," said Porthos, "suppose I happen to strangle him?" "To be sure, there would only be a Swiss the less in the world, but you will not do so, I hope. Lay him down here, we'll gag him and tie him, no matter where, somewhere, so we shall get from him one uniform and a sword." "Marvelous!" exclaimed Porthos, looking at the Gascon with the most profound admiration. "Pooh!" replied D'Artagnan. "Yes," said Porthos, recollecting himself, "but one uniform and one sword will not suffice for two." "Well, but there's his comrade." "True," said Porthos. "Therefore, when I cough, stretch out your arm." "Good." The two friends then placed themselves as they had agreed, Porthos being completely hidden in an angle of the window. "Good evening, comrade," said D'Artagnan, in his most fascinating voice and manner. "Good evening, sir," answered the soldier in a strong provincial accent. "'Tis not too warm to walk," resumed D'Artagnan. "No, sir." "And I think a glass of wine will not be disagreeable to you." "A glass of wine will be extremely welcome." "The fish bites! The fish bites!" whispered the Gascon to Porthos. "I understand," said Porthos. "A bottle, perhaps?" "A whole bottle, yes, sir." "A whole bottle, if you will drink my health." "Willingly," answered the soldier. "Come, then, and take it, friend," said the Gascon. "With all my heart. How convenient that there's a bench here. Egad, one would think it had been placed here on purpose." "Get on it, that's it, friend." And D'Artagnan coughed. That instant the arm of Porthos fell. His hand of iron grasped, quick as lightning, firm as a pair of blacksmith's pincers, the soldier's throat. He raised him, almost stifling him as he drew him through the aperture, at the risk of flaying him in the passage. He then laid him down on the floor, where D'Artagnan, after giving him just time enough to draw his breath, gagged him with his long scarf, and the moment he had done so, began to undress him with the promptitude and dexterity of a man who had learned his business on the field of battle. Then the soldier, gagged and bound, was placed upon the hearth, the fire of which had been previously extinguished by the two friends. "Here's a sword and a dress," said Porthos. "I take them," said D'Artagnan, "for myself. If you want another uniform and sword, you must play the same trick over again. Stop! I see the other soldier issue from the guardroom and come toward us." "I think," replied Porthos, "it would be imprudent to attempt the same maneuver again. It is said that no man can succeed twice in the same way, and a failure would be ruinous. No, I will go down, seize the man unawares, and bring him to you ready gagged." "That is better," said the Gascon. "Be ready," said Porthos, as he slipped through the opening. He did as he said. Porthos seized his opportunity, caught the next soldier by his neck, gagged him and pushed him like a mummy through the bars into the room, and entered after him. Then they undressed him as they had done the first, laid him on their bed, and bound him with the straps which composed the bed, the bedstead being of oak. This operation proved as great a success as the first. "There," said D'Artagnan, "this is capital. Now let me try on the dress of yonder chap. Porthos, I doubt if you can wear it, but should it be too tight, never mind, you can wear the breastplate and the hat with the red feathers." It happened, however, that the second soldier was a Swiss of gigantic proportions, so, save that some few of the seams split, his uniform fitted Porthos perfectly. They then dressed themselves. "'Tis done!" they both exclaimed at once. "As to you, comrades," they said to the men, "nothing will happen to you if you are discreet, but if you stir, you are a dead man." The soldiers were complacent. They had found the grasp of Porthos pretty powerful, and that it was no joke to fight against it. "Now," said D'Artagnan, "you wouldn't be sorry to understand the plot, would you, Porthos?" "Well, no, not very." "Well, then, we shall go down into the court." "Yes." "We shall take the place of those two fellows." "Well?" "We will walk back and forth." "That's a good idea, for it isn't warm." "In a moment the valet de chambre will call the guard as he did yesterday and the day before." "And we shall answer?" "No, on the contrary, we shall not answer." "As you please, I don't insist on answering." "We will not answer, then. We will simply settle our hats on our heads, and we will escort his eminence." "Where shall we escort him?" "Where he is going, to visit Athos." "Do you think Athos will be sorry to see us?" "Oh!" cried Porthos. "Oh, I understand." "Wait a little, Porthos, before crying out, for, on my word, you haven't reached the end," said the Gascon in a jesting tone. "What is to happen?" said Porthos. "Follow me," replied D'Artagnan. "The man who lives to see shall see." And slipping through the aperture, he alighted in the court. Porthos followed him by the same road, but with more difficulty and less diligence. They could hear the two soldiers shivering with fear as they lay bound in the chamber. Scarcely had the two Frenchmen touched the ground when a door opened and the voice of the valet de chambre called out, "Make ready." At the same moment the guardhouse was opened and a voice called out, "La Bruyere and Dubartois, march." "It seems that I am named La Bruyere," remarked D'Artagnan. "And I, Dubartois," added Porthos. "Where are you?" asked the valet de chambre, whose eyes, dazzled by the light, could not clearly distinguish our heroes in the gloom. "Here we are," said the Gascon. "What say you to that, Monsieur du Vallon?" he added in a low tone to Porthos. "If it but lasts, most capital," responded Porthos. These two newly enlisted soldiers marched gravely after the valet de chambre, who opened the door of the vestibule, then another, which seemed to be that of a waiting room, and showing them two stools, "Your orders are very simple," he said. "Don't allow anybody except one person to enter here. Do you hear? Not a single creature. Obey that person implicitly. On your return you cannot make a mistake. You have only to wait here till I release you." D'Artagnan was known to this valet de chambre, who was no other than Bernouin, and he had during the last 6 or 8 months introduced the Gascon a dozen times to the cardinal. The Gascon, therefore, instead of answering, growled out, "Ja, ja," in the most German and the least Gascon accent possible. As for Porthos, on whom D'Artagnan had impressed the necessity of absolute silence, and who did not even now begin to comprehend the scheme of his friend, which was to follow Mazarin in his visit to Athos, he was simply mute. All that he was allowed to say in case of emergencies was the proverbial "Der Teufel!" Bernouin shut the door and went away. When Porthos heard the key turn in the lock, he began to be alarmed lest they should only have exchanged one prison for another. "Porthos, my friend," said D'Artagnan, "don't distrust Providence. Let me meditate and consider." "Meditate and consider as much as you like," replied Porthos, who was now quite out of humor at seeing things take this turn. "We have walked 8 paces," whispered D'Artagnan, "and gone up 6 steps, so hereabouts is the pavilion called the pavilion of the Orangerie. The Comte de la Fère cannot be far off, only the doors are locked." "That is a slight difficulty," said Porthos, "and a good push with the shoulders." "For God's sake, Porthos, my friend, reserve your feats of strength, or they will not have, when needed, the honor they deserve. Have you not heard that someone is coming here?" "Yes." "Well, that someone will open the doors." "But, my dear fellow, if that someone recognizes us, if that someone cries out, we are lost. For you don't propose, I imagine, that I shall kill that man of the church. That might do if we were dealing with Englishmen or Germans." "Oh, may God keep me from it, and you too," said D'Artagnan. "The young king would, perhaps, show us some gratitude, but the queen would never forgive us, and it is she whom we have to consider. And then, besides, the useless blood. Never, no, never. I have my plan. Let me carry it out, and we shall laugh." "So much the better," said Porthos. "I feel some need of it." "Hush!" said D'Artagnan. "The someone is coming." The sound of a light step was heard in the vestibule. The hinges of the door creaked, and a man appeared in the dress of a cavalier, wrapped in a brown cloak, with a lantern in one hand and a large beaver hat pulled down over his eyes. Porthos effaced himself against the wall, but he could not render himself invisible, and the man in the cloak said to him, giving him his lantern, "Light the lamp which hangs from the ceiling." Then, addressing D'Artagnan, "You know the watchword?" he said. "Ja," replied the Gascon, determined to confine himself to this specimen of the German tongue. "Tedesco," answered the cavalier. "Va bene." And advancing towards the door opposite to that by which he came in, he opened it and disappeared behind it, shutting it as he went. "Now," asked Porthos, "what are we to do?" "Now we shall make use of your shoulder, friend Porthos, if this door proves to be locked. Everything in its proper time, and all comes right to those who know how to wait patiently. But first barricade the first door well, then we will follow yonder cavalier." The two friends set to work and crowded the space before the door with all the furniture in the room, as not only to make the passage impassable, but so to block the door that by no means could it open inward. "There," said D'Artagnan. Chapter 85 of 20 Years After. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. 20 Years After, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 85. The Oubliettes of Cardinal Mazarin. At first, on arriving at the door through which Mazarin had passed, D'Artagnan tried in vain to open it. But on the powerful shoulder of Porthos being applied to one of the panels which gave way, D'Artagnan introduced the point of his sword between the bolt and the staple of the lock. The bolt gave way and the door opened. "As I told you, everything can be attained, Porthos, women and doors, by proceeding with gentleness." "You're a great moralist, and that's the fact," said Porthos. They entered. Behind a glass window, by the light of the cardinal's lantern, which had been placed on the floor in the midst of the gallery, they saw the orange and pomegranate trees of the Castle of Rieux, in long lines, forming one great alley and two smaller side alleys. "No cardinal," said D'Artagnan, "but only his lantern. Where the devil, then, is he?" Exploring, however, one of the side wings of the gallery, after making a sign to Porthos to explore the other, he saw all at once at his left a tub containing an orange tree, which had been pushed out of its place, and in its place an open aperture. 10 men would have found difficulty in moving that tub, but by some mechanical contrivance it had turned with a flagstone on which it rested. D'Artagnan, as we have said, perceived a hole in that place, and in this hole the steps of a winding staircase. He called Porthos to look at it. "Were our object money only," he said, "we should be rich directly." "How's that?" "Don't you understand, Porthos? At the bottom of that staircase lies, probably, the cardinal's treasury, of which folk tell such wonders, and we should only have to descend, empty a chest, shut the cardinal up in it, double lock it, go away, carrying off as much gold as we could, put back this orange tree over the place, and no one in the world would ever ask us where our fortune came from, not even the cardinal." "It would be a happy hit for clowns to make, but as it seems to be unworthy of two gentlemen," said Porthos. "So I think, and therefore I said, were our object money only. But we want something else," replied the Gascon. At the same moment, whilst D'Artagnan was leaning over the aperture to listen, a metallic sound, as if someone was moving a bag of gold, struck on his ear. He started. Instantly afterward a door opened and a light played upon the staircase. Mazarin had left his lamp in the gallery to make people believe that he was walking about, but he had with him a wax light to help him to explore his mysterious strong-box. "Faith," he said in Italian, as he was reascending the steps and looking at a bag of reals, "faith, there is enough to pay 5 councillors of Parliament and 2 generals in Paris. I'm a great captain, that I am, but I make war in my own way." The 2 friends were crouching down, meantime, behind a tub in the side alley. Mazarin came within 3 steps of D'Artagnan and pushed a spring in the wall. The slab turned and the orange tree resumed its place. Then the cardinal put out the wax light, slipped it into his pocket, and, taking up the lantern, "Now," he said, "for Monsieur de la Fère." "Very good," thought D'Artagnan. "'Tis our road likewise, we will go together." All 3 set off on their walk, Mazarin taking the middle alley and the friends the side ones. The cardinal reached a second door without perceiving he was being followed. The sand with which the alleys were covered deadened the sound of footsteps. He then turned to the left, down a corridor which had escaped the attention of the 2 friends, but as he opened the door he paused, as if in thought. "Ah, diavolo!" he exclaimed, "I forgot the recommendation of De Commines, who advised me to take a guard and place it at this door, in order not to put myself at the mercy of that 4-headed combination of devils." And, with a movement of impatience, he turned to retrace his steps. "Do not give yourself the trouble, my lord," said D'Artagnan, with his right foot forward, his beaver in his hand, a smile on his face. "We have followed your eminence step by step, and here we are." "Yes, here we are," said Porthos. And he made the same friendly salute as D'Artagnan. Mazarin gazed at each of them with an affrighted stare, recognized them, and let drop his lantern, uttering a cry of terror. D'Artagnan picked it up. By good luck it had not been extinguished. "Oh, what imprudence, my lord!" said D'Artagnan. "'Tis not good to be about just here without a light. Your eminence might knock against something or fall into a hole." "Monsieur d'Artagnan," muttered Mazarin, unable to recover from his astonishment. "Yes, my lord, it is I. I have the honor to present to you Monsieur du Vallon, that excellent friend of mine in whom your eminence had the kindness to interest yourself formerly." And D'Artagnan held the lamp before the merry face of Porthos, who now began to comprehend the affair and be very proud of the whole undertaking. "You were going to visit Monsieur de la Fère?" said D'Artagnan. "Don't let us disarrange your eminence. Be so good as to show us the way, and we will follow you." Mazarin was by degrees recovering his senses. "Have you been long in the orangery?" he asked in a trembling voice, remembering the visits he had been paying to his treasury. Porthos opened his mouth to reply. D'Artagnan made him a sign, and his mouth, remaining silent, gradually closed. "This moment come, my lord," said D'Artagnan. Mazarin breathed again. His fears were now no longer for his hoard, but for himself. A sort of smile played on his lips. "Come," he said, "you have me in a snare, gentlemen. I confess myself conquered. You wish to ask for liberty, and I give it you." "Oh, my lord," answered D'Artagnan, "you are too good. As to our liberty, we have that. We want to ask something else of you." "You have your liberty?" repeated Mazarin in terror. "Certainly. And, on the other hand, my lord, you have lost it, and now, in accordance with the law of war, sir, you must buy it back again." Mazarin felt a shiver run through him, a chill even to his heart's core. His piercing look was fixed in vain on the satirical face of the Gascon and the unchanging countenance of Porthos. Both were in shadow, and the Sibyl of Cume herself could not have read them. "To purchase back my liberty?" said the cardinal. "Yes, my lord." "And how much will that cost me, Monsieur d'Artagnan?" "Zounds, my lord, I don't know yet. We must ask the Comte de la Fère the question. Will your eminence deign to open the door which leads to the count's room, and in 10 minutes all will be settled." Mazarin started. "My lord," said D'Artagnan, "your eminence sees that we wish to act with all formality and due respect, but I must warn you that we have no time to lose. Open the door, then, my lord, and be so good as to remember, once for all, that on the slightest attempt to escape, or the faintest cry for help, our position being very critical indeed, you must not be angry with us if we go to extremities." "Be assured," answered Mazarin, "that I shall attempt nothing. I give you my word of honor." D'Artagnan made a sign to Porthos to redouble his watchfulness. Then, turning to Mazarin, Chapter 86 of 20 Years After. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. 20 Years After, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 86. Conferences. Mazarin turned the lock of a double door, on the threshold of which they found Athos, ready to receive his illustrious guests according to the notice Comminges had given him. On perceiving Mazarin, he bowed. "Your eminence," he said, "might have dispensed with your attendance. The honor bestowed on me is too great for me to be unmindful of it." "And so, my dear count," said D'Artagnan, "his eminence didn't actually insist on our attending him. It is Du Vallon and I who have insisted, and even in a manner somewhat impolite, perhaps, so great was our longing to see you." At that voice, that mocking tone, and that familiar gesture, accenting voice and tone, Athos made a bound of surprise. "D'Artagnan! Porthos!" he exclaimed. "My very self, dear friend." "Me also," repeated Porthos. "What means this?" asked the count. "It means," replied Mazarin, trying to smile and biting his lips in the attempt, "that our parts are changed, and that instead of these gentlemen being my prisoners, I am theirs. But, gentlemen, I warn you, unless you kill me, your victory will be of very short duration. People will come to the rescue." "Ah, my lord," cried the Gascon, "don't threaten. 'Tis a bad example. We are so good and gentle to your eminence. Come, let us put aside all rancor and talk pleasantly." "There's nothing I wish more," replied Mazarin. "But don't think yourselves in a better position than you are. In ensnaring me, you have fallen into the trap yourselves. How are you to get away from here? Remember the soldiers and sentinels who guard these doors. Now, I am going to show you how sincere I am." "Good," thought D'Artagnan. "We must look about us. He's going to play us a trick." "I offered you your liberty," continued the minister. "Will you take it? Before an hour has passed you will be discovered, arrested, obliged to kill me, which would be a crime unworthy of loyal gentlemen like you." "He is right," thought Athos. And, like every other reflection passing in a mind that entertained none but noble thoughts, this feeling was expressed in his eyes. "And therefore," said D'Artagnan, to clip the hope which Athos's tacit adhesion had imparted to Mazarin, "we shall not proceed to that violence save in the last extremity." "If, on the contrary," resumed Mazarin, You accept your liberty? Why, you, my lord, might take it away from us in less than 5 minutes afterward, and from my knowledge of you, I believe you will so take it away from us. No, on the faith of a cardinal. You do not believe me? My lord, I never believe cardinals who are not priests. Well, on the faith of a minister. You are no longer a minister, my lord, you are a prisoner. Then, on the honor of a Mazarin, as I am and ever shall be, I hope, said the cardinal. Hum, replied D'Artagnan, I've heard speak of a Mazarin who had not much religion when his oaths were in question. I fear he may have been an ancestor of your eminence. Monsieur D'Artagnan, you're a great wit, and I am really sorry to be on bad terms with you. My lord, let us come to terms. I ask nothing better. Very well, said Mazarin, if I place you in security in a manner evident, palpable. Ah, that is another thing, said Porthos. Let us see, said Athos. Let us see, said D'Artagnan. In the first place, do you accept? Asked the cardinal. Unfold your plan, my lord, and we will see. Take notice that you are shut up, captured. You well know, my lord, that there always remains to us a last resource. What? That of dying together. Mazarin shuddered. Listen, he said, at the end of yonder corridor is a door of which I have the key. It leads into the park. Go, and take this key with you. You are active, vigorous, and you have arms. At 100 steps, on turning to the left, you will find the wall of the park. Get over it, and in 3 leaps you will be on the road and free. Ah, by Jove, my lord, said D'Artagnan, you have well said, but these are only words. Where is the key you speak of? Here it is. Ah, my lord, you will conduct us yourself, then, to that door. Very willingly, if it be necessary to reassure you, answered the minister, and Mazarin, who was delighted to get off so cheaply, led the way in high spirits to the corridor and opened the door. It led into the park, as the 3 fugitives perceived by the night breeze which rushed into the corridor and blew the wind into their faces. "The devil!" exclaimed the Gascon. "'Tis a dreadful night, my lord. We don't know the locality and shall never find the wall. Since your eminence has come so far, come a few steps further. Conduct us, my lord, to the wall." "Be it so," replied the cardinal, and walking in a straight line he went to the wall, at the foot of which they all 4 arrived at the same instant. "Are you satisfied, gentlemen?" asked Mazarin. "I think so indeed. We should be hard to please if we were not. Deuce take it, 3 poor gentlemen escorted by a prince of the church. Ah, apropos, my lord, you remarked that we were all active, vigorous, and armed." "Yes." "You are mistaken. Monsieur de Vaillant and I are the only 2 who are armed. The count is not, and should we meet with one of your patrol, we must defend ourselves." "'Tis true." "Where can we find another sword?" asked Porthos. "My lord," said D'Artagnan, "will lend his, which is of no use to him, to the Comte de la Fère." "Willingly," said the cardinal. "I will even ask the count to keep it, for my sake." "I promise you, my lord, never to part with it," replied Athos. "Well, well," cried D'Artagnan, "this reconciliation is truly touching. Have you not tears in your eyes, Porthos?" "Yes," said Porthos, "but I do not know if it is feeling or the wind that makes me weep. I think it is the wind." "Now climb up, Athos, quickly," said D'Artagnan. Athos, assisted by Porthos, who lifted him up like a feather, arrived at the top. "Now jump down, Athos." Athos jumped and disappeared on the other side of the wall. "Are you on the ground?" asked D'Artagnan. "Yes." "Without accident?" "Perfectly safe and sound." "Porthos, whilst I get up, watch the cardinal. No, I don't want your help. Watch the cardinal." "I am watching," said Porthos. "Well?" "You are right, it is more difficult than I thought. Lend me your back. But don't let the cardinal go. Porthos lent him his back, and D'Artagnan was soon on the summit of the wall, where he seated himself. Mazarin pretended to laugh. "Are you there?" asked Porthos. "Yes, my friend, and now?" "Now what?" asked Porthos. "Now give me the cardinal up here. If he makes any noise, stifle him." Mazarin wished to call out, but Porthos held him tight and passed him to D'Artagnan, who seized him by the neck and made him sit down by him. Then, in a menacing tone, he said, "Sir, jump directly down, close to Monsieur de la Fère, or, on the honor of a gentleman, I'll kill you." "Monsieur, monsieur!" cried Mazarin, "you are breaking your word to me." "I? Did I promise you anything, my lord?" Mazarin groaned. "You are free," he said, "through me. Your liberty was my ransom." "Agreed, but the ransom of that immense treasure buried under the gallery, to which one descends on pushing a spring hidden in the wall, which causes a tub to turn, revealing a staircase, must not one speak of that a little, my lord?" "Diavolo!" cried Mazarin, almost choked, and clasping his hands. "I am a lost and ruined man." But without listening to his protestations of alarm, D'Artagnan slipped him gently down into the arms of Athos, who stood immovable at the bottom of the wall. Porthos next made an effort which shook the solid wall, and by the aid of his friend's hand gained the summit. "I didn't understand it all," he said, "but I understand now. How droll it is!" "You think so? So much the better. But that it may prove laughter worthy even to the end, let us not lose time." And he jumped off the wall. Porthos did the same. "Attend to Monsieur le Cardinal, gentlemen," said D'Artagnan. "For myself, I will reconnoitre." The Gascon then drew his sword and marched as avant-guard. "My lord," he said, "which way do we go? Think well of your reply, for should your eminence be mistaken, there might ensue most grave results for all of us." "Along the wall, sir," said Mazarin. "There will be no danger of losing yourselves." The three friends hastened on, but in a short time were obliged to slacken the pace. The cardinal could not keep up with them, though with every wish to do so. Suddenly D'Artagnan touched something warm, which moved. "Stop! A horse!" he cried. "I have found a horse." "And I likewise," said Athos. "I too," said Porthos, who, faithful to the instructions, still held the cardinal's arm. "There's luck, my lord, just as you were complaining of being tired and obliged to walk." But as he spoke, the barrel of a pistol was presented at his breast, and these words were pronounced: "Touch it not." "Grimaud!" he cried, "Grimaud, what art thou about? Why, thou art posted here by Heaven." "No, sir," said the honest servant, "it was Monsieur Aramis who posted me here to take care of the horses." "Is Aramis here?" "Yes, sir, he has been here since yesterday." "What are you doing?" "On the watch." "What, Aramis here?" cried Athos. "At the lesser gate of the castle; he's posted there." "Are you a large party?" 60. "Let him know." "This moment, sir." And believing that no one could execute the commission better than himself, Grimaud set off at full speed, whilst, enchanted at being all together again, the friends awaited his return. Chapter 87 of 20 Years After. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 87. In which we begin to think that Porthos will be at last a baron, and D'Artagnan a captain. At the expiration of 10 minutes, Aramis arrived, accompanied by Grimaud and 8 or 10 followers. He was excessively delighted and threw himself into his friend's arms. "You are free, my brothers, free without my aid, and I shall have succeeded in doing nothing for you in spite of all my efforts." Do not be unhappy, dear friend, on that account. If you have done nothing as yet, you will do something soon," replied Athos. "I had well concerted my plans," pursued Aramis. "The coadjutor gave me 60 men, 20 guard the walls of the park, 20 the road from Rueil to Saint-Germain, 20 are dispersed in the woods. Thus I was able, thanks to the strategic disposition of my forces, to intercept 2 couriers from Mazarin to the queen." Mazarin listened intently. "But," said D'Artagnan, "I trust that you honorably sent them back to Monsieur le Cardinal." "Ah, yes," said Aramis. "Toward him I should be very likely to practice such delicacy of sentiment. In one of the dispatches the cardinal declares to the queen that the treasury is empty and that her majesty has no more money. In the other he announces that he is about to transport his prisoners to Melun, since Rueil seemed to him not sufficiently secure. You can understand, dear friend, with what hope I was inspired by that last letter. I placed myself in ambuscade with my 60 men. I encircled the castle. The riding horses I entrusted to Grimaud, and I awaited your coming out, which I did not expect till tomorrow, and I didn't hope to free you without a skirmish. You are free tonight, without fighting. So much the better. How did you manage to escape that scoundrel Mazarin? You must have much reason to complain of him." "Not very much," said D'Artagnan. "Really?" "I might even say that we have some reason to praise him." "Impossible." "Yes, really, it is owing to him that we are free." "Owing to him?" "Yes, he had us conducted into the orangery by Monsieur Bernouin, his valet de chambre, and from there we followed him to visit the Comte de la Fère. Then he offered us our liberty, and we accepted it. He even went so far as to show us the way out. He led us to the park wall, which we climbed over without accident, and then we fell in with Grimaud." "Well," exclaimed Aramis, "this will reconcile me to him, but I wish he were here that I might tell him that I did not believe him capable of so noble an act." "My lord," said D'Artagnan, no longer able to contain himself, "allow me to introduce to you the Chevalier d'Herblay, who wishes, as you may have heard, to offer his congratulations to your eminence." And he retired, discovering Mazarin, who was in great confusion, to the astonished gaze of Aramis. "Ho, ho!" exclaimed the latter. "The cardinal! A glorious prize! Halloo, halloo, friends! To horse! To horse!" Several horsemen ran quickly to him. "Zounds!" cried Aramis, "I may have done some good. So, my lord, deign to receive my most respectful homage. I will lay a wager that was that Saint Christopher Porthos who performed this feat. Apropos, I forgot." And he gave some orders in a low voice to one of the horsemen. "I think it will be wise to set off," said D'Artagnan. "Yes, but I am expecting someone, a friend of Athos." "A friend!" exclaimed the count. "And here he comes, by Jupiter, galloping through the bushes." "The count! The count!" cried a young voice that made Athos start. "Raoul! Raoul!" he ejaculated. For one moment the young man forgot his habitual respect. He threw himself on his father's neck. "Look, my lord cardinal," said Aramis, "would it not have been a pity to have separated men who love each other as we love? Gentlemen," he continued, addressing the cavaliers, who became more and more numerous every instant, "gentlemen, encircle his eminence, that you may show him the greater honor. He will, indeed, give us the favor of his company. You will, I hope, be grateful for it. Porthos, do not lose sight of his eminence." Aramis then joined Athos and D'Artagnan, who were consulting together. "Come," said D'Artagnan, after a conference of 5 minutes' duration, "let us begin our journey." "Where are we to go?" asked Porthos. "To your house, dear Porthos, at Pierrefonds. Your fine chateau is worthy of affording its princely hospitality to his eminence. It is, likewise, well situated, neither too near Paris nor too far from it. We can establish a communication between it and the capital with great facility. Come, my lord, you shall be treated like a prince, as you are." "A fallen prince!" exclaimed Mazarin piteously. "The chances of war," said Athos, "are many, but be assured we shall take no improper advantage of them." "No, but we shall make use of them," said D'Artagnan. The rest of the night was employed by these cavaliers in travelling with the wonderful rapidity of former days. Mazarin, still sombre and pensive, permitted himself to be dragged along in this way. It looked a race of phantoms. At dawn 12 leagues had been passed without drawing rein. Half the escort were exhausted, and several horses fell down. "Horses, nowadays, are not what they were formerly," observed Porthos. "Everything degenerates." "I have sent Grimaud to Dammartin," said Aramis. "He is to bring us 5 fresh horses, 1 for his eminence, 4 for us. We at least must keep close to Monseigneur. The rest of the start will rejoin us later. Once beyond Saint-Denis, we shall have nothing to fear." Grimaud, in fact, brought back 5 horses. The nobleman to whom he applied, being a friend of Porthos, was very ready, not to sell them, as was proposed, but to lend them. 10 minutes later, the escort stopped at Ermenonville, but the 4 friends went on with well-sustained ardor, guarding Mazarin carefully. At noon they rode into the avenue of Pierrefonds. "Ah!" said Mousqueton, who had ridden by the side of D'Artagnan without speaking a word on the journey. "You may think what you will, sir, but I can breathe now for the first time since my departure from Pierrefonds." And he put his horse to a gallop to announce to the other servants the arrival of Monsieur du Vallon and his friends. "We are 4 of us," said D'Artagnan. "We must relieve each other in mounting guard over my lord, and each of us must watch 3 hours at a time. Athos is going to examine the castle, which will be necessary to render impregnable in case of siege. Porthos will see to the provisions, and Aramis to the troops of the garrison. That is to say, Athos will be chief engineer, Porthos purveyor in general, and Aramis governor of the fortress." Meanwhile, they gave up to Mazarin the handsomest room in the chateau. "Gentlemen," he said, when he was in his room, "you do not expect, I presume, to keep me here a long time incognito?" "No, my lord," replied the Gascon. "On the contrary, we think of announcing very soon that we have you here." "Then you will be besieged." "We expect it." "And what shall you do?" "Defend ourselves. Were the late Cardinal Richelieu alive, he would tell you a certain story of the Bastion Saint-Gervais, which we 4, with our 4 lackeys and 12 dead men, held out against the whole army." "Such feats, sir, are done once, and never repeated." "However, nowadays there is no need of so much heroism. Tomorrow the army of Paris will be summoned, the day after it will be here. The field of battle, instead, therefore, of being at Saint-Denis or at Charenton, will be near Compiègne or Villars-Cotterêts. The prince will vanquish you, as he has always done." "'Tis possible, my lord, but before an engagement ensues, we shall move your eminence to another castle belonging to our friend Du Vallon, who has 3. We will not expose your eminence to the chances of war." "Come," answered Mazarin, "I see it will be necessary for me to capitulate." "Before a siege?" "Yes, the conditions will be better than afterward." "Ah, my lord, as to conditions, you would soon see how moderate and reasonable we are." "Come now, what are your conditions?" "Rest yourself first, my lord, and we will reflect." "I do not need rest, gentlemen. I need to know whether I am among enemies or friends." "Friends, my lord, friends." "Well, then, tell me at once what you want, that I may see if any arrangement be possible. Speak, Comte de la Fère." "My lord," replied Athos, "for myself I have nothing to demand. For France, were I to specify my wishes, I should have too much. I beg you to excuse me and propose to the chevalier." And Athos, bowing, retired and remained leaning against the mantelpiece, a spectator of the scene. "Speak, then, chevalier," said the cardinal. "What do you want? Nothing ambiguous, if you please. Be clear, short, and precise." "As for me," replied Aramis, "I have in my pocket the very programme of the conditions which the deputation, of which I formed one, went yesterday to Saint-Germain to impose on you. Let us consider first the ancient rights. The demands in that programme must be granted." "We were almost agreed on those," replied Mazarin. "Let us pass on to private and personal stipulations." "You suppose, then, that there are some?" said Aramis, smiling. "I do not suppose that you will all be quite so disinterested as Monsieur de la Fère," replied the cardinal, bowing to Athos. "My lord, you are right, and I am glad to see that you do justice to the count at last. The count has a mind above vulgar desires and earthly passions. He is a proud soul, he is a man by himself. You are right, he is worth us all, and we avow it to you." "Aramis," said Athos, "are you jesting?" "No, no, dear friend, I state only what we all know. You are right, it is not you alone this matter concerns, but my lord and his unworthy servant, myself." "Well, then, what do you require besides the general conditions before recited?" "I require, my lord, that Normandy should be given to Madame de Longueville, with 500,000 francs and full absolution. I require that his Majesty should deign to be godfather to the child she has just born, and that my lord, after having been present at the christening, should go to proffer his homage to our Holy Father the Pope." "That is, you wish me to lay aside my ministerial functions, to quit France and be in exile?" "I wish his eminence to become pope on the first opportunity, allowing me then the right of demanding full indulgences for myself and my friends." Mazarin made a grimace which was quite indescribable, and then turned to D'Artagnan. "And you, sir?" he said. "I, my lord," answered the Gascon, "I differ from Monsieur d'Herblay entirely as to the last point, though I agree with him on the first. Far from wishing my lord to quit Paris, I hope he will stay there and continue to be prime minister, as he is a great statesman. I shall try also to help him to down the Fronde, but on one condition, that he sometimes remembers the king's faithful servants and gives the first vacant company of musketeers to a man that I could name. And you, Monsieur du Vallon?" "Yes, you, sir. Speak, if you please," said Mazarin. "As for me," answered Porthos, "I wish my Lord Cardinal, in order to do honor to my house, which gives him an asylum, would in remembrance of this adventure erect my estate into a barony, with a promise to confer that order on one of my particular friends, whenever his Majesty next creates peers. You know, sir, that before receiving the order one must submit proofs." "My friends will submit them. Besides, should it be necessary, Monseigneur will show him how that formality may be avoided." Mazarin bit his lips. The blow was direct, and he replied rather dryly, "All this appears to me to be ill-conceived, disjointed, gentlemen, for if I satisfy some, I shall displease others. If I stay in Paris, I cannot go to Rome. If I became pope, I could not continue to be prime minister, and it is only by continuing prime minister that I can make Monsieur d'Artagnan a captain and Monsieur de Vallon a baron." "True," said Aramis. "So, as I am in a minority, I withdraw my proposition, so far as it relates to the voyage to Rome and Monseigneur's resignation." "I am to remain minister, then?" said Mazarin. "You remain minister, that is understood," said D'Artagnan. "France needs you." "And I desist from my pretensions," said Aramis. "His Eminence will continue to be prime minister and her Majesty's favorite, if he will grant to me and my friends what we demand for France and for ourselves." "Occupy yourselves with your own affairs, gentlemen, and let France settle matters as she will with me," resumed Mazarin. "Ho, ho!" replied Aramis. "The Frondeurs will have a treaty, and your Eminence must sign it before us, promising at the same time to obtain the queen's consent to it." "I can answer only for myself," said Mazarin. "I cannot answer for the queen. Suppose her Majesty refuses?" "Oh," said D'Artagnan, "Monseigneur knows very well that her Majesty refuses him nothing." "Here, Monseigneur," said Aramis, "is the treaty proposed by the deputation of Frondeurs. Will your Eminence please read and examine?" "I am acquainted with it." "Sign it, then." Reflect, gentlemen, that a signature given under circumstances like the present might be regarded as extorted by violence. Monseigneur will be at hand to testify that it was freely given. Suppose I refuse? Then, said D'Artagnan, your Eminence must expect the consequences of a refusal. Would you dare to touch a cardinal? You have dared, my lord, to imprison her Majesty's Musketeers. The queen will revenge me, gentlemen. I do not think so, although inclination might lead her to do so, but we shall take your Eminence to Paris, and the Parisians will defend us. How uneasy they must be at this moment at Rueil and Saint-Germain, said Aramis. How they must be asking, where is the cardinal? What has become of the minister? Where is the favorite gone? How they must be looking for Monseigneur in all corners! What comments must be made! And if the Fronde knows that Monseigneur had disappeared, how the Fronde must triumph! It is frightful, murmured Mazarin. Sign the treaty then, Monseigneur, said Aramis. Suppose the queen should refuse to ratify it? Ah, nonsense, cried D'Artagnan. I can manage so that her Majesty will receive me well. I know an excellent method. What? I shall take her Majesty the letter in which you tell her that the finances are exhausted. And then? Asked Mazarin, turning pale. When I see her Majesty embarrassed, I shall conduct her to Rueil, make her enter the orangery, and show her a certain spring which turns a box. Enough, sir, muttered the cardinal. You have said enough. Where is the treaty? Here it is, replied Aramis. Sign, my lord. And he gave him a pen. Mazarin arose, walked some moments, thoughtful but not dejected. And when I have signed, he said, what is to be my guarantee? My word of honor, sir, said Athos. Mazarin started, turned toward the Comte de la Fère, and looking for an instant at that grand and honest countenance, took the pen. It is sufficient, Count, he said, and signed the treaty. And now, Monsieur d'Artagnan, he said, prepare to set off for Saint.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Lemoyne, greenkri.com. 20 Years After, by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 88. Shows how with threat and pen more is effected than by the sword. D'Artagnan knew his part well. He was aware that opportunity has a forelock only for him who will take it, and he was not a man to let it go by him without seizing it. He soon arranged a prompt and certain manner of traveling, by sending relays of horses to Chantilly, so that he might be in Paris in 5 to 6 hours. But before setting out, he reflected that for a lad of intelligence and experience, he was in a singular predicament, since he was proceeding toward uncertainty and leaving certainty behind him. In fact, he said, as he was about to mount and start on his dangerous mission, Athos, for generosity, is a hero of romance. Porthos has an excellent disposition, but is easily influenced. Aramis has a hieroglyphic countenance, always illegible. What will come out of those three elements when I am no longer present to combine them? The deliverance of the cardinal, perhaps. Now, the deliverance of the cardinal would only be the ruin of our hopes, and our hopes are thus far the only recompense we have for labors in comparison with which those of Hercules were pygmean. He went to find Aramis. "You, my dear Chevalier d'Herblay," he said, "are the Fronde incarnate. Mistrust Athos, therefore, who will not prosecute the affairs of anyone, even his own. mistrust Porthos, especially who, to please the Count, whom he regards as God on earth, will assist him in contriving Mazarin's escape, if Mazarin has the wit to weep or play the chivalric." Aramis smiled. His smile was at once cunning and resolute. "Fear nothing," he said. "I have my conditions to impose. My private ambition tends only to the profit of him who has justice on his side." "Good," thought D'Artagnan. "In this direction I am satisfied." He pressed Aramis's hand and went in search of Porthos. "Friend," he said, "you have worked so hard with me toward building up our fortune, that at the moment when we are about to reap the fruits of our labors, it would be a ridiculous piece of silliness in you to allow yourself to be controlled by Aramis, whose cunning you know, a cunning which, we may say between ourselves, is not always without egotism; or by Athos, a noble and disinterested man, but blasé, who, desiring nothing further for himself, doesn't sympathize with the desires of others. What should you say if either of these two friends proposed you to let Mazarin go?" "Why, I should say that we had too much trouble in taking him to let him off so easily." "Bravo, Porthos, and you would be right, my friend, for in losing him you would lose your barony, which you have in your grasp, to say nothing of the fact that, were he once out of this, Mazarin would have you hanged." "Do you think so?" "I am sure of it." "Then I would kill him rather than let him go." "And you would act rightly. There is no question, you understand, provided we secure our own interests, of securing those of the Frondeurs, who, besides, don't understand political matters as we old soldiers do." "Never fear, dear friend," said Porthos. "I shall see you through the window as you mount your horse. I shall follow you with my eyes as long as you are in sight. Then I shall place myself at the cardinal's door, a door with glass windows. I shall see everything, and at the least suspicious sign I shall begin to exterminate." "Bravo!" thought D'Artagnan. "On this side I think the cardinal will be well guarded." He pressed the hand of the Lord of Pierrefonds and went in search of Athos. "My dear Athos," he said, "I am going away. I have only one thing to say to you. You know Anne of Austria. The captivity of Mazarin alone guarantees my life. If you let him go, I am a dead man. I needed nothing less than that consideration, my dear D'Artagnan, to persuade myself to adopt the role of jailer. I give you my word that you will find the cardinal where you leave him." "This reassures me more than all the royal signatures," thought D'Artagnan. "Now that I have the word of Athos I can set out." D'Artagnan started alone on his journey, without other escort than his sword, and with a simple passport from Mazarin to secure his admission to the queen's presence. 6 hours after he left Pierrefonds he was at Saint-Germain. The disappearance of Mazarin was not as yet generally known. Anne of Austria was informed of it and concealed her uneasiness from everyone. In the chamber of D'Artagnan and Porthos the two soldiers had been found bound and gagged. On recovering the use of their limbs and tongues they could, of course, tell nothing but what they knew, that they had been seized, stripped and bound. But as to what had been done by Porthos and D'Artagnan afterward, they were as ignorant as all the inhabitants of the chateau. Bernouin alone knew a little more than the others. Bernouin, seeing that his master did not return and hearing the stroke of midnight, had made an examination of the orangery. The first door, barricaded with furniture, had aroused in him certain suspicions, but without communicating his suspicions to anyone, he had patiently worked his way into the midst of all that confusion. Then he came to the corridor, all the doors of which he found open. So, too, was the door of Athos's chamber and that of the park. From the latter point it was easy to follow the tracks in the snow. He saw that these tracks tended toward the wall. On the other side he found similar tracks, then footprints of horses, and then signs of a troop of cavalry which had moved away in the direction of Enghien. He could no longer cherish any doubt that the cardinal had been carried off by the three prisoners, since the prisoners had disappeared at the same time, and he had hastened to Saint-Germain to warn the queen of that disappearance. Anne had enforced the utmost secrecy, and had disclosed the event to no one except the Prince de Condé, who had sent 500 or 600 horsemen into the environs of Saint-Germain, with orders to bring in any suspicious person who was going away from Rueil, in whatsoever direction it might be. Now, since D'Artagnan did not constitute a body of horsemen, since he was alone, since he was not going away from Rueil and was going to Saint-Germain, no one paid any attention to him, and his journey was not obstructed in any way. On entering the courtyard of the old chateau, the first person seen by our ambassador was Maître Bernouin in person, who, standing on the threshold, awaited news of his vanished master. At the sight of D'Artagnan, who entered the courtyard on horseback, Bernouin rubbed his eyes and thought he must be mistaken. But D'Artagnan made a friendly sign to him with his head, dismounted, and throwing his bridle to a lackey who was passing, he approached the valet de chambre with a smile on his lips. "Monsieur d'Artagnan!" cried the latter, like a man who has the nightmare and talks in his sleep. "Monsieur d'Artagnan!" "Himself, Monsieur Bernouin." "And why have you come here?" "To bring news of Monsieur Mazarin, the freshest news there is." "What has become of him, then?" "He is as well as you and I." "Nothing bad has happened to him, then?" "Absolutely nothing. He felt the need of making a trip in Ile-de-France, and begged us, the Comte La Fère and Monsieur du Vallon, to accompany him. We were too devoted servants to refuse him a request of that sort. We set out last evening, and here we are." "Here you are." "His Eminence had something to communicate to her Majesty, something secret and private, a mission that could be confided only to a sure man, and so has sent me to Saint-Germain. And therefore, my dear Monsieur Bernouin, if you wish to do what will be pleasing to your master, announce to her Majesty that I have come, and tell her with what purpose." Whether he spoke seriously or in jest, since it was evident that under existing circumstances D'Artagnan was the only man who could relieve the queen's uneasiness, Bernouin went without hesitation to announce to her this strange embassy. And as he had foreseen, the queen gave orders to introduce Monsieur d'Artagnan at once. D'Artagnan approached the sovereign with every mark of profound respect, and having fallen on his knees, presented to her the cardinal's letter. It was, however, merely a letter of introduction. The queen read it, recognizing the writing, and since there were no details in it of what had occurred, asked for particulars. D'Artagnan related everything with that simple and ingenuous air which he knew how to assume on occasions. The queen, as he went on, looked at him with increasing astonishment. She could not comprehend how a man could conceive such an enterprise, and still less how he could have the audacity to disclose it to her whose interest and almost duty it was to punish him. "How, sir!" she cried, as D'Artagnan finished. "You dare to tell me the details of your crime, to give me an account of your treason?" "Pardon, madam, but I think that either I have expressed myself badly, or your majesty has imperfectly understood me. There is no question of crime or treason. Monsieur de Mazarin held us in prison, Monsieur du Vallon and myself, because we could not believe that he sent us to England to quietly look on while they cut off the heads of Charles I, brother-in-law of the late king, your husband, the consort of Madame Henrietta, your sister and your guest, and because we did all that we could to save the life of the royal martyr. We were then convinced, my friend and I, that there was some error of which we were the victims, and that an explanation was called for between his Eminence and ourselves. Now, that an explanation may bear fruit, it is necessary that it should be quietly conducted, far from noise and interruption. We have, therefore, taken away Monsieur le Cardinal to my friend's chateau, and there we have come to an understanding. Well, madam, it proved to be as we supposed. There was a mistake. Monsieur de Mazarin had thought we had rendered service to General Cromwell, instead of King Charles, which would have been a disgrace rebounding from us to him, and from him to your majesty, a dishonour which would have tainted the royalty of your illustrious son. We were able to prove the contrary, and that proof we are ready to give to your majesty, calling in support of it the august widow weeping in the Louvre, where your royal munificence has provided for her a home. That proof satisfied him so completely, that as a sign of satisfaction he has sent me, as your majesty may see, to consider with you what reparation should be made to gentlemen unjustly treated and wrongfully persecuted." "I listen to you, and I wonder at you, sir," said the queen. "In fact, I have rarely seen such excess of impudence." "Your majesty, on your side," said D'Artagnan, "is as much mistaken as our intentions as the Cardinal Mazarin has always been." "You are in error, sir," answered the queen. "I am so little mistaken that in 10 minutes you shall be arrested, and in an hour I shall set off at the head of my army to release my minister. I am sure your majesty will not commit such an act of imprudence. First, because it would be useless, and would produce the most disastrous results. Before he could be possibly set free, the cardinal would be dead. And indeed, so convinced is he of this, that he entreated me, should I find your majesty disposed to act in this way, to do all I could to induce you to change your resolution. Well, then, I will content myself with arresting you." "Madam, the possibility of my arrest has been foreseen, and should I not have returned by tomorrow, at a certain hour, the next day the cardinal will be brought to Paris and delivered to the Parliament." "It is evident, sir, that your position has kept you out of relation to men and affairs. Otherwise, you would know that since we left Paris, Monsieur le Cardinal has returned thither 5 or 6 times, that he has there met de Beaufort, de Bouillon, the coadjutor, and d'Elbeuf, and that not one of them had any desire to arrest him. Your pardon, madam, I know all that, and therefore my friends will conduct Monsieur le Cardinal neither to de Beaufort, nor to de Bouillon, nor to the coadjutor, nor to d'Elbeuf. These gentlemen wage war on private account, and in buying them up by granting them what they wished, Monsieur le Cardinal has made a good bargain. He will be delivered to the Parliament, members of which can, of course, be bought, but even Monsieur de Mazarin is not rich enough to buy the whole body." "I think," returned Anne of Austria, fixing upon him a glance which in any woman's face would have expressed disdain, but in a queen's spread terror to those she looked upon, "nay, I perceive you dare to threaten the mother of your sovereign." "Madam," replied D'Artagnan, "I threaten simply and solely because I am obliged to do so. Believe me, madam, as true a thing as it is that a heart beats in this bosom, a heart devoted to you, believe that you have been the idol of our lives, that we have, as you well know, good heaven, risked our lives 20 times for your majesty. Have you then, madam, no compassion for your servants, who for 20 years have vegetated in obscurity, without betraying in a single sigh the solemn and sacred secrets they have had the honor to share with you? Look at me, madam, at me, whom you accuse of speaking loud and threateningly. What am I? A poor officer, without fortune, without protection, without a future, unless the eye of my queen, which I have sought so long, rests on me for a moment. Look at the Comte de la Fère, a type of nobility, a flower of chivalry. He has taken part against his queen, or rather, against her minister. He has not been unreasonably exacting, it seems to me. Look at Monsieur du Vallon, that faithful soul, that arm of steel, who for 20 years has awaited the word from your lips which will make him in rank what he is in sentiment and in courage. Consider, in short, your people who love you and who are yet famished, who have no other wish than to bless you, and who, nevertheless, No, I am wrong. Your subjects, madam, will never curse you. Say one word to them, and all will be ended. Peace succeed war, joy, tears, and happiness to misfortune." Anne of Austria looked with wonderment on the warlike countenance of D'Artagnan, which betrayed a singular expression of deep feeling. "Why did you not say all this before you took action, sir?" she said. "Because, madam, it was necessary to prove to your majesty one thing of which you doubted, that is, that we still possess amongst us some valor, and are worthy of some consideration at your hands. And that valor would shrink from no undertaking according to what I see. It has hesitated at nothing in the past, why then should it be less daring in the future? Then, in case of my refusal, this valor, should a struggle occur, will even go to the length of carrying me off in the midst of my court, to deliver me into the hands of the Fronde, as you propose to deliver my minister?" "We have not thought about it yet, madam," answered D'Artagnan, with that Gascon effrontery which had in him the appearance of naivete. "But if we four had resolved upon it, we should do it most certainly." "I ought," muttered Anne to herself, "by this time to remember that these men are giants." "Alas, madam!" exclaimed D'Artagnan, "this proves to me that not till today has your majesty had a just idea of us." "Perhaps," said Anne, "but that idea, if at last I had it, your majesty will do us justice. In doing us justice you will no longer treat us as men of vulgar stamp. You will see in me an ambassador worthy of the high interests he is authorized to discuss with his sovereign. Where is the treaty?" "Here it is." Anne of Austria cast her eyes upon the treaty that D'Artagnan presented to her. "I do not see here," she said, "anything but general conditions. The interests of the Prince de Condé, or of the Duc de Beaufort, de Bouillon and d'Elbeuf, and of the coadjutor, are herein consulted. But with regard to yours, we do ourselves justice, madam, even in assuming the high position that we have. We do not think ourselves worthy to stand near such great names. But you, I presume, have decided to assert your pretensions viva voce?" "I believe you, madam, to be a great and powerful queen, and that it will be unworthy of your power and greatness if you do not recompense the arms which will bring back his eminence to Saint-Germain. It is my intention to do so. Come, let us hear you. Speak." "He who has negotiated these matters—forgive me if I begin by speaking of myself, but I must claim that importance which has been given to me, not assumed by me—he who has arranged matters for the return of the cardinal ought, it appears to me, in order that his reward may not be unworthy of your majesty, to be made commandant of the guards, an appointment something like that of the captain of the musketeers." "'Tis the appointment Monsieur de Tréville held, you ask of me." "The place, madam, is vacant, and although 'tis a year since Monsieur de Tréville has left it, it has not been filled." "But it is one of the principal military appointments in the king's household. Monsieur de Tréville was but a younger son of a simple Gascon family, like me, madam. He occupied that post for 20 years. "You have an answer ready for everything," replied the queen, and she took from her bureau a document which she filled up and signed. "Undoubtedly, madam," said D'Artagnan, taking the document and bowing, "this is a noble reward. But everything in the world is unstable, and the man who happened to fall into disgrace with your majesty might lose this office to-morrow." "What more do you want?" asked the queen, coloring, as she found that she had to deal with a mind as subtle as her own. 100,000 francs for this poor captain of musketeers, to be paid whenever his services shall no longer be acceptable to your majesty." Anne hesitated. "To think of the Parisians," soliloquized D'Artagnan, "offering only the other day, by an edict of the parliament, 600,000 francs to any man soever who would deliver up the cardinal to them, dead or alive; if alive, in order to hang him; if dead, to deny him the rites of Christian burial. "Come," said Anne, "'tis reasonable, since you only ask from a queen the sixth of what the Parliament has proposed." And she signed an order for 100,000 francs. "Now then," she said, "what next?" "Madam, my friend Du Vallon is rich, and has therefore nothing in the way of fortune to desire. But I think I remember that there was a question between him and Monsieur Mazarin as to making his estate a barony. Nay, it must have been a promise." "A country clown," said Anne of Austria. "People will laugh." "Let them," answered D'Artagnan; "but I am sure of one thing, that those who laugh at him in his presence will never laugh a second time." "Here goes the barony," said the queen. She signed a patent. "Now there remains the Chevalier, or the Abbé d'Herblay, as your majesty pleases." "Does he wish to be a bishop?" "No, madam, something easier to grant." "What?" "It is that the king should deign to stand godfather to the son of Madame de Longueville." The queen smiled. "Monsieur de Longueville is of royal blood, madam," said D'Artagnan. "Yes," said the queen, "but his son?" "His son, madam, must be, since the husband of the son's mother is." "And your friend has nothing more to ask for Madame de Longueville?" "No, madam, for I presume that the king, standing godfather to him, could do no less than present him with 500,000 francs, giving his father also the government of Normandy." "As to the government of Normandy," replied the queen, "I think I can promise; but with regard to the present, the cardinal is always telling me there is no more money in the royal coffers." "We shall search for some, madam, and I think we can find a little; and if your majesty approves, we will seek for some together." "What next?" "What next, madam?" "Yes." "That is all." "Haven't you, then, a fourth companion?" "Yes, madam, the Comte de la Fere." "What does he ask?" "Nothing." "There is in the world, then, one man who, having the power to ask, asks nothing?" "There is the Comte de la Fere, madam. The Comte de la Fere is not a man." "What is he, then?" "The Comte de la Fere is a demigod." "He has not a son, a young man, a relative, a nephew of whom Comminges spoke to me as being a brave boy, and who with Monsieur de Chatillon brought the standards from Lens?" "He has, as your majesty has said, a ward, who is called the Vicomte de Bragelonne." "If that young man should be appointed to a regiment, what would his guardian say?" "Perhaps he would accept." "Perhaps?" "Yes, if your majesty herself should beg him to accept." "He must indeed be a strange man. Well, we will reflect and perhaps we will beg him. Are you satisfied, sir?" "There is one thing the queen has not signed, her assent to the treaty." "Of what use today? I will sign it tomorrow." "I can assure her majesty that if she does not sign today she will not have time to sign tomorrow. Consent, then, I beg you, madam, to write at the bottom of this schedule, which has been drawn up by Mazarin, as you see: 'I consent to ratify the treaty proposed by the Parisians.'" Anne was caught. She could not draw back. She signed. But scarcely had she done so when pride burst forth and she began to weep. D'Artagnan started on seeing these tears. Since that period of history queens have shed tears like other women. The Gascon shook his head. These tears from royalty melted his heart. "Madam," he said, kneeling, "look upon the unhappy man at your feet. He begs you to believe that at a gesture of your majesty everything will be possible to him. He has faith in himself. He has faith in his friends. He wishes also to have faith in his queen, and in proof that he fears nothing, that he counts on nothing, he will restore Monsieur de Mazarin to your majesty without conditions. Behold, madam, here are the august signatures of your majesty's hand. If you think you are right in giving them to me, you shall do so, but from this very moment you are free from any obligation to keep them." And D'Artagnan, full of splendid pride and manly intrepidity, placed in Anne's hands, in a bundle, the papers that he had one by one won from her with so much difficulty. There are moments, for if everything is not good, everything in this world is not bad, in which the most rigid and coldest soul is softened by the tears of strong emotion, heart-arraigning sentiment. One of these momentary impulses actuated Anne. D'Artagnan, when he gave way to his own feelings, which were in accordance with those of the queen, had accomplished more than the most astute diplomacy could have attempted. He was, therefore, instantly recompensed, either for his address or for his sensibility, whichever it might be termed. "You were right, sir," said Anne. "I misunderstood you. There are the acts signed. I deliver them to you without compulsion. Go and bring me back the cardinal as soon as possible." "Madame," faltered D'Artagnan, "'tis 20 years ago. I have a good memory, since I had the honor, behind a piece of tapestry in the Hotel de Ville, of kissing one of those lovely hands." "There is the other," replied the queen, "and that the left hand should not be less liberal than the right." She drew from her finger a diamond similar to the one formerly given to him. "Take and keep this ring in remembrance of me." "Madame," said D'Artagnan, rising, "I have only one thing more to wish, which is that the next thing you ask from me shall be my life." And with this conclusion, a way peculiar to himself, he rose and left the room. "I never rightly understood those men," said the queen, as she watched him retiring from her presence. "And it is now too late, for in a year the king will be of age." In 24 hours D'Artagnan and Porthos conducted Mazarin to the queen, and the one received his commission, the other his patent of nobility. On the same day the Treaty of Paris was signed, and it was everywhere announced that the cardinal had shut himself up for 3 days in order to draw it up with the greatest care. Here is what each of the parties concerned gained by that treaty. Monsieur de Conti received Damvilliers, and having made his proofs as general, he succeeded in remaining a soldier, instead of being made cardinal. Moreover, something had been said of a marriage with Mazarin's niece. The idea was welcomed by the prince, to whom it was of little importance whom he married, so long as he married someone. The Duc de Beaufort made his entrance at court, receiving ample reparation for the wrongs he had suffered, and all the honor due to his rank. Full pardon was accorded to those who had aided his escape. He received also the office of admiral, which had been held by his father, the Duc de Vendôme, and an indemnity for his houses and castles demolished by the Parliament of Bretagne. The Duc de Bouillon received domains of a value equal to that of his Principality of Sedan, and the title of prince granted to him and to those belonging to his house. The Duc de Longueville gained the government of Pont-de-l'Arc, 500,000 francs for his wife, and the honor of seeing her son held at the baptismal font by the young king and Henrietta of England. Aramis stipulated that Bazin should officiate at that ceremony, and that Planchet should furnish the christening sugar plums. The Duc d'Elbeuf obtained payment of certain sums due to his wife, 100,000 francs for his eldest son, and 25,000 for each of the 3 others. The coadjutor alone obtained nothing. They promised, indeed, to negotiate with the Pope for a cardinal's hat for him, but he knew how little reliance should be placed on such promises made by the queen and Mazarin. Quite contrary to the lot of Monsieur de Conti, unable to be cardinal, he was obliged to remain a soldier. And therefore, when all Paris was rejoicing in the expected return of the king, appointed for the next day, Gondy alone, in the midst of the general happiness, was dissatisfied. He sent for the 2 men whom he was wont to summon when in especially bad humor. Those 2 men were the Count de Rochefort and the mendicant of Saint Eustache. They came with their usual This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Lemoyne. greenkri.com. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 89, in which it is shown that it is sometimes more difficult for kings to return to the capitals of their kingdoms than to make an exit. Whilst D'Artagnan and Porthos were engaging in conducting the Cardinal to Saint-Germain, Athos and Aramis returned to Paris. Each had his own particular visit to make. Aramis rushed to the Hôtel de Ville, where Madame de Longueville was sojourning. The duchess loudly lamented the announcement of peace. War had made her a queen. Peace brought her abdication. She declared that she would never assent to the treaty, and that she wished eternal war. But when Aramis had presented that peace to her in a true light, that is to say, with all its advantages, when he had pointed out to her, in exchange for the precarious and contested royalty of Paris, the viceroyalty of Fond-de-Lache, in other words, of all Normandy, when he had rung in her ears the 500,000 francs promised by the cardinal, when he had dazzled her eyes with the honor bestowed on her by the king in holding her child at the baptismal font, Madame de Longueville contended no longer, except as is the custom with pretty women to contend, and defend herself only to surrender at last. Aramis made a presence of believing in the reality of her opposition, and was unwilling to deprive himself in his own view of the credit of her conversion. "Madame," he said, "you have wished to conquer the prince, your brother, that is to say, the greatest captain of the age, and when women of genius wish anything they always succeed in attaining it. You have succeeded. The prince is beaten, since he can no longer fight. Now attach him to our party, withdraw him gently from the queen, whom he does not like, from Mazarin, whom he despises. The Fronde is a comedy of which the first act only is played. Let us wait for a denouement, for the day when the prince, thanks to you, shall have turned against the court." Madame de Longueville was persuaded. This Frondist duchess trusted so confidently to the power of her fine eyes that she could not doubt their influence even over Monsieur de Condé, and the chronicles of the time aver that her confidence was justified. Athos, on quitting Aramis, went to Madame de Chevreuse. Here was another Frondeuse to persuade, and she was even less open to conviction than her younger rival. There had been no stipulation in her favor. Monsieur de Chevreuse had not been appointed governor of a province, and if the queen should consent to be godmother, it could be only of her grandson or granddaughter. At the first announcement of peace, Madame de Chevreuse frowned, and in spite of all the logic of Athos to show her that a prolonged war would have been impracticable, contended in favor of hostilities. "My fair friend," said Athos, "allow me to tell you that everybody is tired of war. You will get yourself exiled as you did in the time of Louis XIII. Believe me, we have passed the time of success in intrigue, and your fine eyes are not destined to be eclipsed by regretting Paris, where there will always be two queens as long as you are there." "Oh," cried the duchess, "I cannot make war alone, but I can avenge myself on that ungrateful queen and most ambitious favorite on the honor of a duchess. I will avenge myself." "Madame," replied Athos, "do not injure the Vicomte Bragelonne. Do not ruin his prospects. Alas! Excuse my weakness. There are moments when a man grows young again in his children." The duchess smiled half tenderly, half ironically. "Count," she said, "you are, I fear, gained over to the court. I suppose you have a blue ribbon in your pocket?" "Yes, madame, I have that of the Garter which King Charles I gave me some days before he died." "Come, I am growing an old woman," said the duchess pensively. Athos took her hand and kissed it. She sighed as she looked at him. "Count," she said, "Bragelonne must be a charming place. You are a man of taste. You have water, woods, flowers there?" She sighed again and leaned her charming head, gracefully reclined, on her hand, still beautiful in form and color. "Madame," exclaimed Athos, "what were you saying just now about growing old? Never have I seen you look so young, so beautiful." The duchess shook her head. "Does Monsieur de Bragelonne remain in Paris?" she inquired. "What think you of it?" inquired Athos. "Leave him with me," replied the duchess. "No, madame, if you have forgotten the history of Oedipus, I at least remember it." "Really, sir, you are delightful, and I should like to spend a month at Bragelonne." "Are you not afraid of making people envious of me, duchess?" replied Athos. "No, I shall go incognito, count, under the name of Marie Michon." "You are adorable, madame." "But do not keep Raoul with you." "Why not?" "Because he is in love." "He is quite a child." "And 'tis a child he loves." Athos became thoughtful. "You are right, duchess. This singular passion for a child of 7 may some day make him very unhappy. There is to be war in Flanders. He shall go thither. And at his return you will send him to me. I will arm him against love." "Alas, madame!" exclaimed Athos, "to-day love is like war. The breastplate is becoming useless." Raoul entered at this moment. He came to announce that the solemn entrance of the king, queen, and her ministers was to take place on the ensuing day. The next day, in fact, at daybreak, the court made preparations to quit Saint-Germain. Meanwhile the queen every hour had been sending for D'Artagnan. "I hear," she said, "that Paris is not quiet. I am afraid for the king's safety. Place yourself close to the coach door on the right." "Reassure yourself, madame. I will answer for the king's safety." As he left the queen's presence, Bernouin summoned him to the cardinal. "Sir," said Mazarin to him, "an émeute is spoken of in Paris. I shall be on the king's left, and as I am the chief person threatened, remain at the coach door to the left." "Your eminence may be perfectly easy," replied D'Artagnan. "They will not touch a hair of your head." "Deuce take it!" he thought to himself. "How can I take care of both? Ah, plague on't! I will guard the king and Porthos shall guard the cardinal." This arrangement pleased everyone. The queen had confidence in the courage of D'Artagnan, which she knew, and the cardinal in the strength of Porthos, which he had experienced. The royal procession set out for Paris. Guitant and Comminges, at the head of the guards, marched first. Then came the royal carriage, with D'Artagnan on one side, Porthos on the other. Then the musketeers, for 22 years staunch friends of D'Artagnan. During 20 he had been lieutenant, their captain since the night before. The cortege proceeded to Notre Dame, where a Te Deum was chanted. All Paris were in the streets. The Swiss were drawn up along the road, but as the road was long they were placed at 6 or 8 feet distance from each other, and 1 deep only. This force was therefore wholly insufficient, and from time to time the line was broken through by the people and was formed again with difficulty. Whenever this occurred, although it proceeded only from goodwill and a desire to see the king and queen, Anne looked at D'Artagnan anxiously. Mazarin, who had dispensed 1,000 louis to make the people cry, "Long live Mazarin!" and who had accordingly no confidence in acclamations bought at 20 pistoles each, kept one eye on Porthos. But that gigantic bodyguard replied to the look with his great bass voice. "Be tranquil, my lord." and Mazarin became more and more composed. At the Palais Royal the crowd, which had flowed in from the adjacent street, was still greater. Like an impetuous mob, a wave of human beings came to meet the carriage and rolled tumultuously into the Rue Saint-Honoré. When the procession reached the palace, loud cries of "Long live their Majesties!" resounded. Mazarin leaned out of the window. One or two shouts of "Long live the Cardinal!" saluted his shadow, but instantly hisses and yells stifled them remorselessly. Mazarin turned pale and shrank back in the coach. "Low-born fellows!" ejaculated Porthos. D'Artagnan said nothing, but twirled his mustache with a peculiar gesture which showed that his fine Gascon humor was awake. Anne of Austria bent down and whispered in the young king's ear, "Say something gracious to Monsieur d'Artagnan, my son." The young king leaned toward the door. "I have not said good morning to you, Monsieur d'Artagnan," he said. "Nevertheless, I have remarked you. It was you who were behind my bed curtains that night the Parisians wished to see me asleep." "And if the king permits me," returned the Gascon, "I shall be near him always when there is danger to be encountered." "Sir," said Mazarin to Porthos, "what would you do if the crowd fell upon us?" "Kill as many as I could, my lord." "Hem! Brave as you are and strong as you are, you could not kill them all." "'Tis true," answered Porthos, rising on his saddle, in order that he might appraise the immense crowd. "There are a lot of them." "I think I should like the other fellow better than this one," said Mazarin to himself, and he threw himself back in his carriage. The queen and her minister, more especially the latter, had reason to feel anxious. The crowd, whilst preserving an appearance of respect and even of affection for the king and queen regent, began to be tumultuous. Reports were whispered about, like certain sounds which announce, as they whistle from wave to wave, the coming storm, and when they pass athwart a multitude, presage an emeute. D'Artagnan turned toward the musketeers and made a sign imperceptible to the crowd, but very easily understood by that chosen regiment, the flower of the army. The ranks closed firmly in, and a kind of majestic tremor ran from man to man. At the Barriere des Sergents the procession was obliged to stop. Comminges left the head of the escort and went to the queen's carriage. Anne questioned D'Artagnan by a look. He answered in the same language. "Proceed," she said. Comminges returned to his post. An effort was made and the living barrier was violently broken through. Some complaints arose from the crowd and were addressed this time to the king as well as the minister. "Onward!" cried D'Artagnan in a loud voice. "Onward!" cried Porthos. But as if the multitude had waited only for this demonstration to burst out, all the sentiments of hostility that possessed it exploded simultaneously. Cries of "Down with Mazarin!" "Death to the Cardinal!" resounded on all sides. At the same time, through the streets of Grenelle, Saint-Honoré, and Ducoq, a double stream of people broke the feeble hedge of Swiss guards and came like a whirlwind even to the very legs of Porthos's horse and that of D'Artagnan. This new eruption was more dangerous than the others, being composed of armed men. It was plain that it was not the chance combination of those who had collected a number of the malcontents at the same spot, but a concerted, organized attack. Each of these mobs was led by a chief, one of whom appeared to belong, not to the people, but to the honorable corporation of mendicants, and the other, notwithstanding his affected imitation of the people, might easily be discerned to be a gentleman. Both were evidently stimulated by the same impulse. There was a shock which was perceived even in the royal carriage. Myriads of hoarse cries, forming one vast uproar, were heard mingled with guns firing. "Ho, musketeers!" cried D'Artagnan. The escort was divided into 2 files. One of them passed around to the right of the carriage, the other to the left. One went to support D'Artagnan, the other Porthos. Then came a skirmish, the more terrible because it had no definite object, the more melancholy because those engaged in it knew not for whom they were fighting. Like all popular movements, the shock given by the rush of this mob was formidable. The musketeers, few in number, not being able in the midst of this crowd to make their horses wheel around, began to give way. D'Artagnan offered to lower the blinds of the royal carriage, but the young king stretched out his arm, saying, "No, sir, I wish to see everything." "If your majesty wishes to look out, well, then look," replied D'Artagnan, and turning with that fury which made him so formidable, he rushed toward the chief of the insurgents, a man who, with a huge sword in his hand, was trying to hew a passage to the coach door through the musketeers. "Make room!" cried D'Artagnan. "Zounds, give way!" At these words the man with a pistol and sword raised his head, but it was too late. The blow was sped by D'Artagnan. The rapier had pierced his bosom. "Ah, confound it!" cried the Gascon, trying in vain, too late, to retract the thrust. "What the devil are you doing here, Count?" "Accomplishing my destiny," replied Rochefort, falling on one knee. "I have already got up again after 3 stabs from you. I shall never rise after this 4th." "Count," said D'Artagnan, with some degree of emotion, "I struck without knowing that it was you. I am sorry, if you die, that you should die with sentiments of hatred toward me." Rochefort extended hand to D'Artagnan, who took it. The count wished to speak, but a gush of blood stifled him. He stiffened in the last convulsions of death and expired. "Back, people!" cried D'Artagnan. "Your leader is dead. You have no longer any business here." Indeed, as if de Rochefort had been the very soul of the attack, the crowd who had followed and obeyed him took to flight on seeing him fall. D'Artagnan charged, with a party of musketeers, up the Rue du Coq, and the portion of the mob he assailed disappeared like smoke, dispersing near the Place Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois and taking the direction of the quays. D'Artagnan returned to help Porthos, if Porthos needed help. But Porthos, for his part, had done his work as conscientiously as D'Artagnan. The left of the carriage was as well cleared as the right, and they drew up the blind of the window which Mazarin, less heroic than the king, had taken the precaution to lower. Porthos looked very melancholy. "What a devil of a face you have, Porthos, and what a strange air for a victor!" "But you," answered Porthos, "seem to me agitated." "There's a reason. Zounds! I have just killed an old friend." "Indeed!" replied Porthos. "Who?" "That poor Count de Rochefort." "Well, exactly like me. I have just killed a man whose face is not unknown to me. Unluckily, I hit him on the head, and immediately his face was covered with blood." "And he said nothing as he died?" "Yes, he exclaimed, 'Oh!'" "I suppose," answered D'Artagnan, laughing, "if he only said that, it did not enlighten you much." "Well, sir?" cried the queen. "Madame, the passage is quite clear, and your majesty can continue your road." In fact, the procession arrived in safety at Notre Dame, at the front gate of which all the clergy, with the coadjutor at their head, awaited the king, the queen, and the minister, for whose happy return they chanted a Te Deum. As the service was drawing to a close, a boy entered the church in great excitement, ran to the sacristy, dressed himself quickly in the choir robes, and cleaving, thanks to that uniform, the crowd that filled the temple, approached Bazin, who, clad in his blue robe, was standing gravely in his place at the entrance to the choir. Bazin felt someone pulling his sleeve. He lowered to earth his eyes, beatifically raised to heaven, and recognized Friquet. "Well, you rascal, what is it? How do you dare to disturb me in the exercise of my functions?" asked the beadle. "Monsieur Bazin," said Friquet. "Monsieur Maillard, you know who he is. He gives holy water at Saint Eustache." "Well, go on." "Well, he received in the scrimmage a sword stroke on the head. That great giant who was there gave it to him." "In that case," said Bazin, "he must be pretty sick." "So sick that he is dying, and he wants to confess to the coadjutor, who, they say, has power to remit great sins." "And does he imagine that the coadjutor will put himself out for him?" "To be sure, the coadjutor has promised." "Who told you that?" "Monsieur Maillard himself." "You have seen him, then?" "Certainly. I was there when he fell." "What were you doing there?" "I was shouting, 'Down with Mazarin! Death to the cardinal! The Italian to the gallows!'" "Isn't that what you would have me shout?" "Be quiet, you rascal," said Bazin, looking uneasily around. "So that he told me, that poor Monsieur Maillard, 'Go find the coadjutor, Friquet, and if you bring him to me you shall be my heir.' Say then, Father Bazin, the heir of Monsieur Maillard, the giver of holy water at Saint Eustache. Hey, I shall have nothing to do but to fold my arms. All the same, I should like to do him that service. And what do you say to it?" "I will tell the coadjutor," said Bazin. In fact, he slowly and respectfully approached the prelate and spoke to him privately a few words, to which the latter responded by an affirmative sign. He then returned with the same slow step and said, "Go and tell the dying man that he must be patient. Monseigneur will be with him in an hour." "Good," said Friquet. "My fortune is made." "By the way," said Bazin, "where was he carried?" "To the Sour Saint Jacques la Boucherie." And delighted with the success of his embassy, Friquet started off at the top of his speed. When the Te Deum was over, the coadjutor, without stopping to change his priestly dress, took his way toward that old tower which he knew so well. He arrived in time, though sinking from moment to moment, the wounded man was not yet dead. The door was opened to the coadjutor of the room in which the mendicant was suffering. A moment later Friquet went out, carrying in his hand a large leather bag. He opened it as soon as he was outside the chamber, and to his great astonishment found it full of gold. The mendicant had kept his word and made Friquet his heir. "Ah, Mother Nanette!" cried Friquet, suffocating. "Ah, Mother Nanette!" He could say no more, but though he hadn't strength to speak, he had enough for action. He rushed headlong to the street, and like the Greek from Marathon who fell in the square at Athens, with his laurel in his hand, Friquet reached Councillor Broussel's threshold, and then fell exhausted, scattering on the floor the louis disgorged by his leather bag. Mother Nanette began by picking up the louis, then she picked up Friquet. In the meantime the cortege returned to the Palais Royal. "That Monsieur d'Artagnan is a very brave man, mother," said the young king. "Yes, my son, and he rendered very important services to your father. Treat him kindly, therefore, in the future." "Captain," said the young king to D'Artagnan, on descending from the carriage, "the queen has charged me to invite you to dinner to-day, you and your friend the Baron du Vallon." That was a great honor for D'Artagnan and for Porthos. Porthos was delighted, and yet during the entire repast he seemed to be preoccupied. "What was the matter with you, Baron?" D'Artagnan said to him as they descended the staircase of the Palais Royal. "You seemed at dinner to be anxious about something." "I was trying," said Porthos, "to recall where I had seen that mendicant whom I must have killed." "And you couldn't remember?" "No." "Well, search, my friend, search, and when you have found, you will tell me, will you not?" This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kristen Lemoyne. greenkri.com. 20 Years After by Alexandre Dumas. Chapter 90. Conclusion. On going home, the two friends found a letter from Athos, who desired them to meet him at the Grand Charlemagne on the following day. The friends went to bed early, but neither of them slept. When we arrive at the summit of our wishes, success has usually the power to drive away sleep on the first night, after the fulfillment of long-cherished hopes. The next day, at the appointed hour, they went to see Athos, and found him and Aramis in travelling costume. "What?" cried Porthos. "Are we all going away, then? I have made my preparations this morning." "Oh, heavens, yes!" said Aramis. "There's nothing to do in Paris now there's no Fronde. The Duchess de Longueville has invited me to pass a few days in Normandy, and has deputed me, while her son is being baptized, to go and prepare her residence at Rouen. After which, if nothing new occurs, I shall go and bury myself in my convent at the Noisy-le-Sec. And I," said Athos, "am returning to Bragelonne. You know, dear D'Artagnan, I am nothing more than a good, honest country gentleman. Raoul has no fortune other than I possess, poor child, and I must take care of it for him, since I only lend him my name. And Raoul, what shall you do with him?" "I leave him with you, my friend. War has broken out in Flanders. You shall take him with you there. I'm afraid that remaining at Blois would be dangerous to his youthful mind. Take him and teach him to be as brave and loyal as you are yourself. Though I shall not have you, Athos, at all events I shall have that dear fair head by me. And though he's but a boy, yet, since your soul lives again in him, dear Athos, I shall always fancy that you are near me, sustaining and encouraging me." The four friends embraced with tears in their eyes. Then they departed without knowing whether they would ever see each other again. D'Artagnan returned to the Rue Tiquetonne, with Porthos, still possessed by the wish to find out who the man was that he had killed. On arriving at the Hôtel de Chevrette, they found the Baron's equipage all ready and Mousqueton on his saddle. "Come, D'Artagnan," said Porthos, "bid adieu to your sword, and go with me to Pierrefonds, to Bracieux, or to Du Vallon. We will grow old together and talk of our companions." "No," replied D'Artagnan. "Deuce take it, the campaign is going to begin. I wish to be there. I expect to get something by it." "What do you expect to get?" "Why, I expect to be made Marechal of France." "Ha, ha!" cried Porthos, who was not completely taken in by D'Artagnan's gasconades. "Come, my brother, go with me," added D'Artagnan, "and I will see that you are made a duke." "No," answered Porthos, "Mousqueton has no desire to fight. Besides, they have erected a triumphal arch for me to enter my barony, which will kill my neighbors with envy." "To that I can say nothing," returned D'Artagnan, who knew the vanity of the new baron. "Then here's to our next merry meeting." "Adieu, dear captain," said Porthos. "I shall always be happy to welcome you to my barony." "Yes, yes, when the campaign is over," replied the Gascon. "His honor's equipage is waiting?" said Mousqueton. The two friends, after a cordial pressure of the hands, separated. D'Artagnan was standing at the door looking after Porthos with a mournful gaze, when the baron, after walking scarcely more than 20 paces, returned, stood still, struck his forehead with his finger and exclaimed, "I recollect!" "What?" inquired D'Artagnan. "Who the beggar was that I killed." "Ah, "Ah, indeed! And who was he?" "'Twas that low fellow, Bonacieux." And Porthos, enchanted at having relieved his mind, rejoined Mousqueton, and they disappeared around an angle of the street. D'Artagnan stood for an instant, mute, pensive, and motionless. Then, as he went in, he saw the fair Madeleine, his hostess, standing on the threshold. "Madeleine," said the Gascon, "give me your apartment on the first floor. Now that I am a captain in the Royal Musketeers, I must make an appearance. Nevertheless, reserve my old room on the 5th story for me. One never knows